save being as quick as he could here. The archway was shaded, and it took his eyes a moment to adjust. He stepped over someone's ribcage, probably one of the last to assail Zeus. Aphrodite, maybe, or Poseidon. Hades couldn't help but grin as he emerged into the amphitheater itself, rows of stone seats overlooking a simple stage. A single white marble chair dominated the stage, and his pulse quickened when he saw the flash of gold atop the skeleton's brow. "Oh, brother, you poor fool. You waited here until the last, withering away until there was nothing left." Hades trotted down the walkway, leaping atop the stage. He paused before the throne, grinning widely as he stared down at the slack-jawed skeleton. Zeus had been the mightiest, the most handsome, the most charismatic. He'd easily commanded their brethren, none of whom respected Hades. They'd feared him, of course, but that was different. Now they were all dead, and only Hades remained. He plucked the crown from the skull and dropped it over his own brow. It settled there, instantly resizing to fit him. He felt the stirring power within it, though it wasn't enough to accomplish much. It would be enough. Hades took a deep breath, focusing on the energy he'd been gathering for the last several weeks. It would tax him to his limits, but he had little choice if he wished to escape the tomb Olympus had become. Hades concentrated, willing his strength to fill the crown. He tapped into one of its many abilities, envisioning his destination. There was a crack of thunder. Then he stood in a wide cavern. "I've done it!" he cried, thrusting a fist into the air. The Khadun had enabled him to recover one of the mightiest artifacts from the previous age, all without alerting anyone that he'd done so. Not even his master would know. He turned his attention to his surroundings. Most of the ground was covered by a bubbling cauldron of thick, viscous black sludge. That sludge was equal parts oil and water, and it held a portion of the well's trapped energy. It was here that most of his powerful workings took place, for without access to Olympus or an ark, it was the only means of achieving his mightiest shaping. Hades knelt next to the water, peering carefully at the far end of the cavern before beginning his work. The corridor on that side led to Vulcan's forge, and thus far his compatriot was still ignorant of Hades' true loyalties. The time was coming when he could end that deception, but for now it was still useful. A particularly vile bubble burst near Hades' feet, splashing his dark boots with the noxious liquid. He could feel the horror and loathing in the boots, which brought a smile to his face. He'd shaped them from a man who'd once offered him insult. He knelt next to the sludge, thrusting his right hand beneath the dark surface. Deep within him, the last reserves of stored energy surged, linking with that contained in this tiny pool of the vast well. Hades created a swirling vortex around his hand, which rippled outward as it greedily drew in more power. It flared an unnatural green, easily the size of a man now. At last he released the energy, now that it was strong enough to be self-sustaining. Hades guided it, forcing the vortex to establish a link with a faraway part of the well. This distant part was in the far north, beneath the first arc. It resonated as someone on that far end joined with the energy. Hades could feel that person, knew their resonance as well as his own. "I have news, my master," he intoned, sinking to his knees in genuine supplication. The day might come when he could overthrow the mighty Set, but Hades doubted it. Not that it concerned him overmuch. He'd spent millennia in servitude to his brother Zeus, quietly gathering strength while Zeus dealt with the mind-numbingly dull minutiae of ruling. It was much the same now. Hades paid Set nominal tribute, and in exchange was left alone to rule his own kingdom. "Speak, vassal," the voice rumbled back, thick and powerful. More powerful than when last Hades had heard it, which stirred a bit of fear. How had Set grown so much stronger so quickly? "I have spoken with the emissaries of your sister by marriage. Isis now believes the conquest of the underworld is the work of her husband. She is yet ignorant of your survival," Hades explained, bowing his head. "Excellent. You have done well, vassal. What else have you to tell?" Set asked, voice tinged with dark pleasure. "Ra approaches Olympus even now. I shall sow further seeds of discontent. She will believe that Osiris is the true evil, and that Isis seeks to be in league with her husband. War will come, weakening those who might oppose you," Hades explained, smiling in spite of himself. Oh, how he loved sowing discord, so much more effective than direct combat. "This is to the good, my vassal," the voice said, still more pleased. "I would have you plant one further seed. Tell Ra the forces that drove you from the underworld have fallen back. You fear they are massing for an assault, and if she hastens to the first ark, she may find it undefended." Hades immediately grasped the plan. Make her think Osiris controlled the first ark, that he was taking his army to assault someone, thus leaving his stronghold undefended. "It shall be as you say, master. When Isis and Ra are disposed of, you will have the first of many rewards," Set said, voice thrumming with power. "Tell me, mighty Hades, what would you wish of me?" "The Ark of the Cradle will have need of a new lord, my master," Hades said cautiously. Only those with a Ka had ever served as Ark Lord. He was only a lowly shaper, a sorcerer who'd grown strong through artifice and ingenuity. "Interesting," Set replied, then was silent for a long moment. "And what of Olympus? When first you came to my service, you desired to reign there. Is this no longer so?" "By cutting off the conduit to that place, I have murdered my brethren. I would rule over a dead city, my master," Hades offered, again cautiously. "True," Set said, silent for a long moment. "I will grant you the Ark of the Cradle, the moment Ra is dead. You will have her key, and you will rule the vast desert continent." Hades rejoiced inwardly. Better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Chapter 38. Big-Ass Worm. "So that's a sunstorm," Trevor muttered, leaning out of the howdah's flap to peer at the northern horizon. It was a wall of billowing orange clouds, like a dust storm that stretched from the ground to the tip of the sky. It blotted out everything in that direction, as if the very air had ignited. "Forgive me for speaking, mighty Deathless, but will the Kadun Jordan and I survive the sun's fury?" Steve's ingratiating voice came from behind him. Trevor turned around immediately, eyes narrowing. Steve had his head bowed deferentially to Irakesh. Trevor had assumed Irakesh was too cunning to fall for Steve's crap, but it appeared he was wrong. Irakesh ate up the dutiful servant routine, acting as if it was only right for someone of his station. "You will survive it, as will the mammoths. Ra will erect a bubble of force over our camp," the Deathless replied, settling more comfortably atop his small mountain of pillows. He swirled the contents of a golden goblet, staring disdainfully at Trevor. "Trevor is a yokel with no knowledge of such things. Let him gawk. But you needn't fear the sun's coming fury. It will be unpleasant, but it will pass over us quickly." "You'd better hope so," Jordan muttered from his place on the wall opposite Irakesh. He tugged absently at the golden collar, and Trevor gave a wince of sympathy. He hated what he'd done to the man, and he hated his unwitting role in it even more. "If we're going to buy it, you can be damn sure we're taking you with us." "My queen!" a voice bellowed, so loud that Trevor was forced to clap his hands over his ears. He recognized the jackal immediately. "Whippoorwet has found prey, in the skies above. A slip sail has emerged from Olympus, and is fleeing north." A trumpet blew, and the mammoth stopped. Trevor briefly debated asking Irakesh what was going on, but his former master was unlikely to give him a truthful answer. Instead, he nodded at Jordan. "Let's go see what this is about." Trevor leaped through the flap, landing in a crouch nearly 40 feet below. The stench of the mammoth was thick, making Trevor gag. It overpowered even the rotting army of undead that trailed in their wake. Jordan's muscled form landed next to Trevor a moment later, his landing sending up a puff of dust. He was still in human form, and other than the golden collar, looked exactly like the same man who'd blown up Trevor's house back in San Diego. The camo pants and skin-tight black t-shirt were sweat-stained and dirty now, but they still belonged on the man more than any other uniform. "Looks like that's what's causing the commotion," Jordan said, donning his sunglasses as he nodded at the horizon. Trevor turned to face that way, spotting the trouble immediately. The storm batted a silver ship all over the place, knocking it around like a plastic bag in a tornado. A bronze skiff had risen from the area near Ra's howdah. It made its way cautiously into the air, much less affected by the growing storm. Wep-Wawet's white-gray form hunched low over the skiff, which was slowly gaining on the silver vessel. The caravan had halted, a small cluster of figures gathering at the head. Trevor recognized Anubis, who towered over the others. Ra was unmistakable as well, her scarlet hair a spot of bright color in the sea of white clothing. Trevor began trotting in that direction, Jordan falling into step beside him. He hadn't insisted Jordan follow his orders, or done anything to make his situation worse. Yet the man's already sizable animosity was clearly growing. Trevor doubted that would ever change, nor was he sure he wanted it to. Even now, part of him wanted to kill Jordan. "Then do so. You'll never have a better time to strike. It might deprive you of a tool, but it will also prove your strength to the other Deathless." "Hang back a little," Trevor told Jordan, slowing as he reached the knot of figures surrounding Ra. Anubis eyed him balefully, but none of the rest seemed to notice his appearance. "It seems clear Hades dispatched the slipsail," Ra was saying, her attention focused on the vessel landing in the distance. "The question is why. He clearly saw our approach, but I cannot think he would abandon Olympus. If he desired to, he'd have fled to the underworld. So why dispatch so precious a tool into the maw of a sunstorm?" None of the figures surrounding her answered, but Trevor found himself speaking. "Because he wants us to pursue them." Ra turned to face him, glittering green eyes sizing him up for long moments before she spoke. "And what makes you think you have the slightest inkling of the motivation of a god you've never met?" "I don't have to know him to guess at his motives. If you're right, and he knew we were coming, why else would he have sent the ship? If he wanted to hide someone, couldn't he have them flee into the underworld? We'd never even know they existed. Sending them out on a ship he knows for sure we'll see seems pretty stupid," Trevor argued. "Obviously. Yet, sadly, you are the only one among my retinue to see it." "You are one to watch, Trevor Gregg," she said, giving a tight nod. "Anubis, make ready for battle in case this is some kind of trap. The rest of you." The ground bucked wildly, knocking Trevor to the dust. Jordan fell as well, though the rest of the gods somehow kept their balance. A deep rumbling sounded somewhere deep beneath them. Trevor shifted into a cloud of energy, drifting a few feet off the ground in a cloud of crackling green motes. It was the best defense he could muster without knowing more. He peered around them. Ra's army was in chaos, zombies flailing to regain their footing with little success as the ground continued to quake. Only the mighty Anakim kept their footing. "No, no, no, no!" Ra wailed, spinning in place as if searching for something. A moment later, Trevor knew exactly what she'd been searching for, and why she seemed so disturbed by it. An enormous gray creature burst from the ground in the distance. Up and up it went, a titanic worm hundreds of feet thick, dwarfing anything found in Arikas. A tiny figure clung to the worm's back, which gave it scale. Trevor couldn't make out much, save a shock of silver fur. "Uh-oh. She wouldn't dare," Ra whispered, as her minions scattered. The worm's body plunged into the sky, then began to fall. Its passage kicked up a whirlwind of dust and gravel, and had Trevor not been transmuted to energy, he would have been blown backwards by the gale that knocked Deathless and zombie alike to the ground. Jordan had erected a telekinetic dome around himself, much like he'd used to ward off the nuclear blast back in San Francisco. "Anubis, fall back and protect the army!" "But my queen, if we kill the Sand Kraken," Anubis protested. Ra whirled on him, expression thunderous. "Do you think I do not realize the cost? If we do not kill the Kraken, it will lay waste to my army. When it's finished, Isis will free the beast, and we'll lose both the Ark's chief guardian and my fledgling army." That's no doubt exactly what ISIS seeks here. It cannot be a coincidence that it attacks us here, at this precise moment. What of the ship? Anubis asked, nodding toward the silver vessel. It had made progress into the storm, but Wep-Wawet's skiff was still gaining on it. A tremendous boom crashed over them as the worm's body finally struck the earth. Hundreds of Deathless were crushed beneath its mass, including 2 of the giant Anakim. The colossal white body began rolling and thrashing, crushing dozens more under its thick hide. "We have no time! The Kraken must die!" Ra snarled. "Now is a time to gain much prestige, my host. If you aid in the killing of the beast, then you will secure your position here." Damn it. Trevor knew the voice was right, but helping Ra carried a heavy price. Chapter 39. Dogfight. Blair struggled to adjust to the massive volume of data rolling through his mind. He'd suddenly gained a dozen senses instead of 5. He could feel the ship's velocity and energy levels, and could perceive all directions at once. His breathing grew ragged as the ship passed through the temporal field and back into the storm on the other side. "Seek your calm, Khadun. This is not unlike every other skill you have mastered. In time, it will be as natural as breathing." The beast was right. He still wanted to panic. Enormous winds buffeted the ship, knocking it about like a kite. It was all he could do to keep it anything close to level, and he wanted to throw up from the vertigo. He focused primarily on his vision, looking around the ship for points of interest. He found more than he'd like, all bad from his perspective. He willed the entire ship to become transparent. "Liz? Below us!" he roared, scanning the horizon to the southwest. "Do you see them?" Liz rested a hand on his back, the touch dimmed by his other senses. "Yeah, I see them. Looks like Ra is about to catch up with us. I see a bunch of elephants, and what I'm guessing are giant zombies like the one we fought back in the hangar in Panama." "Shit," Blair said, commanding the ship to zip skyward. "Doesn't look like we have a lot of options. If Hades is right, we need to find Isis, but I have no idea where she is. We need to find a way to deal with the storm." "Maybe we can fly over it," Liz asked, grabbing onto the control console as the ship picked up speed. "I'll try, but we're already a mile up, and I can't see the top of it," Blair said. He felt a buzzing in his ear, and focused on it. It was some sort of alert. "Shit, we're about to have company. There's another ship approaching. It's smaller, like a flying chariot. Is that? It looks like there's a werewolf on it." "Isis?" Liz asked. Blair could hear the hope in her voice. "We're not that lucky. The thing looks male, but it's too large to be—" Blair realized what he was seeing. The sickly gray fur didn't belong to a werewolf. This was something else. Unless he missed his guess, it was some sort of Deathless that had been shaped into a wolf. "How long before it gets here?" Liz asked, resting a foot on the lowest rung of the ladder. "I don't know," Blair said, commanding the ship to sail faster. He aimed it north, deeper into the storm. He wasn't sure that was a good idea, but he still had time to break off if he had to. Another buzzing in his ear. "Shit! Liz, those giant zombies? They're throwing rocks at us." Blair forced the ship to dodge right, narrowly avoiding a chunk of stone the size of a compact car. It sailed past with a hum, arcing back down to the ground almost a mile below. How strong did those things have to be to hurl something that big, with that kind of speed and accuracy? "Can you dodge them?" Liz asked. Blair didn't answer for a moment, saving his concentration for flying. He dodged 3 more, increasing the ship's speed as they sailed toward the storm. "Yeah, but it's slowing me down. The skiff is getting closer. It will be on us in a moment." "I'll deal with him," Liz rumbled. Auburn fur faded into the shadows as she disappeared out of sight. Blair hoped it wouldn't come to that, but they weren't escaping unless he did something drastic. He gauged the distance to the storm, maybe 30 or 40 more seconds to reach those angry orange clouds. "You dance with death, Khadun. Remember the words of the treacherous Hades. Such storms are not often survived, especially when flying." "So what's your plan?" Blair growled, urging the ship to still greater speed. The skiff was approaching from below. He guessed it was no more than a few hundred yards away. "I have none, Khadun. I only wish to advise you of the danger." A bolt of eldritch fire, green and baleful, shot from the prow of the skiff. It struck the back of the slipsail, the energy playing across the silver metal like lightning. Pain rippled through Blair, and he clenched his teeth as he forced himself to focus on flying. The ship had slowed during his momentary lapse, and the skiff had taken the opportunity to narrow the gap. It fired another green burst, but this time Blair dodged to the left. The bolt sailed harmlessly by, but another, then another shot by. Blair did a barrel roll, drawing on the instinctual knowledge provided by the beast as he narrowly avoided the staccato fire. It was only then that he realized what the skiff was doing. Each shot was timed to force an evasion, and each evasion brought the skiff that much closer. Liz, he thought, we're about to be boarded. I have to focus on flying. See what you can do to keep this thing off me. Chapter 40. Boarded. Liz extended her right hand, summoning her sun-steel sword as she scanned the horizon behind them. A moment later, the skiff burst into view, a jaguar pouncing. It closed rapidly, nearly touching the deck as a single figure leaped toward them. Blair had left the ship's surface transparent, so Liz was easily able to position herself to intercept. Their attacker was the strange dead wolf thing from Ra's court, Wepwajibas or whatever. His golden spear was cradled like a lance, stabbing into the hull as he landed. Ripples of golden energy spread from it, and Blair gave a cry of pain. Then the wolf passed through the skin of the ship, just as they had when they entered. His stench came with him, rotting meat and less pleasant things. Liz glided forward, bunching her muscles as she poured all of her strength into the thrust. She kept the blade parallel with her foe's spine, bracing herself as the weapon pierced bone and flesh. She swept upward in a tight arc, slicing his spine cleanly in two, from the small of the back all the way to the base of his skull. She whirled, reversing her strike as she decapitated her opponent in one smooth motion. The blade passed through his neck with almost no resistance, and the headless body toppled to the deck. "Impressive, especially for one so young," rumbled a voice from behind her. She spun, bringing her sword up defensively. There stood Wepawet, apparently unharmed. He raised a paw-like hand in a placating gesture. "Peace. Command your Cardoon to land the slipsail, and there need be no violence. Resist, however, and I will not hesitate to slay you both." "You know we can't do that," she growled, assuming a combat stance as she slipped into the shadows next to the console. "Ra will kill us as soon as we land." "You know her that well, then?" the dead wolf asked, giving an expression of surprise. "Two of your pack invaded the Ark, yet both live. One was made a prisoner, the other a vassal of Ra. Both you and your Cardoon will be treated fairly, if you surrender. I will not ask again." Liz hesitated, glancing behind her at the storm. They were getting closer, but it would be another minute or two before they got there. If the dead wolf could use the illusions of a Deathless, as he just demonstrated, then he almost certainly had their ability to blur. He could kill Blair before she could stop him. Even if she could get away, where would she go? She couldn't fly the ship, and even if she could, she doubted Wepawet would allow that. "Trevor is alive?" she asked, playing for time. "Alive is an interesting word to apply to a Deathless, but he is no more dead than he was when he arrived," Wepawet said, shrugging. He started walking toward the ladder leading into the hold. "The Cardoon Jordan lives as well. He has been given to Trevor, and if Jordan pleases Ra, she may eventually grant his freedom. Now convince your Cardoon to set the slipsail down before I must engage in violence." "All right," Liz said. She dropped her voice to a tight whisper she knew his enhanced senses would still pick up. "Do as he says, Blair. I don't think we can fight this thing and have any chance of living." In answer, the ship began to descend smoothly. Liz tensed as the dead wolf shifted his weight, but relaxed when he rested his spear against the wall. He folded his arms, approaching slowly. "You have chosen wisely, Cardoon. I will see that you are both treated fairly when Ra boards this vessel." Chapter 41. Demons. "What am I looking at?" Mark asked, staring at the feed dominating the main screen. It was tiny compared to the one in Syracuse, just a simple 65-inch television that had been safely stored in an underground warehouse when the CME hit. He'd had it installed just the day before. He ignored the hunger gnawing at his insides, capitalizing on an iron will he'd cultivated over decades. He wasn't going to kill one of his subordinates. He needed them. If he needed to feed, he'd speak to Osiris about options. In the meantime, he had an operation to run. "Sir, it looks like another CME," Benson said, stepping up to the television to join him. "Preliminary research suggests it's larger than the one that wiped out power. We should be safe down here, but anyone in the Middle East or Northern Africa is about to be hit with another wave. If our data is accurate, a third CME will erupt within a week. We don't have telemetry yet, but we're guessing it will hit somewhere below the equator." "Wonderful," Mark said, trying not to focus on the vein throbbing in Benson's neck. "Do you have an update on the army leaving the Cairo Ark?" "Yes, sir," Benson said, reaching down to tap her tablet. The feed on the TV shifted, now showing a cloud of dust. She zoomed in, showing towering undead figures. Mammoths lumbered along next to them, all heading in roughly the same direction. "Why have they stopped?" he asked, noticing that the figures were no longer moving. "We're not sure, though it could have to do with the solar storm," Benson theorized, panning out a bit to show the massive storm moving in their direction. "That much radiation could cook even those walking corpses. Maybe the army is battening down and waiting for it to pass." "Maybe," Mark replied, tapping his own tablet. He panned the camera around, stopping when he saw something erupting from the earth. For just a split second, he thought it was another ark, but the color and size were all wrong. Whatever this was, it seemed to be alive. A truly gargantuan creature with thick gray hide, like a worm that had been growing for thousands of years. The creature began thrashing out, crushing hundreds of undead as it tore through the army that had departed from the Cairo Ark. "Get Osiris up here. He's going to want to see this." Chapter 42. Reunited. Blair had rarely felt this helpless, even in all the fucked-up situations they'd had to deal with recently.
"You have my respect, Kaken,"
Wepowet rumbled. He addressed the patch of darkness next to the bed where Blair sat, roughly where Liz hid herself in the shadows.
"You could flee, and we couldn't stop you,"
Wepowet continued, addressing Liz.
"Yet you choose to remain, to protect your Khadun as best you are able. I will petition Ra to give you both into my care, much as the Khadun Jordan was entrusted to the Deathless Trevor."
"Exactly what does that entail?" Blair asked, rising from the bed. Part of him longed to fight, but he knew he was outmatched. There was no way they could take on someone as old as Wepowet. Hell, they'd barely been able to take out Irakesh with their entire pack, and from what Blair understood, Irakesh was considered a child in Ra's court.
"You will become my vassals, living or dying at my pleasure,"
Wepowet rumbled, taking a step closer. The strange orange light from the storm played over his gray fur, giving him a hellish look.
"I am a harsh master, but fair. Not so lenient as Trevor has been with this Jordan, but neither will I treat you cruelly as Irakesh does the whelp Steve."
Wepowet spat at the last.
"Yep, looks like you've definitely met Steve,"
Liz said, finally reappearing from the shadows. She was still in wolf form, but didn't have her sword out, ready to defend if needed, but clearly not interested in picking a fight. Blair followed her lead. "It doesn't look like we have a lot of choice, but I'll warn you. If you try to make us betray ISIS, you'll be sorely disappointed." "I'd rather die first," Blair rumbled, trying to look fierce. He had a feeling he more resembled a yapping puppy.
"You have some fire, then,"
Wepowet rumbled, giving a toothy grin.
"You remind me much of myself at your age. I was in a similar position, captured during the battle wherein my father was driven from the cradle."
"Your father?" Liz asked, raising an auburn eyebrow. "Set," Blair supplied, folding his arms as he considered. Brother of Osiris, also the enemy of Isis, Osiris, and Sekhmet.
You are well versed in our lore,
Wepawet rumbled, clearly surprised.
Are you a lore keeper of this age?
You might say that, Blair said. There was no easy translation for anthropologist. So, what happens now? A fist erupted from Wepawet's belly. Before the wolfish god could react, a huge silver maw latched onto the back of his neck. A hail of teeth and claws rent his face and spine. Liz moved protectively in front of Blair with her sunsteel drawn, ready should the fight require their involvement. The foes moved so fast, Blair blurred in order to track the fight, and still it was more than he could take in. It ended as suddenly as it had begun. Isis stood over Wepawet's broken body, her muzzle coated in his blood. "Isis!" Blair said, wanting to cheer.
Karun Blair,
Isis barked, eyes firmly fixed on her prey.
Take us into the storm, quickly. Sekhmet approaches even now, and it will not take her long to deal with the distraction I've wrought. What have you done?
Wepawet rasped through a ruined throat. He seemed to be healing, but slowly. There was a lot of damage, after all.
Be silent, nephew,
Isis snarled, leaning closer.
I've half a mind to end you right now, but in honor of the esteem your uncle holds for you, I will not. For now, do not make me regret my leniency. If you are leaving, I ask that you return me to Ra,
Wepawet pleaded.
Liz, push him through the slipsail's skin. Be gentle, if possible,
Isis said, turning back to Blair.
As for you, time is not on our side. We must be away, and quickly.
Blair merged his senses with the ship, quickly assessing their surroundings. Absolute chaos had erupted outside. A titanic storm slammed down into the earth, crushing a large swath of Ra's army. The impact caused the ship to shake, and Blair urgently commanded it to rise. That didn't improve things. If anything, it made the shaking worse, as they were buffeted by winds from the storm.
Hold on to something!
Then all Blair could do was fight. The winds reached gale force, stronger, if that was possible. He did his best to guide the ship into them, but it was like a leaf being tossed about by a hurricane. He had almost no control, and the only success he had was gaining a little altitude. Good thing, too. They passed perilously close to the ground more than once, and he had a feeling that kind of impact would destroy the ship as easily as it would a regular plane. Chapter 43. To the Rescue. Trevor blurred, dodging around boulders and leaping over walking corpses as he evaded the worm's titanic blows. 3 times it had slammed its body into the earth, and 3 times it had crushed a large swath of Ra's army. A couple more hits like that, and Ra wouldn't have an army. "Jordan!" Trevor roared, rolling past a rock and coming to his feet not far from the blonde werewolf. The golden collar caught the strange light of the storm that was nearly upon them, making it easy to find him. Even if that were not the case, Trevor could feel Jordan through the bracelet. "You're with me." Jordan gave a tight nod, blurring a dusty path towards Trevor. Trevor turned and started towards the storm, where the strange silver ship had landed. It shuddered for a moment, then lifted off again. The ship had reached maybe 100 feet up when a body came tumbling out of the side. Wepawet's body. It impacted with a puff of dust, unmoving after the fall. Trevor blinked as the bronze skiff detached from the silver ship, zooming down to rest next to Wepawet like a dog running to its master.
What's your plan?
Jordan roared over the wind, following Trevor as he made his way into the fringes of the sunstorm. The heat increased, and energy crackled all around him, though it wasn't painful. He hoped that didn't change. If what he'd heard of these sunstorms was accurate, they could be lethal. The way the wind already tugged insistently suggested it was going to get far worse. "There," Trevor said, nodding at a shape looming in the dust, kicked up by the keening wind. Trevor blurred towards it, stopping next to the skiff Wepawet had used earlier. "I'm pretty sure I can fly it if I have to."
"You know who was on that ship, right? We could escape right now. There's no way they could chase us, Jordan roared back. Let's get the fuck out of here while we can.
Jordan, give me a hand with Weppowet, Trevor ordered. Jordan remained where he was, slowly drawing a holstered pistol. He aimed it at Trevor's face.
You're not going to go, are you? You're going to stay with Ra.
We can deal with that in a minute, Trevor said, throwing Weppowet's body over his shoulder. He heaved himself to his feet, though it wasn't easy. Wep is in bad shape.
Not as bad as you're going to be in,
Jordan said. The pistol boomed, and Trevor's face exploded in agony. He stumbled backwards as several more shots found his gut. He tried to fight back, but Jordan seized his arm and broke it. A kneecap shattered.
The bracelet, my host. Use the bracelet.
Trevor felt a hot surge roll through him, and this time it wasn't caused by the storm. Jordan had been placed in his care, and, while he hadn't wanted the responsibility, he'd done his best to protect the werewolf. Now Jordan was turning on him. It was just too much, and after everything else the man had done to him, the '65 Mustang still loomed in the back of his mind. 3 years of work wasted when Jordan had blown it up.
Fuck you,
Trevor said, using the bracelet for the first time. He forced all the anger, all the resentment into the gold band. Jordan's back arched as if he were being electrocuted. He collapsed to his knees, then dropped face first into the dirt. Trevor staggered to his feet, favoring his injured leg. It was healing, but it and about a dozen other wounds screamed for his attention.
Now pick Wep the fuck up and carry him onto the goddamned skiff. I'm about done with your insubordinate bullshit. You understand what a chain of command is? I know you do. You might not like it, but right now you fucking work for me.
Trevor was screaming by the end, completely overwhelmed by the rage. He didn't care.
Get the fuck up!
Jordan staggered to his feet, hatred in his eyes. He scooped up Weppowet and carried him to the skiff, dropping the wolf-headed god none too gently aboard.
You're in control right now, you fucking traitor,
Jordan rumbled, glaring at him sullenly over the rail of the skiff. He watched as Trevor leaped aboard.
Sooner or later that's going to change, and when it does, I'll be the one to put you down. Remember that.
Yeah, because you've had so much luck before, Trevor snarled back. You only survived the bridge back in San Francisco because I let you. Before that, I kicked your ass in Panama. You want to try again? Give it your best fucking shot. Jordan lapsed into silence, and Trevor moved to what he took for a steering wheel on the center of the skiff. He placed his hands on it, wondering what the hell to do next.
Open your mind, my host. Allow the slipsail to bond with you. Your will join with it, and you can use it as an extension of your body.
So Trevor opened his mind. To his surprise, he found he could feel the skiff. Some quick experimentation allowed him to levitate a few feet off the ground. He stayed low, knowing that going any higher was an invitation to destruction. The storm was on them now, and the winds even more fierce. Something like thunder cracked above, making it brighter than day just for a moment. Then the light faded back to a muted dusk, the boiling orange clouds completely obscuring what had been noonday sun just a few moments before. Thankfully, the clouds didn't seem to be pure flame at the edge of the storm, though if the baking heat was any indication, the center of the storm was pure death. Trevor zoomed the skiff toward the ruins dotting the area underneath Olympus. Göbekli Tepe, the place was called. That had been where Ra was making for, so that was where she was likely to go next, assuming she survived her battle with the worm. He brought the skiff to a halt near one of the more intact buildings, then spun to face the worm.
I know what you contemplate, my host. It is foolish in the utmost. Ra does not need your help.
Fuck you, Trevor muttered under his breath. He turned to Jordan, raising his voice to a shout. Take Wep into that building and wait there. If I'm not back shortly, it means I'm dead, which ought to make your day. Jordan didn't reply, instead scooping up Weppowet and carrying the unconscious deity off the skiff. What the hell had kicked his ass so thoroughly that he was still out of it? Trevor could only think of one god capable of that, and, given that he'd been adopted into Ra's court, that meant Isis was now an enemy. He sure hoped he didn't run afoul of her anytime soon. Trevor commanded the skiff to rise, then zoomed toward the worm in a spray of dust. He'd finally figured out what Ra was trying to do. Her attacks were designed to annoy, not kill. They'd agitated the worm into following her, and she'd led it away from the battle. Now it was chasing her, but even as fast as she was, he wasn't certain she could evade it forever. It simply moved too fast, and didn't seem to tire.
"If we must do this, my host, then I will aid you. The skiff possesses weaponry. It can focus your energy into a more potent blast, one that might get the beast's attention."
Trevor considered that as the skiff shot closer to the worm, there was something very close to a cannon strapped to the underside of the skiff, and he could somehow feel the weapon. If he fed his energy into the skiff and commanded it to fire, the weapon would apparently amplify the blast. "All right, let's see what this thing can do," he muttered, though the words were torn away by the wind. Trevor shot skyward, battling the wind as he raced for the worm's head. Most of the attacks Ra had leveled had been aimed at the softer flesh inside the worm's mouth. He decided to do the same. Trevor increased speed, circling up and away from the worm. Then he dove, curving earthward in a tight arc as he approached the thing's mouth. It was beyond colossal up close, the largest thing he'd ever seen. This creature could probably devour entire skyscrapers whole, and had the breath to match. The stench was awful. He fed some of his energy into the craft, firing a quick trio of blasts into the creature's open maw. A bellow, even louder than the wind or the cracks of thunder above, split the air. Trevor resisted the urge to clap his hands over his ears, instead twisting the craft in midair as the creature's mouth snapped shut where Trevor had just been. It hurled its body at him, then he dodged to the left and poured on more speed. Jesus, the thing was just so damned massive. He urged the craft to maximum speed, biting his lip as the shadow grew larger over him. An instant before it struck, he juked left, narrowly avoiding the beast. Unfortunately, there was no way to escape the wake. The creature sent a roiling wave of debris in his direction, rocks and dust and bodies all bouncing off the skiff. Something heavy struck him in the back, and he was knocked from the craft in a split second of absolute terror. There would be no way to escape the worm without the skiff. Then a hand seized the scruff of his neck. He was back on the skiff, slammed down against the railing. Trevor clung to it instinctively, gazing up at his savior. Ra's scarlet mane fluttered in the wind, dancing around her like a forest of tiny snakes. She seized the skiff's control wheel, urging it up and away from the worm.
"Clever!"
she shouted over the wind, pivoting the craft until it was in front of the worm.
"You've enraged the worm enough that we can lead it away from the others. Once it's far enough away, we'll take to the skies, assuming we survive the storm. Then we can circle back." "Won't the worm just come back?"
Trevor yelled.
"No,"
Ra said, shaking her head as they raced away from the worm, away from Göbekli Tepe.
"It is incredibly powerful, but not very intelligent. Once there is no obvious threat, it will return to its hunting grounds, back at the Ark of the Cradle. A good thing, too. The Kraken is the most potent of the Ark's defenses. Isis plays the game well. She knew I couldn't let it die, but also that I couldn't allow it to crush my army. So she delays me, and I can do nothing save follow the course she has led me down."
Trevor didn't reply to that. Maybe he'd done the right thing after all. He'd proven his usefulness to Ra, but hadn't interrupted Isis's plan. Blair and Liz had probably made it to safety, though he had no idea where they'd go now. That was probably for the best. If he didn't know their destination, he couldn't betray them. Chapter 44. Power Armor. Jordan clenched his fist, growling as Trevor sped away. He watched as the skiff gained altitude, totally unsurprised when it began firing at the worm. The worm that had been crushing Ra's army, but that was now chasing Trevor. The fucker had just saved the enemy from total destruction.
"Gah!"
he bellowed, shattering a nearby rock with his fist. He felt so damned powerless, not just because the collar prevented him from shifting. It was also because he couldn't stop Trevor, whose loyalties were quite obviously shifting to Ra. That would make him an enemy again, one that Jordan had to admit was damned formidable.
"What troubles you, Khadun?"
A voice came from behind him, Jordan spun, reaching for the gun belted at his side, except his gun was gone, knocked away during the fight with Trevor. He was unarmed, for the first time since he'd become a werewolf. An old man with long, stringy white hair and a sun-weathered face stood before him. Hardly a threat, though, at least not an obvious one. "Who the fuck are you?" Jordan shot back, slipping into a combat stance. "I could provide a litany of names, but I suspect you are a man of little patience. Please, call me Hades," the old man said, giving a friendly nod. He leaned heavily on a simple wooden staff. "How are you called?" "Name's Jordan," he growled back. "Be wary, Khadoon. This one is old and very powerful, a sorcerer who styles himself a god." "Well, Khadoon Jordan, I can see you have a problem. One I may be able to assist with," the old man said, delivering a warm smile. It was somehow predatory. "What problem might that be?" Jordan asked, narrowing his eyes behind his sunglasses. Thankfully, they were wraparound, which was the only reason the violent winds hadn't tugged them away. A particularly violent gust knocked him a step closer to the old man. "You're wearing a collar of Shidun. That means you are locked in human form and are the plaything of the collar's owner," Hades said, shaking his head sadly. "If you pick up your companion and carry him below, then I will free you from the collar's limitations." Jordan looked back at Ra's army. The worm was distant now, still chasing Trevor's skiff. That meant Ra and her troops would be here soon. "All right, lead the way," Jordan said, leaning down to scoop up Wepawet's unconscious form. The wolf-headed god gave a groan of pain, the first sign he'd exhibited that he might be returning to consciousness. Hades turned without a word, walking quickly into a neighboring building. He moved much like a younger man, the pretense of age falling away as he quickly gained ground. Jordan struggled to keep up. He hadn't rested well in days, and it had been over a week since he'd seen the moon. That made his burden heavier than it should have been. They made their way deep into the earth, passing down stairways carved into rock caverns. It reminded him of a trip he'd taken to the Oregon caves a few years back. The wet stone illuminated by a very modern flashlight Hades had withdrawn from his bedraggled robes. "How far is it?" Jordan grunted after a particularly treacherous stairwell. It was growing hotter, and he'd begun to sweat. "Not far," Hades said, threading through stalactites as he crossed a wide chamber. He emerged into a room unlike they'd passed thus far. This one had clearly been worked by human hands, far more than had been used to create the simple stairs they'd used to get down here. The walls were smooth and flat, seamless granite extending hundreds of yards into the distance. Below was a hellish vista, huge iron cauldrons full of molten metal. The air stank of sulfur, and Jordan's eyes stung from the heat. Dozens of uniformly black figures moved about the room. Some worked at anvils that could have come from medieval Europe, while others worked on the type of machinery he'd have expected to see at a Moan facility. It was an odd mix, and it raised some troubling questions. Modern machining was delicate work and required massive factories to produce. The robotic assemblies and conveyor belts here must have been manufactured elsewhere. That meant they'd been created before the CME. How long had this place been in operation? "This way, Hades said, beckoning Jordan to follow him into the factory. "Welcome to the forge. It has been used for thousands of years to construct countless wonders. Even now it labors to create even greater works." Jordan followed, his arms burning from the strain of carrying Wepawet's heavy body. They threaded through the forge, surrounded by a sea of pounding hammers and flying sparks on one side, modern robotic assemblies turning out recognizable pieces of power armor on the other. Eventually they reached the far side, where Hades finally paused. He stopped at a raised dais, where a single figure was working. "Holy shit," Jordan said, depositing Wepawet's body at the base of the stairs so he could get a closer look. "That's a modified X-11. Where the hell did you get Moan power armor?" There were some differences, but the man-sized suit of armor was unmistakable. It was the same type he'd worn in San Diego, and later in Peru. Both times he'd fought werewolves, and both times he'd lost. That didn't mean the suit wasn't powerful, though. It turned a normal soldier into a formidable killing machine, and the idea that someone was still manufacturing them was troubling, especially when that someone was a god with unknown motives. "I see you've some familiarity with my work," a man next to the armor said, rising to his feet. He was bare to the waist, his bald head slick with sweat and soot. He turned to Jordan and gave a respectful nod. "I am called Vulcan, the smith. Who might you be, little Khadun?" "Jordan," he replied, turning his attention back to the armor. "You built the original X-11? No. I'd love to claim credit, but that goes to a man from this age. What I have done is dramatically improve upon his work," Vulcan said, crossing tree-trunk arms as he beamed a smile at his work. He patted the black metal arm. "I've made the metal stronger and lighter, and I've also insulated the internals. Sunstorms won't affect it, nor will bursts of electricity." "That definitely sounds useful," Jordan admitted. The traditional X-11s were worthless after the CME, unless Moan had some mothballed somewhere. Even if they did, those suits could only be used until a sunstorm showed up. If they were exposed, their internals would be cooked almost instantly. "What else have you done to make it different?" "For starters, the metal can be charged with the same energy you absorb from the moon, or the Deathless draw from the sun," Vulcan explained. He removed his thick black apron, dropping the leather to the ground. "The metal is malleable when charged, which means it can shift with you. My new V11 will turn someone like you into a one-man army. Even other champions or Deathless would fear you. If you went up against someone like Anubis, I'd lay even odds a young whelp like you could take him." Jordan studied the armor, daring to dream a little. It would dramatically enhance his combat abilities, allowing him to make a difference against Ra. It would make him far more than a match for Trevor, too. In short, it was too good to be true. "I feel like you're setting me up to buy something," Jordan said, folding his arms as he stared Vulcan down. "The armor seems amazing, but I have nothing to pay you with. How about we end the pitch, and you tell me what it's going to take to get this collar off? That is what Hades here promised he could do." Hades and Vulcan shared an unreadable look. Something significant passed there, but Jordan had no idea what it was. He wasn't all that good at the double-dealing social arena the director had thrived in. He was a soldier, not a politician. "It's very simple," Hades said, turning back to Jordan. "The collar cannot be removed, save by the person wearing the bracelet. However, its influence can be neutralized." "Vulcan?" "He's right," the shorter god replied, giving a tight nod as he slapped the armor with his palm. "If you wear the V11 armor, the armor will siphon power from the collar. This process will prevent the collar from restricting your abilities, while simultaneously ensuring that the armor functions for an extended duration. In short, if you wear the armor, you'll be free from the collar. You can shift and shape as normal, so long as you wear it." "So I'm exchanging one prison for another, then," Jordan said, maybe with a little more hostility than he'd intended. "Let's say I agree to this. What do you get out of it?" Vulcan cleared his throat and looked away. Hades, on the other hand, gave a too friendly smile and wrapped an arm around Jordan's shoulder. "Not more than 3 hours ago I met with a Khadun named Blair. I believe he was part of your pack. Blair and I share a goal. Are you familiar with the name Osiris?" Jordan knocked Hades' arm away from his shoulder and took a step back. He eyed the god balefully. "Yeah, I've heard the name. Is that where you got all this tech?" "Hardly," Vulcan broke in. He glowered at Jordan. "We're not lapdogs to that tyrant. We've been stealing his tech for 2 decades, and he's none the wiser." "What Vulcan means," Hades said, his gaze clearly warning Vulcan to keep quiet, "is that we're no friends of Osiris. He's conquered the entirety of the underworld. In doing so, he's isolated our brethren in the city of Olympus. You probably didn't see it in the sky above, as it was obscured by the storm. It is locked elsewhere until we can restore our conduit to the well deep within the earth. Osiris prevents that, which makes him our enemy. You are no doubt familiar with the phrase,
The enemy of my enemy is my friend?
Yeah, I've heard it, Jordan said. He didn't like this, not one bit. Osiris is an enemy, so far as we can tell, so maybe we have that in common. Walk me through your plan. I take the armor, then what?
You take the armor, which makes you faster and stronger. It also frees you from the collar, so you can leave this place.
Hades explained, putting on another magnanimous smile.
You head north to the land known as France, where you will overtake your pack. You add your now tremendous strength to theirs, and aid them in stopping Osiris. Once Osiris is stopped, Vulcan reforges our conduit to the well, and we free our sleeping brethren.
Sounds simple enough, Jordan said, though he knew it would be anything but. He nodded at Wepawet's unconscious form. What about our wolf-headed friend here?
Ra will be here shortly, as soon as she's dealt with the distraction left by Isis. When she arrives, I'll give him into her custody. You needn't worry. Wepawet will be fine,
Hades said, his tone all assurances.
Have we a deal?
Jordan was torn. There was more to this than Hades had explained, but he'd be damned if he could see the catch. All right, I accept, he said, offering his hand to Hades. Chapter 45. Baiting the Trap. Hades stared after Jordan, grinning widely. That had gone better than he could have dreamed. Another seed planted. I do not condone this, Hades. If not for the sake of our brethren, I would oppose you, Vulcan said, frowning darkly as he hauled Wepawet to his feet. Giving that Khadun a set of my armor is one thing. He is young, and his need is dire. He might be willing to pay the price the armor will ultimately demand, but this, we are forcing a god to don it without choice.
I understand your reservations,
Hades said, as placatingly as he could muster. He breathed deeply, enjoying the hot stench of coal and metal. Yet we do what we must. If we do not force Wepawet to don the armor, then we have no way of knowing Ra's movements. Doing so will be critical. If she is in league with Osiris, we must know it, and if she is not, then we can at least learn the answer this way. It is wrong, Hades, as is much you have asked me to do, Vulcan said, snarling. Yet he pushed Wepawet's unconscious form into the dock where the second set of armor lay. He propped the body up, and began the sequence that caused the robotic arms to mount the armor.
I don't disagree,
Hades said, giving what he hoped was a genuine sigh. Would that he didn't need Vulcan's cooperation, but he was not yet ready to betray his companion. He had use for him still.
It is wrong, yet so is what Osiris has done to our brethren. Do you wish to see Zeus again? Poseidon? If we do not overcome Osiris and restore the conduit, our family is lost forever. They may be lost already. How could they have survived so long without the energy of the conduit? They'd have been forced to turn on each other,
Vulcan said, his voice quavering. The robotic arms in the stall began to whir and buzz as they affixed armor to Wepawet's body. Hades couldn't help but smile. Once the process was complete, Wepawet would have no means of removing the armor. He'd be trapped, as surely as the unwitting Khadun had been.
Hades!
Came a roar louder than thunder. It surprised even the din of the forge, an impressive feat. The voice was both feminine and terrifyingly familiar.
Show yourself, you treacherous little weasel!
Complete the process. I will stall her. Hades snapped, whirling and heading towards the voice. He threaded his way back through the forge, careful to avoid the numerous automations carrying out Vulcan's work. He was playing a very dangerous game. Ra had the power to kill him, and even if by some miracle he overcame her, Anubis wouldn't be far from her side. He had to convince her both that he was no threat, and that his actions had been in her best interest. Damn set in his pride. Had he not required Hades to plant a spy with both Isis and Ra, then he wouldn't be in this position.
Ah, mighty Ra,
Hades said, giving a low bow as Ra swept into the mouth of the forge. She wore the same ivory and gold regalia he'd seen over a dozen millennia before. Her stark beauty hadn't changed a whit, nor had the lethal way she twirled her spear. "I have been expecting you. I have much news to share, and I can even offer a potent new weapon. Where is Wep-Wawet? And what of the Kadun Jordan?" she demanded, stalking forward until she stood mere inches from Hades. Hades was not a short man, yet Ra stared him in the eye, her lean body coiled, ready to strike. Hades licked his lips, eyes flickering to the figures with her. He'd expected Anubis, but there was no sign of the jackal-headed god. That surprised him. Ra usually brought her enforcer everywhere. In the jackal's place stood a pair of Deathless, one with red hair and freckles, the other Hades dimly remembered. Ra had a son, if he recalled. What was his name? Irakesh. Yes, that was it. Behind Irakesh stood a Kadun, one also ensnared by a collar of Shidun. He waited in clear deference to Irakesh, a proper servant in every way. Interesting. "Apologies, mighty Ra. Follow me and you'll have your answers," Hades said, threading back through the forge. Ra and her entourage followed. Irakesh appeared bored, but both the shifty-eyed Kadun and the fiery-haired Deathless surveyed the room with curiosity. Intelligence lurked in both gazes, though only the Deathless had the bearing of a true warrior. Hades stopped at the platform where Vulcan waited, turning to face Ra. He clasped his hands, bowing low. "Vulcan has given Wep-Wawet a potent new tool. He wears armor crafted from the finest technology this age has to offer. It will greatly increase his strength." "Wep-Wawet!" Ra barked, stalking up the dais and stopping before the wolf-headed god. His body was completely enshrouded by the armor, and he didn't answer. "It will be a few moments before the armor wakes him," Vulcan said, stepping up to join Ra. If he feared her, he didn't have the good sense to show it. That was alarming. Always Ra and her kind had stood above them, and they had never let Hades forget that his pantheon had once been lowly mortals. They lacked the raw power of Ra and her ilk, and relied on their weaker shaping. "What's wrong with him?" Ra snarled, turning to Vulcan. She appeared a hair's breadth from violence. "He was attacked by Isis, mighty Ra," Hades said, drawing Ra's eye. "I do not know what prompted the fight, but the Kadun Jordan was clear on this point. The fight rendered him unconscious, but the armor will help him recover from his injuries." "What of Jordan?" Ra snapped, eyes flaring green. "I'll crack his spine myself if he's betrayed me." "I released him, mighty Ra," Hades said, raising a palm in supplication. "Please, hear me out. I did so for a grave purpose. I have dispatched the Kadun to find Isis, for she must know the same news I am about to share with you." "Speak, worm," Ra growled, eyes narrowing. Hades knew he was one word from death. "Your anger is righteous, but when you understand my reasoning, you will forgive me, I think," Hades said, dropping to his knees. Ra wasn't stupid, but she was also vulnerable to flattery. "Osiris has done much while you slept. The world is in danger, and our only hope lies in an alliance between you and Isis." Ra relaxed half a hair, cocking her head to the side. "Explain, quickly." "After the Arks entered hibernation, Osiris awoke. He used the power of the well to craft a potent army, one very similar to those once used by his brother Set, demons of the most hideous variety," Hades explained. Now that the hook was set, he'd use a piece of the truth, one she could verify. "His army stormed across the underworld, cutting off all conduits to the well, all save his own. We were left powerless, growing old while he grew strong. Many gods perished, while Osiris did the unthinkable. He emerged to enslave and shape the nascent cultures of man. You can see his touch everywhere." "This could explain much," Ra said, pursing her lips. "I have seen his fingerprints across the globe. The culture known as Egypt clearly aped our own, as did several others on other continents. Tell me, if your tale is true, how did you survive? Without a link to the conduit, you'd never have had the energy to cross the gulf of time to this new age.
It is a shameful tale,
Hades replied, hanging his head. His long gray hair screened his smile, or so he hoped. He adopted an agonized tone, one that part of him really felt.
Vulcan and I had no choice but to reverse the flow of energy from the conduit we forged with Olympus.
That's monstrous, Ra snapped, eyes going wide. She rounded, stalking back and forth like a caged cat, as if weighing his fate. Even her followers looked concerned, particularly the fiery-haired Deathless. You siphoned their energy to keep yourselves alive. You understand this means all your brethren are likely dead?
We do, mighty Ra,
Hades said, real tears falling. He regretted what he'd been forced to do, though he'd do it again in an instant if needed.
My brother Zeus, likely dead, cursing my name. Yet what choice did we have? We are lowly sorcerers, unable to oppose someone with the strength of the Deathless. We fought, but Osiris brushed us aside like gnats. Had we not reversed the conduit, my brethren would have died anyway. Vulcan and I would be dead as well, and you and Isis would have no knowledge of the treachery of Osiris.
Ra folded her arms, staring hard at Hades. A sudden clicking and a whirring drew her attention, and Hades followed her gaze. Wepowet's now armored form staggered from the stall. Vulcan caught him before he could fall, using those powerful arms to hold up the god's enormous weight.
What happened?
Wepowet asked, his voice strangely mechanized by the armor's voice synthesizer. His faceplate angled down as he raised an armored arm for inspection.
What have you done to me? And where am I?
Peace, Wepowet, Ra commanded, turning back to Hades. You have done what you must. I still think you are a treacherous snake, but I will take this gift in the spirit it is offered. I will even overlook you aiding my enemy. Sending a messenger to Isis may be to my benefit.
Peace,
Wepowet roared.
I will show you peace.
His armored fist smashed Ra in the chest, launching her backwards into the stall where he'd donned the armor. She rolled to her feet with cat-like quickness, but Wepowet was already making for Hades.
You!
He screamed, a trio of black blades erupting from the fist of his gauntlet. He rammed them at Hades, his arm blurring too quickly for Hades to have any power of evading. Yet somehow Ra was there, interposed between Wepowet and Hades. Her sunsteel spear had blocked the blow, and she whirled it low, knocking Wepowet onto his back with a terrible clatter. Contain yourself, Wepowet, or I will take your life here and now, she yelled, sliding into a defensive stance. Her companions looked ready to join the fray, but as yet had done nothing.
The armor is terrible,
Wepowet snapped, climbing slowly to his feet.
I can feel it pressing at the edges of my mind.
It sounded like an apology, and it seemed to have the desired effect. Ra relaxed a hair. If you raise arms against me again, your life is forfeit. Head back to the surface. Now! Wepowet stalked off, smashing an automation with a balled fist as he passed by. Ra watched his passing until he was out of sight.
Thank you, mighty Ra,
Hades said, bowing low. He held his deferential pose for long moments. Now what other weapons have you created for our use? Ra said. It seems we are to go to war with Osiris, and I'd not fight it unprepared. The seed was planted. Set would be pleased. Chapter 46. Run. Jordan ducked as a boulder the size of a bus crashed down behind him with a deafening boom he could feel even in his armor. The wind screamed, whipping trees, rocks, and the occasional body around with equal ferocity. He'd never seen anything like it. The entire horizon was painted in violent orange, blotting out most of his immediate surroundings. Visibility was a paltry 100 feet, and even the armor's vast array of sensors picked up little. Despite the life-threatening peril, he felt like a goddamned god. Jordan gathered his legs underneath him, the mechanical whirring of the armor audible even over the wind. Then he leaped skyward, over the crest of the hill and onto a boulder on the far side. What had that been? 175 feet in one bound? His already incredible strength was vastly augmented by the armor. But it was more than that. He had limitless energy as well. Jordan laughed exultantly.
I do not trust this strange mechanical device, Khadun,
the beast rumbled.
We'd be better served with our own abilities.
Maybe I'd ditch it if I was able to get the collar off, Jordan replied, leaping again. 4 more leaps and he reached the valley floor, skidding a long furrow in the dry dirt. It was odd that it was dry during a storm of this magnitude, but hardly surprising when you thought about what the storm was made of. As it is, we don't have any choice. Even if we did, this dramatically improves my combat abilities. They even included missiles. All I need is a rifle of some kind. He broke into a full sprint, glancing at the chronometer that overlaid his vision. 54 fucking miles an hour. Holy shit. Jordan broke right, grabbing the side of an outcrop and flinging himself to the top of the next hill. Again and again he repeated this process, quickly eating up the ground as he moved away from the storm. Or tried to, anyway. The boiling clouds shifted suddenly, moving in his direction. High above, lightning split the sky and the orange clouds were thick with fire. He could smell burnt ozone, even through the suit's air filters. A bolt traced the horizon in front of him, stabbing into the earth with incredible brilliance. It sent up a massive geyser of earth and stone. Could lightning even do that? Another strike, then another. They rained down all around him, though the few surviving trees were thankfully acting as lightning rods. The temperature gauge on his HUD read 118 degrees. Jesus, that explained why he was sweating so profusely. He blinked rapidly to clear his eyes, wishing he could touch his face. The armor prevented that, of course. Could the vegetation here survive the kind of heat and fury he was witnessing? It wasn't a goddamned desert, or at least it hadn't been. After the storm, maybe that would be different. A little red blip lit the upper corner of the mini-map in the corner of his display. It showed the surrounding topography, and the dot was ahead and to the right. He sprinted forward, leaping up a hillside and dodging another lightning strike as he crested the top. The storm was growing more furious, and the wind was strong enough to toss him off balance each time he leaped. If not for the armor's internal stabilizers, he'd have been crushed against a rock, or worse. Jordan kept moving, this time down to a wide plain. In the sky above him, he saw the silver ship disappearing on a northern course. Chapter 47. Breathing Room. Blair heaved a sigh of relief, shaking from the after-effects of adrenaline. Blair, look at this. Liz's voice came from miles away. It took everything he had to raise his head and stare through the clear portion of the deck. He badly needed to sleep. Blair gasped as he took in the view. Orange and red clouds blanketed the entire southern horizon, their roiling mass flashing with occasional bursts of lightning. No one from this age had ever before witnessed such immense, beautiful power. It's amazing, Blair said, releasing the control pillar and moving to join her. But honestly, I hope I never have to face one of those storms again. This one was mild, came a soft voice. Blair started, seeing Isis to his left, sitting atop a chest carved from dark red wood. She'd returned to human form, her silver hair loose as she stared at the storm. She was so tiny, so forlorn. A strong sunstorm will boil away all life where it passes, scouring the earth of everything. Fortunately, such storms are rare, and the first will not come for decades. Centuries if we are lucky. Well, let's just hope we don't have to fly through one anytime soon, Liz said, her tone light and optimistic. She beamed a perfect smile his way, eyes twinkling in the strange glow of the storm. Blair wished they were alone, though he was grateful Isis had saved them. He blinked away those thoughts as Liz continued. So, now what? I know the whole plan was to find out what had happened to the Nexus. We know Osiris has something to do with it. Blair, do you want to fill her in? Not really, but I guess I have to, Blair said, steeling himself. It wasn't every day you told a goddess her estranged husband had become an evil overlord, apparently bent on world domination. Hades said he was willing to give us the slip sail because we had to be able to carry news to you. News of Osiris? Isis said, brow furrowing. Tell me. Hades claims that as soon as the hibernation began, Osiris launched a war, Blair explained, trying to make sure he got it all right. He created an army of what Hades called demons. I'm guessing you know more about those than I do. I'm familiar with their ilk, Isis said, anger darkening her features. The term was coined by Set to describe his minions. One of the chief uses Ark Lords put their arks to is the creation of new life. They craft minions the way a potter makes vessels. Demons are black things, incapable of any emotion save hate. They are violence incarnate, the perfect servants with which to flood a battlefield. Well, Osiris used these troops to conquer the underworld, Blair continued. He turned to face the rail, gazing off at the storm. They pushed Hades back, and eventually severed the conduit connecting Olympus to the well. Hades also believed Osiris was severing all connections to the Nexus. Blair trailed off as he looked to Isis. She was silent for a long moment, then finally turned to face them. Her green eyes sparkled in the storm's fading light, and a single tear slid down one cheek. If Hades is not deceiving us, then it seems my husband has done dark and terrible things during my long hibernation, she began, slowly as if the words were forced from her. I do not want to believe it. Osiris was the best of us, a leader for uncounted centuries. The idea that he would sever the connection to the Nexus is unthinkable. That would mean the destruction of the Ark network. What motivation could he possibly have? Blair looked at Liz, but she offered him no help. He turned back to Isis. I don't know. I don't even know if Hades was telling the truth, but he certainly seemed scared. It also seemed like Olympus was stuck between dimensions somehow, for whatever that's worth. That's troubling, Isis admitted. She shook her head slowly. It should have returned when the sun changed. The fact that it has not means the Olympian pantheon may be dead. Even if they aren't, their faction is lost to us. If Osiris has gone insane, then we'd have to face him alone. That is not a fight we can win. They're dead, Blair said, leaving it at that. He didn't want to dwell on the strange, empty city, or on Hades' obvious grief. So we'd have to find allies then, Liz said. She looked determined, as always. Lots of allies. If the director was right, Osiris controls MoonCorp. That gives him a lot of firepower, especially if he has an army of demons to back it up. How do you plan to fight him? There is only one way, Isis said. The tears were gone now, blown away by the hot wind that somehow seeped through the slipsail's skin. We'd have to ally with Sekhmet, my near sister. Only together would we have a chance, though even then our odds are slim. Osiris has had 13 millennia to learn this world and to grow stronger. All that time he could have used the well to create minions and build weaponry. Something about that tickled the back of Blair's mind. There was something obvious here he was missing, but he wasn't sure what, at least not yet. Liz and I discussed places like ancient Egypt. We had a theory about the Great Pyramids. Is it possible structures like that were built to drain energy from sleeping arks? Isis blinked several times, then cocked her head. It is definitely possible. I've never directly inspected these pyramids, but their placement and composition are consistent with energy retrieval. And since Osiris was awake while the rest of you slept, he's the most likely person to have built these, right? Blair asked. An idea was forming. Most likely, Isis conceded. Where are you going with this? If Osiris had access to near-infinite power in the well, why spend decades building pyramids to siphon a trickle of energy from the arks? What was the point? Blair asked, connections forming. I mean, I get the reasoning behind influencing cultures. If you wanted the world to be a certain way when the arks returned, It would make sense to shape it. But why all the effort to make structures like the pyramids? Isis and Liz were both silent for long moments. Isis finally spoke. An interesting question. The energy gained from such work would be minimal, useful only to the desperate or miserly. Perhaps Osiris sought to rob his enemies of strength. Maybe, Blair said, shrugging. The point is, we don't know his motivations. We have nothing but supposition. We need more data before we commit to a course of action. I've had enough of rash plans and mistakes. Let's do this, whatever this turns out to be, right. Agreed, Liz said, giving a tight nod. We paid a heavy price back in San Francisco. I don't want to pay a similar price here, especially not with so much on the line. You speak with much wisdom, Khadun, Isis said. She reached out and squeezed Blair's forearm, which nearly made him wet himself. She wasn't cruel, but she'd made it clear she didn't regard his opinion very highly. This was a definite reversal. For now, I believe our course is clear. If Osiris is the enemy, then we need allies. The only ally strong enough to help us is the very one we just fled. We will have to not only convince her of our intentions, but also make reparations for the hideous damage I wrought to her army. Yes, that giant worm thing was pretty messed up, Blair said, giving a half-smile. I'd be pretty pissed if someone unleashed it on my army. What if Ra isn't willing to work with us? If we wait for her, she could just attack and kill us, Liz pointed out. She was biting her lip, a habit he'd first noticed back in Peru. Trevor is with her, Blair pointed out. He's not going to let her harm us. Your friend is powerful but young. He would be nothing but a gnat to Ra, Isis said, snorting as she gave a dismissive gesture. If Ra seeks combat, it will come down to her and I. You two will have to do the best you can against Ra's underlings. Pray that she does not bring Wepawet or Anubis. I don't think you'll have to fight her, Blair said, giving a grin now. Trevor hasn't been enslaved, and he hasn't been killed. Wepawet told us he'd been adopted into her court. Put yourself in Ra's shoes. You've been asleep for 13,000 years, and a guy who studies the sun is dropped into your lap. Trevor is a warrior, a scientist, and an all-around badass. I bet you this ship she's taken him on as an advisor. Trevor will advise that she talk to us, at the very least. It isn't much, but hey, I'll take what we can get. You raise an interesting point, Isis conceded, glancing to the glowing clouds in the west. There is a place of great significance in the land you'd know as France. How far are we from there? I don't know exactly. We don't really have a GPS, Blair said. His tone drew a sharp glance from Liz, so he moderated it. I know what direction it is, at least. I'd guess our speed at about 200 miles per hour. We'll probably get there by morning. Excellent. I will use the time to meditate. When we arrive in the land of France, fetch me, and we will discuss our next move. Isis commanded, her imperious demeanor back in full force. She turned on her heel and headed for the far side of the cabin, leaving them in silence. I hope you're right, Liz said, reaching out to squeeze his shoulder. Blair sucked in a breath. He summoned the courage to act on an urge he'd been suppressing for weeks. He put his arm around Liz and pulled her close as they stared at the sunset. Chapter 48. Now what? Trevor eyed Wepawet with concern as their party exited the crumbling building, emerging back onto the surface. Thankfully, the storm had abated, though a hot wind still whipped sand and grit into Trevor's eyes. Still, it was preferable to being below. The underworld, what little he'd seen of it, wasn't a place he'd like to visit again. It stank of coal and fire, and reminded him a little too much of depictions of hell. He'd been interested in the armor and weaponry Vulcan had been constructing, but not enough to spend much time there.
What course now, mighty Ra? I itch to do violence,
Wepawet said in a strangely digitized voice, pausing next to Ra. If anything, he was even more intimidating in the strange black armor. It covered him from head to toe, with bulky contraptions around the wrist and left shoulder. Those looked familiar. Too familiar. They brought Trevor back to San Diego, where Moancorp had invaded his house. If the armor was similar, both the wrist and shoulder likely packed missiles. "Fetch Anubis. Tell him to begin marching northeast. We make for the first arc. You will have your chance to kill soon enough," Ra commanded. She strode up a hill, pausing at the top. The keening wind twisted her scarlet hair wildly around her. Trevor watched Irakesh follow her up the hillside, Steve not far behind. Steve always lurked in Irakesh's shadow, and it wasn't hard to guess his game. He was ingratiating himself, fading into the background until he saw an opportunity. Jordan's departure worried Trevor, at least a little. It meant he was alone against Steve and Irakesh, and he doubted he could take them both. Steve, definitely. But Irakesh was canny and powerful, and had more knowledge of his abilities than Trevor did. That left him alone in an enemy camp, of course. He'd been embraced here in a way, but he had no illusions about how far he was trusted. Ra seemed to like him, but he'd seen her moods shift quickly. She could just as easily decide to kill him as elevate him in rank. That meant in many ways he was playing a political game, something he'd never been very good at.
"You've done well so far, my host. Yet you must exhibit more caution, or risk the ire of your more powerful brethren. Anubis is the greatest threat, though you are wise to fear Irakesh. We will overcome that one in time, but we are not ready for such a confrontation yet."
Trevor started walking toward the base of the hill. The wind prevented him from hearing the conversation between Ra and Irakesh, but Irakesh looked angry, his mouth an animated snarl. Ra raised one hand, silencing him. The dark-skinned Deathless turned on his heel, stalking away from Ra with the grace of a jungle cat. He glared hatefully at Trevor as he passed, Steve trailing in his wake like some housebroken puppy. "Trevor," Ra called, beckoning him to approach. He did so, walking quickly up the hillside to join her at the crest. He didn't say anything when he got there, instead waiting for her to explain what she wanted. Silence was a powerful weapon, one that came naturally to introverts like himself. Let the other person tell you what they wanted. Sometimes they revealed more than they intended. Even if they didn't, at least you didn't have to make awkward small talk. "I am truly troubled by the events of the past day," she finally said, turning those emerald eyes on him. Her gaze was searching, and also softer than it had been before. He wasn't sure what to make of that. "Irakesh has asked that I punish you. Did you know that? He believes you should have kept a closer watch on the Khadun Jordan, and he blames you for the escape." "He's not wrong," Trevor admitted with a shrug. "I left Jordan to watch over Weppelwet. If I'd kept him with me, then he and Hades wouldn't have met. He wouldn't have escaped." "Does his escape displease you?" Ra asked, raising a delicate eyebrow. "No," Trevor admitted. "I didn't like the fact that you put a collar on him. He's a real bastard, but he's a good soldier, and he's fighting on the right side." "The right side being Isis and her pack," Ra said, her tone curiously neutral, perhaps dangerously so. "Yeah, exactly," Trevor said, meeting her gaze. Thus far, honesty had worked pretty damned well, so he saw no reason to change that now. "I know I'm one of you. A Deathless, I guess. But that doesn't take away my ability to know right from wrong. Wrong is murdering the entire world. Wrong is turning everyone into a walking corpse." Ra cocked her head to the side, eyeing him curiously. "I like you, Trevor. Your honesty is refreshing, as is your raw ignorance. It affords a different perspective than I am used to." "Ignorance?" Trevor shot back, bristling in spite of himself. "Indeed," Ra said, folding her arms and giving him a smile that dared him to press the issue. When he didn't, she continued. "Try to look at this from my perspective. You are, among other things, a scientist, are you not?" "Where are you going with this?" "Patience, Trevor. It's a quality scientists should possess, yes? I want you to imagine that you will live forever. This should be easier for you, since you will live forever. You understand biologically how your body has changed, and that you will progress through the millennia without aging. Ra said, pausing as she watched him. She licked her lips, exposing a mouthful of inhuman fangs. What if you saw countless generations rise, then die? Generation after generation, century after century, millennia after millennia. Always people make the same mistakes. They are forever trapped in their narrow perspective of the world. They understand only what is important to them in this instant. I get what you're saying, Trevor said, shaking his head. It doesn't mean you should devalue life, though. Isis still values it, and she has the same perspective you do. Isis is weak, Ra said, eyes glittering dangerously. She makes foolish decisions of the heart. I use reason, the kind of logic you should understand being a scientist. Okay, then explain to me why you murdered the world. I had a conversation with Irakesh a few months back, but his reasons for so much death were shit, Trevor said, recalling his former master's argument that the Deathless were stewards, not just of humanity, but also of nature. Keeping mankind in check also kept a natural balance, because otherwise man would do exactly what man had done, pollute the world and wipe out thousands of species. No doubt they were. My son is many things, but a wise orator is not one of them. She gave back, smiling cruelly now. Listen to my reasons and judge for yourself. What if you knew that enemies far worse than the Deathless were coming? What if the only way you could fight them was to breed an army of incredible size? There are 7 arcs, Trevor. You've met the lords of 2, and if I understand it, your companion has become the lord of a 3rd. The remaining 4 are not kind, nor are they inclined to share. I assure you their plans for humanity are far more abhorrent than mine. You heard what Hades had to say about Osiris, and he is not the worst of us. So the ends justifies the means, then? Trevor asked, clenching his fists. Of course they do, Ra said, raising an eyebrow as if he were a foolish child. Win, at any cost, because if you lose, nothing else matters. I have done as I have done to ensure that humanity has a future. If I took the timid path of Isis, there is every chance humanity would be obliterated. Our entire race nothing but a memory of those who twist us to their own uses. You've never seen such enemies. Right now, I am the worst thing you have ever encountered, a monster in your eyes. Is this not so? Trevor had a difficult time answering that question. Ra was beautiful. Oh, there was savagery to that beauty, like a lioness, but she was breathtaking too. Something he could stare at all day, simply appreciating. Yes, I do think you're a monster, at least by my standards. Maybe these enemies exist, and maybe they're worse than you. The thing is, when you fight a monster, you risk becoming one. In your case, you've made too many compromises, too many concessions to win. I'm willing to bet that's why you and Isis don't see eye to eye. Ra began to laugh, a thick musical laughter. She smiled warmly at him. Yes, I definitely like you, Trevor. Not a single one of my followers would have the courage to say something like that, but perhaps that is the kind of counsel I need in the coming days. If that treacherous snake of a god Hades is telling the truth, Osiris is the gravest immediate threat. We must wrest the first ark from him. But that is something I do not believe I can do without help, especially since Sobek has stolen the primary access key. Without it, my powers are limited. So what do you plan to do? He asked, more than a little grateful the topic had changed. He'd been treading on dangerous ground, and the last thing he wanted was to piss her off to the point where she killed him. He might not like what he'd become, but he was definitely attached to being alive. Well, unalive to be accurate. I'm unsure. A rare state for me. I need allies. But the only one who might possibly be of use would be Isis herself, Ra said, brushing a lock of scarlet from her face. Unfortunately, she is blind to the truth and does not see Osiris as a threat. He must be dealt with, so I will marshal my forces and make for the first ark. We will do our utmost to pry Osiris from its depths, and when we have dragged him into the light, we will kill him. She made it sound so easy, but Trevor heard something he'd never expected from the seemingly implacable goddess. Fear. Chapter 49. France. Set down there, Isis commanded. Blair did as she asked, guiding the slipsail slowly into the valley. They were surrounded by high cliffs of bare white stone, broken by a smattering of green trees. More trees lined the valley floor, which had a wide, slow-moving river flowing through it. The place was familiar, though Blair wasn't sure why, since he'd never been to southern France. The ship settled to a halt on a narrow ridge, about midway up one of the cliffs. He held his breath as it stopped, praying it wouldn't tumble into the valley below. Several moments later, he finally released his link to the control obelisk. Isis and Liz had already passed through the ship's skin to the rock below. Blair joined them, shifting as he did so. It was damn cold, more so than he'd have expected. Sometimes having fur was nice.
"Where are we going?"
he asked, looking around for any features of note. There was nothing about this place to suggest why they'd come here. No landmarks, and no structures of any kind. They were in the wilderness, the largely untouched south of France. To a sacred place, Isis said, trotting up the trail. She moved quickly, and they struggled to keep up. Long minutes passed as they wound up a narrow trail. Isis eventually stopped, though Blair couldn't see any particular reason why she should have. She turned to face them, a wide, childlike smile lighting up her features. "We have arrived. It is still here, by some miracle."
"What is it?"
Blair asked, stopping next to her. He followed her gaze to a hole in the ground, just barely large enough for an adult to crawl through. "Is that a cave entrance?" Liz asked, teeth chattering as she rubbed her arms. She hadn't chosen to shift for some reason. "Yes," Isis said, kneeling next to it. "Let's get inside, out of the wind. It will be warmer in there, particularly after we start a fire." She moved to a nearby bush and started breaking off small branches, then quickly gathered larger ones that had fallen from a neighboring tree. Her movements were quick and economical, as if she practiced them hundreds of times. When she'd finished, she ducked into the cave entrance, shimmying through with surprising familiarity. Liz gave a shrug, following her inside. Blair waited a moment longer, blinking a few times as he began considering where they were. He thought he knew why this place was familiar now. He'd seen a documentary about it. The Cave of Forgotten Dreams. If this was the same place, much of what the world knew about Cro-Magnon culture had originated here. Blair shifted back to human form, squeezing into the narrow opening. "Isis," he called, rising from a crouch just inside. His eyes began adjusting to the dim, but he could still barely make out anything. "Where are we exactly?" "This was my home once," Isis called back, her voice echoing from deeper in the cave. Liz was already disappearing into the gloom, so Blair followed. His vision was much sharper than it had been as a mortal, and the light from the cave entrance lit the place like day. He slid down part of the cave floor, catching himself against a stalactite. This place couldn't have been more different than the underworld. It was slick and damp, the sound of water dripping everywhere. Blair rose into a stooped crouch, inching past the low ceiling until he reached a place where he could stand. Liz and Isis stood before a wide wall. Both stared up at something painted there, and Blair's jaw dropped when he saw what it was. My God, we're in Chauvet. See those brown lines on the rock above? That's a woolly rhinoceros. This place is even older than you, isn't it? He asked, moving closer to join them. It is, Isis said, her tone reverent. My tribe lived in the valley below. We hunted game when it was warm, and retreated here when the snows grew too fierce. I don't know who painted those. They were created countless generations before my people. My grandmother taught me that they'd always been there. Blair was beyond shocked. It was one thing to understand how old Isis was, another to see proof. The cave paintings of Chauvet came primarily from two periods, one called the Gravettian, about 26,000 years before the present. The other was thought to be older, perhaps as old as 32,000 years. Most of the creatures drawn here are extinct now, Blair said, leaning in close to study the art. A beast had been captured there, the towering predator taller than a man even on four legs. This one is a cave bear. I bet those must have been fierce. Fierce enough when we were mortals, Isis said, giving a shrug. She turned to face him. We never returned here after we changed. I wasn't even sure it would still be here. But it is, and that gladdens me. Do you think Ra will come here? Liz said. She ran a hand along the stone, tracing a horse drawn from some black material. Definitely, Isis said, giving a nod. Her smile vanished. She and I were near sisters once upon a time. We made many fires here, shared many tales. She can feel the key Blair possesses, and as she gets closer, she will track it to this location. It is my hope she will honor the sanctity of this place, and keep the peace. That's a lot of trust to put in an enemy, Blair said, more than a little skeptical. Ra was and is honorable. We may not agree much, but she can be trusted to keep her word if she gives it, Isis said. She stood up and wiped her hands on her skirt. I will set up a fire. You two see if you can scrounge up some game. We'll likely be here for a day or two before Ra arrives. So we just wait for her? Then what? Liz asked, tone more harsh than Blair had heard her use with Isis. We're trapped, and if she attacks us, we're done. I don't know, Isis said, eyeing Liz soberly. It may be that we meet our end in this place. Fitting, as it is where it all began. Chapter 50. Heavy Price. Jordan slid down the cliffside, using the armor's internal gyroscope to help keep his balance. He landed in a shower of rock 63 feet below the top of the cliff, on a narrow ledge with a few scrubby trees clinging to the white rock. Below, not more than 100 feet distant, lay the ship he'd been pursuing ever since the storm. The hull had a silver sheen, despite the cloud cover. It appeared deserted, though it was possible the crew was below decks. Guess there's only one way to find out, he muttered, leaping to a ledge some 40 feet below. 2 more leaps and he was standing on the wide area where the ship had set down. Jordan expected his beast to make some comment, either about caution or rejoining his pack. Yet there was nothing. The trip here had been extremely lonely, highlighting just how dependent he'd grown on having that inner voice at his disposal. With the beast, he knew he was never truly alone, and that kept despair at bay when he was going through the worst of the things he'd had to endure. Where had it gone? The last time he'd spoken to it had been the day he'd donned the armor. Blair? Liz? He bellowed, using the armor's internal microphone to amplify his voice. It echoed off the surrounding cliffs, disturbing a smattering of crows who winged their way skyward. There was no other response. Jordan walked to the ship, unsure how to proceed. Blair! It's Jordan! Nothing. He walked a full circuit around the ship, which was featureless. Not a single rivet, bolt, or discernible means of entry. Jordan knelt next to it, peering under the ship to see if there was a hatch. Nothing. He activated the powerful light above his right shoulder, panning the beam slowly across the bottom of the ship. Jordan was completely unprepared for his sudden flight. One moment he was kneeling there, the next he was soaring into the sky like a very ungainly bird. He twisted, facing the ship. A massive silver werewolf crouched there, amber eyes narrowed as she watched his flight. For a split second, Jordan thought he was seeing Bridget, then noticed this werewolf was larger. A terrifying memory of having his arms torn off leaped to mind, and he realized with a shudder that he'd just run afoul of the mother. Again. He gathered the suit's armored legs underneath him, landing in a crouch. The heavy rock armor pulverized the rock, sending a spray of gravel shooting out. He kept his balance, though.
"It's me, Mother. Jordan. I've escaped from Ra."
The mother blinked twice, then slowly straightened. She stopped baring her fangs and began walking toward him. 3 paces later, she was in human form, the shift happening all in a blur. She paused a few feet away, staring up at him. "You've made enough noise to wake the slumbering dead. When I saw you, I feared the worst. What is that strange contraption you wear? I recognize it from your time among the House of Moan, but this armor feels different. It smells wrong."
"Hades gave it to me,"
Jordan said, walking back to the ship, though he kept his distance. No sense getting any closer to the mother than he had to.
"If it smells wrong, you can blame him and his friend Vulcan. You're right, that it's very similar to Moan's X-11. I don't know where Hades got the design, and honestly I don't care. I just wanted to get away from Ra. She collared me. I'm still wearing that collar, but the armor seems to have muted its influence."
"Collared?" Isis said, blinking. Then her mouth tightened. "That cruel bitch. She's used one of the Shidun."
2,
Jordan corrected.
"She used a second collar on Steve. So far as I know, he's still playing meek servant for Irakash, and still spilling every secret he can to Ra. Anything he knew about you or about us, she knows now too."
The mother's scowl could have curdled milk. "That cannot be helped. Steve will be dealt with in time," the mother said, stalking up to Jordan. He wasn't quite as tall in the armor as he'd have been in wolf form, but she was still very tiny beside him. She stretched out a hand and touched the armor, then closed her eyes. She was silent for a long moment before speaking. "It is as I feared. This armor is tainted. Dark iron was used in its forging. The suit you wear is demon-crafted."
"What the fuck does that mean?"
Jordan asked, genuinely alarmed. "On the one hand, it means the armor is far more powerful than the simple steel used by Moan to make its weaponry," Isis said, folding her arms as she stared up at him. "On the other, it means your armor has a primitive consciousness. It is neither alive nor dead precisely. That consciousness is linked to something greater. A master, you might say."
"Wait, the armor is alive?"
Jordan said, struggling to keep up.
"Alive how? It's just a piece of metal."
"Dark iron is imbued with the blood of a potent master," Isis explained, clearly disgusted. "A god will shed his own blood during the forging. This creates a link between him and anything created from the metal. Such creations are always powerful, but come with an awful price. They were first created by Set, used during his long war with Osiris. If Hades has spoken truly, which I still doubt, then my husband has now adopted the same methods as his treacherous brother. That gives him a tremendous advantage in the coming battle."
"How so?"
Jordan asked. "You are, in essence, wearing a part of the armor's creator," the mother explained. "I do not know the extent of the influence that will grant, as you are a Khadun. During our age, those who wore armor or used weapons crafted from blood iron often fell under the influence of the item's creator. They could be made to kill their family, turn on their liege. For this reason, its use was banned by most Ark Lords. Set was the exception, but when he was finally overthrown, we thought all knowledge of dark iron had passed from the world. That is why I find the idea that Osiris might have adopted its use so troubling."
"Well, that's just fucking lovely,"
Jordan said, clenching an armored fist.
"So my options are remove the armor and be controlled by the collar, or leave the armor on and worry that Osiris can seize control of my body at a critical moment. What the fuck do I even do with that?"
"Take heart. Taint takes time. Months, even for those of weak will. Someone with strong will can resist for years," the mother said, giving a sympathetic sigh. "Why don't we start by removing the armor? Then I will see what can be done with the collar." Perhaps we can remove both. It will be difficult, but the Shi-Dun were crafted by Ptah. I know his work well, and might be able to find a weakness.
All right,
Jordan said, through gritted teeth. He moved his thumb and forefinger in a very unnatural motion. It had been chosen because it was something you'd never do on accident. That motion triggered the exit sequence. The armor would power down, and he'd be able to remove it. Or that was what should have happened anyway. The HUD stayed lit. He tried the gesture again. Nothing. Jordan roared in anger, slamming a metal fist into the side of the cliff. Shards of rock flaked away from the impact.
I can't. The armor won't deactivate.
Clever. Clever and incredibly devious, the mother said, eyes narrowing. I suspect once the armor has been donned, it can only be removed by its creator. Such a measure makes you effectively a slave.
A short-lived one,
Jordan countered, trying to calm his breathing. He wanted to kill something. Hell, he wanted to kill everything.
I can't eat with this thing on. Sooner or later I'll starve.
That's unlikely, the mother said, shaking her head slowly. The motion tossed her silver hair over her shoulder, exposing a pale cheek. Jordan longed to wrap a gauntleted hand around that neck. The armor will keep you alive. It works much like sun steel. It will absorb energy from the sun, and use that energy to sustain you. Unless we can get you to an ark where I can experiment on the armor, you are trapped. Permanently. Jordan closed his eyes, hanging his head. This was too much to bear. But with the armor, he couldn't even end it. Even suicide was denied to him. So Jordan opened his eyes. He met Isis's gaze. Then I'm going to make Osiris regret making me into a weapon. I'm going to kill that fucker. And I'm going to do it slowly. Chapter 51. Dragons. Sir, Benson said, bursting into the room. Her heart was thundering, the blood pulsing through her neck in a way that pulled Mark's attention from the ancient book. It took immense will to force his eyes up to her face, but he could still feel her heartbeat. She seemed to sense something, expression growing uncertain. I apologize for the sudden interruption. It's just that... What is it, Benson? He asked, rising to his feet. He'd been at this for hours to no avail. A lot of clues had been buried in human mythology, but the tome had yet to yield any great secrets. You're going to want to see this, sir. She spoke more rapidly than usual. There's activity. At Stonehenge, sir. Show me, Mark said, stalking to the doorway and following her up the corridor. The room he'd taken was tiny, with linoleum floors and cracked plaster walls. It had been a storeroom when he requisitioned it, and it stank of mildew despite the thorough cleaning that facilities had given it. That didn't matter. A personal comfort was secondary to quick access. Ops was only 4 doors up the hall, and he strode in briskly. People leaped to attention in a way they never had back in Syracuse. It wasn't that they hadn't respected him there, or even that they hadn't feared him. Both had been true. No, the difference was one of degrees. Before, they had feared he might fire them. Now they feared he might devour them, and with good reason. He could smell their fear, hear the symphony of heartbeats. He wanted to feed, and the primitive part of their brains knew it. What am I looking at? Mark barked, striding to stand before the wall-mounted television. He missed the much larger screen in the Syracuse facility, but one worked with the tools at hand. It looks like we're just in time. We picked up seismic activity consistent with that in Peru, Benson said, tapping a sequence on her tablet. The screen's image changed, focusing on a moonlit field. The only recognizable landmark was Stonehenge itself, a tiny ring several hundred yards away from the field where the camera was centered. The ground began to shake, trees swaying, though he doubted there was any wind. Then something burst from the earth, a black spear tip that shot skywards. Mark went cold, recognizing the enormous structure that bored from the earth. It was just like the others, a jet-black pyramid visible only because of the moonlight. Up and up it climbed, emerging from the earth until the ground finally stopped shaking. Mark studied the image, noting that the Ark hadn't destroyed Stonehenge, the way the one in Cairo had the Great Pyramids. The ancient ring of stones sat at the foot of the Ark, just like the Sphinx sat at the foot of the Ark in Cairo. Was that significant? He watched, trying to focus on the image and not on the thunderous heartbeats around him. He smelled sweat now, that and more thick, tangy fear. These people were right to fear him. Mark knew that if his composure slipped for even a moment, one of them would die. "Sir, movement," Benson said. She pointed at the screen. "Something is emerging from the Ark." Figures emerged from the southern face of the Ark, a steady stream of them, bipedal but otherwise inhuman, completely black, bursting forth like bats fleeing from a cave. If not for the moonlight, they'd have been invisible. They scattered, disappearing into the night. "Give me some data on those things, telemetry, size. What do you have, people?" Mark asked the room at large, but his gaze landed on Benson. Fear lurked in her gaze, but it was less than it had been the day before. Familiarity bred contempt after all. Even a monster became normal eventually. She brushed dark bangs from her face, almond eyes going unfocused as she examined the data feed the other analysts were gathering. "Sir, at a glance, the trajectory of the creatures covers a wide radius. If I had to guess, I'd say they're scouting. If our read on their velocity is correct, they're going something like 40 miles an hour. That means that the first wave will reach London in 2 hours, assuming they don't turn around." "And you didn't see any of these creatures return to the Ark?" Mark asked, running his tongue along one of the sharp new incisors he'd gained from his transformation. "No, sir," she confirmed. "Then these are almost certainly long-range scouts," Mark theorized aloud. "Get 6 drones airborne. I want them combing the skies for these things. Go high altitude, and don't engage unless absolutely necessary." "Of course, sir," she said, keying in commands on her pad. Mark turned back to the screen, surveying the Ark. What was inside? Osiris had dropped hints, but beyond painting Set as some sort of tyrant, he'd said little. Chapter 52. Standoff. Trevor hadn't been this nervous since he defended his thesis. He was racked by the same sense of being surrounded by people both more important and more powerful than himself. Only this time, there was also the foreboding that he was about to witness the most explosive battle ever recorded. 5 of them marched west into a thickly wooded valley. Wepawet had been ordered to remain behind with the army, so Anubis led the way, fan-bladed axe slicing through any bush or branch that might impede Ra's path. Behind Ra trailed Irikesh, with Steve's servile form lurking like a shadow in Irakesh's wake. Trevor brought up the rear, mainly by choice. Apparently it meant he was giving up some sort of prestige in the endless political maneuvering, or Irikesh seemed to think so anyway. He followed Ra with great delight, occasionally darting self-satisfied looks in Trevor's direction. Trevor was perfectly happy with the arrangement, though. He'd much rather be behind Irikesh and Steve than worry about a knife in the back. "Mighty Ra, above us," Anubis rumbled, pointing up the cliffside. The strange silver ship that had escaped the sunstorm back in Olympus sat up there, apparently unattended. "As it is suspected, then," Ra said, giving a sigh. A cool breeze came off the neighboring river, lifting a few strands of scarlet hair as she stared up at the ship. "It surprises me that she chose this place, though I believe I understand her reasons. It is here that we will complete a cycle that began 24,000 years ago. Mother, is meeting her here wise? She has the high ground, and has had time to prepare any number of traps," Irikesh said, stepping up to join her. "Could we not send in the Anakim to root her out, then attack in force?" "I hope I do not overstep my bounds, Master," Steve said, stepping up to Irikesh with a bow. "Such an attack would be costly, as Isis and her companions are likely to destroy much of Ra's army." "A small price to pay," Irikesh said, waving dismissively at Steve. Steve fell back, giving a low bow. Irikesh turned back to Ra, and he missed the hatred in Steve's gaze. "Mother, let us end Isis once and for all. She has nothing but a small pack to aid her. Allow me to destroy Blair. I'm sure Anubis will relish killing the Kaken Liz. That would allow you to face Isis alone, as it always should have been. She will have no place to run, no hole in which to hide." Ra was silent for several moments, and Trevor couldn't help but smile as Irakesh started to fidget. The Deathless was as self-important as anyone Trevor had ever met, even worse than some of the professors back in academia. The fact that Ra didn't immediately respond must cut Irakesh deeply. "Tell me, Trevor," Ra finally said, without looking away from the ship. "What course of action would you recommend?" "Send someone in to meet with her. Tell her you want to discuss, well, whatever you want to discuss," Trevor said, stroking his goatee as he considered. It made him feel like a villain in a Disney movie, which was somehow fitting. "Ask her to come to a neutral place, one where neither one of you has an advantage." "Folly!" Irakesh snapped, glaring at Trevor. "Why give up a powerful position for one of weakness? If we meet Isis, it should be on our terms, with overwhelming strength." "She's in a cave, Irakesh," Trevor shot back, raising an eyebrow. "If we assault, she'll just flee. You know she can walk in the shadows, probably better than anyone alive. We'll never catch her. What would that accomplish?" "The pup has a point, most holy," Anubis rumbled, giving Trevor a rare nod of respect. "I do not like the idea of stepping into her trap, yet I also believe she will flee if forced to do so. She waited here for a reason. She seeks a true meeting, likely to discuss the treachery of Osiris. If you wish any chance at an alliance, then you will need to meet her in good faith." "That is exactly what I plan to do," Ra said, turning to Anubis. "You will return to our encampment. Go back now and see that the Deathless are properly fed." "What of you, mighty Ra?" Anubis flinched, as if fearing to contradict a woman who barely topped his waist. "I would not leave you undefended." "I will wait here with my son and his slave," Ra said, and then she turned to Trevor. "We will send this one in as an emissary. In this way, Isis will trust that the message we send is true. His companions will trust him, and they will believe my intentions are honorable. Trevor, convince Isis to meet with me. Tell her I respect the sanctity of this place, and I will not enter it without permission. If she wishes to meet here, I will come. Yet I would prefer she come to my camp. If she does so, both she and her companions will have safe passage. Will you do this?" "Mother, you can't!" Ra's hand blurred so quickly it left a trail of light in its wake. Her fist slammed into Irakesh's jaw, shattering it, and sending him sprawling to the ground. "Can't?" "Some words are never spoken. Not to me," Ra thundered, glaring down at Irakesh. "Boy, you go too far. Perhaps I have been too lenient. If you cannot hold your tongue, how can you ever hope to rule a district in my empire? Anubis, take him and his treacherous Khadun back to camp. I will await Isis's answer alone." She turned to Trevor, her expression expectant. "I'll, go tell her you want to meet," Trevor said, starting up the path toward the ship. He paused, turning to face Ra. "How do you know I won't just join her and flee?" "2 reasons," Ra said, meeting his gaze evenly. "Firstly, if you flee, then Isis will not have the alliance she clearly wishes. Secondly, because you are honor-bound. If you join Isis, then you betray your word to me." Chapter 53. Gone Native. "Are you sure about this?" Blair asked, probably for the 5th time in as many minutes. He couldn't help it. He'd tried to stay calm, but the bond with the ship revealed a great deal of data about the figures below. Ra had come with a powerful entourage, the most potent being a figure Blair recognized instantly. He'd never seen Anubis, but then he didn't have to. He had both Jordan's rushed description and his own knowledge of Egyptology. Anubis was an extremely common figure, and the god below was clearly the embodiment of that mythological lore. "Do not ask me again, Khadun," Isis said, leaning over the cliff face as she stared at the figures below. There, you see? They are not approaching. Most are departing, all save Sekhmet, and the one she intends as emissary. How do you know she'll send an emissary? Liz asked, giving an experimental swing of her sunsteel sword. She'd summoned it the instant Ra had entered the valley, though she was still in human form. One of the blade's properties was that it always seemed the perfect size for her, regardless of what form she wore. Because there are niceties to be observed. Ark Lords rarely approach each other without an intermediary. Too many have died as a result of treachery, and our memories are long. If she approached directly, it could lead to combat, and if she wanted that, she'd have attacked already. Isis replied, emerald eyes fixed firmly on Ra. I'll bet you anything I know who the emissary is. Jordan rumbled, his voice oddly digitized in the strange coal-black armor he'd shown up in. The commander hadn't told them where he'd gotten it, and Blair hadn't pressed the issue. Who do you believe they'll send? Blair asked, genuinely curious. Trevor. Jordan shot back, as if it should be obvious. It's a power play. For one thing, we're less likely to kill him. But more importantly, it shows she's converted him to her side. If she can convert one of our own, what chance do the rest of us have? Real Game of Thrones shit. Sure enough, Trevor began walking in their direction. Ra stayed where she was, scarlet hair playing in the wind as she folded her arms over ivory garments, very much like those Isis wore. There's no way she's converted him, Liz said, bristling at Jordan. I know you don't like him, and that's fine. Just remember he's on our side. If you try anything, I swear to God I'll tear you out of that armor and give you a proper ass-kicking. You're welcome to try, Jordan said, folding metal arms over the suit's chest. I'm not some meek little puppy, and I don't give two shits about the sentiment you feel for the thing that used to be your brother. He's deathless. Besides, you didn't see him in Ra's court. I did. He was perfectly at home there. They embraced him right from the first day. You want to turn a blind eye to that? Fine. But if he steps out of line, I'll turn him into pink fucking mist. Period. I don't give a shit what you have to say about it either. Be silent, both of you! Isis snapped, shifting into wolf form in the blink of an eye. She rounded on them. Yes, the Deathless are generally the enemy. I will remind you that Osiris was deathless, and he was an ally for many millennia. Yeah. Where is he now? Jordan asked, taking a step toward Isis. Oh, that's right. He betrayed us all, and now we have to figure out a way to stop him. I can see your point. Deathless are really fucking trustworthy. Blair gawked at the commander. Isis's eyes flashed, and a low rumble came from deep in her chest. She leaned closer to Jordan, her voice a bare whisper. If you speak to me again... You'll what? Jordan interrupted. Rail at me, chastise me, or kill me? Is that what you do, kill allies who disagree with you? Here, I was under the impression you needed all the allies you can get. But if that's changed, just say the fucking word and I'll be on my way. That cinched it. Jordan wasn't acting himself. He'd never been this aggressive, nor had he allowed emotion to rule him. Not ever. He was always in control, always making the best tactical choice. Goading Isis into attacking him was about as suicidal as he could get. Not the kind of move he'd make, unless something were very wrong. Hey! Blair snapped, stepping between the two of them. Both Jordan's armor and Isis's wolf form towered over him, but he didn't let that deter him. Both of you need to stand down. In fact, all three of you. Jordan isn't going to do anything stupid, but you guys can't casually dismiss his paranoia either. Trevor's been an enemy. He's also clearly earned Ra's trust, or she wouldn't be sending him to meet with us. We don't have all the facts yet, so let's reserve judgment. If he's an enemy, then we'll deal with it. Until we know he is, we treat him like an ally. Everyone cool with that? Yeah, Jordan said, a bit sullenly. What the hell was wrong with him? You are correct in that I need you, Khadun. For the moment. I will overlook your disrespectful tone this time. Do not let it occur again. Isis snapped, spinning to face the cliff. She shifted back to human form as she did so. Liz rested her sword on her shoulder, silent for a long moment before finally giving a tight nod. Fuck. Hadn't they learned from the whole Irakesh episode that they needed to band together? Blair had made mistakes back then, mistakes like arguing with friends and not trusting the right people. He'd be damned if he was going to let Liz and Jordan make the same ones now. "Why don't you guys let me do the talking?" Blair said. He didn't wait for an answer, instead leaping over the cliff to the rocky trail below. He waited there as Trevor approached. His friend had changed, outwardly at least. His t-shirt and jeans had been replaced by flowing white garments very similar to what Isis wore. He also wore a sword belted to his side, a long, curved weapon much like an Arabian scimitar. The blade rode naturally there, as if he'd practiced often with it. "Blair," Trevor called, perking up as he approached. He gave a wide smile, which was more than a little unnerving given the razored teeth. "How the hell are you, man?" Blair rushed forward, embracing his friend. He clapped Trevor on the back, guiding him up the trail towards Liz and the others. You know, on the run and outgunned as usual. You look, different." "Yeah," Trevor said, glancing down at himself a bit sheepishly. "I've gone a little native, I guess. I wish you'd been there. There's so much I don't understand. But from the little I do, I think you'd be fascinated by Ra and her pantheon. It's like witnessing all the history you're always talking about." "Assuming she doesn't kill us all, maybe I'll get the chance," Blair said, laughing in spite of the dire circumstances. Blair leaped up, seizing the lip of the cliff and pulling himself over it. Trevor landed a moment later, garments fluttering in the wind as he straightened. He stared curiously at each of them, gaze finally settling on Jordan. "So, looks like Hades got to you too, eh, Jordan?" he said, his tone sympathetic. "What do you mean?" Jordan asked, with more than a little hostility. "Wepawet donned a set of armor too. They put it on him while he was unconscious," Trevor explained, resting a hand idly on the hilt of his sword. The gesture looked reflexive. "He hasn't been able to take it off. I'm guessing you can't either?" That took Blair by surprise, especially when Jordan gave a tight nod of assent. So he was trapped in the armor. That explained why he hadn't taken it off. How did he go to the bathroom? "Look, man, I'm sorry about how things have gone down," Trevor said. He stood a step closer, turning to Isis. "Ra put this collar on Jordan. I've got the bracelet that controls it. Is there a way to remove it?" "Of course," Isis said, stepping up to Trevor. "Give me your wrist." Trevor offered it willingly, and Isis put her tiny hands on either side of it. She closed her eyes, and a moment later there was a flash of bright golden light. Then the bracelet opened with a click, and she gently removed it. "Well, that's one prison dealt with," Jordan said, more than a little bitterly. "Thank you, Trevor. You didn't have to do that." "I still think you're a fucking pompous ass," Trevor said, but there was no heat to the insult. "But I also know that you have more reason than ever to think I'm a traitor, especially after what I'm about to say." "Oh?" Liz asked, finally entering the conversation. She eyed Trevor coolly, which surprised Blair. He'd expected her to be more enthusiastic at her brother's return. Maybe she'd just been burned too many times. "As Jordan has no doubt told you, Ra has adopted me into her court," Trevor said, clearing his throat awkwardly. "I've chosen to embrace that role for a good reason. Ra listens to my advice. I've been tempering some of her decisions. If I leave and rejoin you guys, I'll lose that influence." "Oh my God," Liz said, eyes widening. Then they narrowed, clearly disapproving. "Jordan was right. You've gone native. You've got a thing for her, don't you?" "No," Trevor shot back, just a little too quickly. "And by no, I mean yes. So what? It doesn't make me an enemy. Ra wants an alliance with Isis, but she's too proud to come herself. If we can seal that alliance, then it means none of us have to be enemies, even if I stay with Ra's court." "I don't like it," Jordan growled. "Ra is callous and cruel. Her son is a petulant little shit, and he listens to Steve. That gives Captain Douchey influence over Ra, even if indirectly." "That's exactly why I have to stay," Trevor said, heaving a sigh. "Listen, guys, it's all very complicated. But here's the gist. If I stay, I can be a moderating influence. I can counter Steve and Irakash. The decision is yours, Isis finally said. She'd been holding the bracelet between two pinched fingers, touching as little of the golden metal as possible. It was the same way Blair might have held a bag of dog shit. She looked at Trevor. Like it or no, Sekhmet and her ilk are your people. I bear you no ill will, nor do I begrudge you seeking a place among your people. Your fate is secondary, however. What message did Ra send you with? She wants to meet, Trevor said, squaring his shoulders. She said she's willing to come here, but she offered her camp as a better meeting place. She's guaranteed your safety, and that of your pack. Are you fucking crazy? Jordan said. He began laughing a harsh, digitized sound. Walk right into an enemy encampment with no support? That is exactly what we shall do, Isis said, eyeing Jordan coldly. Sekhmet, the one you call Ra, can be cruel. She can be callous, but she is a woman of honor. She'd sooner take her own life than allow harm to come to us while under the aegis of protection. We will be safe for the duration of the negotiations, and God's willing will reach an accord in the process. Osiris must be stopped, and we will need her help to achieve that. Chapter 54. Near Sisters. Isis strolled boldly into the hastily constructed camp. She ignored the stench of death wafting from the army of Deathless, their putridity an affront on the very land. She ignored the row of Anakim gathered near the mammoths Sekhmet was using for transport. It would probably be more prudent to think of the woman as Ra, not as her near sister. Yet she could not. She and Sekhmet had discovered much together, had fought uncountable threats together. They'd birthed the first empire together, with Osiris leading them into battle. She understood why her friend had adopted the name Ra, but she could not bring herself to think it, much less say it. Isis stood tall, or as tall as she could. She was shorter than nearly everyone, especially the knot of figures waiting for her just inside the camp. Anubis was a good 8 feet, taller even than Jordan in his tainted armor. Sekhmet was the same as always, a head taller than Isis and much more heavily muscled. Sekhmet's son had inherited that height, the dark-skinned whelp standing behind his mother with a petulant expression plastered across otherwise attractive features. Steve, Blair growled, low in his throat. His eyes narrowed, and the Khadun tried to surge past her. She raised a hand, gently squeezing his shoulder. It was enough. Blair subsided, eyeing her apologetically. Sorry, I owe the bastard is all. A fact that will be addressed today, Isis said, eyeing Blair critically. He'd grown much, but was still far too impetuous. Follow my lead. Do not speak unless you are spoken to. That goes for the rest of you as well, especially you, Liz. It was possible Sekhmet may try to bait you into combat. Do not let her provoke you. Liz gave a nod. She, at least, seemed calm. Jordan was a tangle of emotions, raging next to her like a bonfire. At least part of that came from the armor, though his own mind gave it fuel. The deathless Trevor was calm as well, walking next to his sister, just a few feet behind her, and Blair. It was a ragged little pack. Each possessed power in their own right, but they were all of them young, too young to be fighting such battles. Unfortunately, they were all she had. Sekhmet had brought members of her pantheon with her, as evidenced by Anubis's presence. Would that Isis could have done the same. It almost made her wish she'd woken Jessica, though after hearing about her father's apparent treachery, not doing so had proven prudent. "Welcome, Isis," Sekhmet called, voice clear and strong. It sent a shock through Isis, the familiarity of it. It had been so long since she'd heard it. "Hello, near sister," Isis said. It was the best compromise she could come up with. She could not call her friend Ra, but neither could she dishonor her by using a name she'd discarded. Sekhmet was well and truly dead. "I wasn't sure you'd come," Sekhmet said, her expression impassive. She wore her traditional garb, the flowing white garments very similar to Isis's own. She bore no weapon save a knife belt. Though odds were good, she had a sunsteel spear ready to summon. "Would you like refreshment before we begin?" "I would not," Isis said, fighting to keep her tone even. She didn't want to know what food Sekhmet would have offered. "I am eager to conduct our business. Time is precious, if Hades is to be believed." Sekhmet's face grew more grim, a darkness overshadowing her legendary beauty. "Indeed. I have prepared a tent for our use. I'd have my advisors close, unless you object." She gestured at Irakesh, Anubis, and the Kadun Steve. Isis considered a moment, then gave a nod. "I'd bring my pack as well. You've met the Kadun Jordan. This is Kadun Blair, Ark-Lord of the Redwood. His Kaken is Liz." "Well met," Sekhmet said, nodding graciously. She turned to the deathless Trevor. "Join us, my vassal. I'd have your counsel during these negotiations." Sure," Trevor said, eyes flicking between Liz and Sekhmet uncomfortably. Isis could understand why. She recognized the depth of feeling in his gaze. He was loyal to his sister, but felt a growing affection for Sekhmet. That kind of pressure could break a man, if he were forced to choose between them. Sekhmet turned for a large blue pavilion that had been erected in a meadow a little ways from the main camp. It had been set upwind, which mercifully cut the stench to a tolerable level. That had almost certainly been intentional, and Isis appreciated the subtle courtesy. It suggested that her friend still lurked in that undead body somewhere. Isis filed in after Sekhmet and her retainers, blinking a couple times to adjust to the reduced light. A ring of fluffy pillows had been set at the edge of a massive rug that dominated the floor. It was simple, hearkening back to their mutual roots. She made for one side of the ring, sitting gracefully as Sekhmet did the same. The retainers on both sides took positions around the ring, all save two. Jordan didn't sit, instead standing behind Blair with his metallic metal arms folded. A second figure moved on the far side of the ring, one who'd already been in a tent. He wore armor identical to Jordan's, and Isis didn't need to see his face to know she was looking at Wepawet. She could smell the same taint that wafted from Jordan's armor, and felt a stab of pity for the wolf-headed god. She'd always liked Wepawet, and not just for their shared love of the noble wolf. Sekhmet waved her hand, and a vacant-eyed thrall moved about the tent with a pitcher of wine and a tray of bronze goblets. The thing was obviously dead, her stringy blonde hair matted to the side of her face as she mechanically served them. Isis waited for the process to finish before speaking. "It is good to see you, near sister. I hope that today, if we both find wisdom, we will somehow put aside the millennia of warfare and come together to face a common enemy," she said, her voice competing with the flapping of the pavilion's fabric from the wind outside. "That's a title I wasn't sure I'd ever hear from you again," Sekhmet said. Her gaze was searching, the putrid green in her eyes strange after all this time. "Before we can reach an accord that will satisfy both our people, perhaps we should discuss the nature of the threat. I'm willing to share what I've learned, if you grant the same courtesy." The subtext wasn't lost on Isis. Sekhmet believed Osiris was the threat, and was gently rebuking her for not agreeing. "A fair request," Isis said. She turned to Jordan, motioning him forward. "The Kadun Jordan had the tale from Hades. As I was not there, I cannot speak to the truth of it." Isis noted Irakesh's reaction when Jordan stepped forward. The Deathless's face tightened, and he shot a hatred-filled glance at Trevor. Wepawet also took a step forward, though whether to protect Sekhmet or support Jordan, she wasn't sure. "Not much to tell," Jordan said, in that strange, synthesized voice. "Hades offered to help save Wepawet, though he didn't mention he was going to encase him in cursed armor that can't be removed. He told me Osiris went to war on the underworld. Apparently he drove back everyone, and severed all conduits to the Nexus. Hades claims Olympus is trapped until he can re-establish the link, and he believes the only way that will happen is if the two of you work together." "He gave me much the same tale," Sekhmet said, meeting Isis's gaze. Osiris has been tinkering with demons for many millennia, while we slumbered. His strength has grown immensely during that time, and it's likely his power base vastly exceeds our own. Even with our combined strength, it is unlikely we can overcome any army he has gathered. It's worse than you know, Isis said, giving a heavy sigh. When your son had his most unfortunate confrontation with Khadun Blair, we learned something troubling in the aftermath. Osiris controls a powerful house known as Mon. This group has mastered the best technologies this world has to offer. Technology not unlike the armor both Jordan and Wepawet now wear. So he has not only an army of demons, the kind we fought when we finally overcame Set, but he also possesses the best this new age has to offer, Sekhmet said, pursing her lips. This is troubling in the extreme, if we can believe what Hades has to say. Such a thing does not seem in keeping with Osiris. He was always sanctimonious, but he did what he thought was right. He considered himself a protector, not a destroyer or conqueror. Mighty Ra, Anubis rumbled from his place to her left. Time changes all men. Perhaps the millennia have warped his mind, made him more like his twisted brother. Or perhaps the darkness was always there, and grew within him as he aged. Isis? Blair asked, his voice soft, though not timid. She nodded at him, and he continued. Ra, I noticed something that I thought relevant. If Osiris controls the first arc, and if he had a link to the well, then he'd have effectively infinite energy, right? Sekhmet's eyes locked on Blair, narrowing slightly. She'd ever been one for formality, and didn't like a Khadun of Blair's lowly age using her title with such familiarity, that much was clear. Yet she gave a nod. Indeed, he'd have near limitless energy, certainly enough to craft an army while the rest of us slumbered. Then that raises an interesting question. As I understand it, you and Isis seeded mankind with a sort of genetic memory, which is why we remember so many concepts from your age. Blair began. He sat up straighter, clearly excited by the topic. Isis watched Liz watching Blair, and smiled. Those two belonged together, and the seeds they'd planted were finally blossoming. It was a small consolation amidst all the horror. Yet, that doesn't explain why we know specifics like your name, or the history of your people. It would seem someone from your time guided our early cultures. You see proof of that in ancient Egypt, in the Mayan Empire, and even in Cambodia. In each case, the cultures built similar structures. Yes, the stone pyramids that aped the great arcs, Sekhmet said, nodding. What of it? I've spoken to Isis, and we believe those structures were built at places of power to siphon energy, Blair continued, leaning towards Sekhmet as he drove his point home. Why would Osiris go to such trouble if he had a nearly limitless supply of energy? Because, came a strong masculine voice that chilled Isis to the core. She rose slowly, clutching her hands to her breast as she turned to the tent flap. A tall, dark-haired man stood there. His chiseled jaw and glittering green eyes were forever etched into her memory. I needed that energy to survive. Chapter 55. Dramatic Entrance. Liz shifted in the blink of an eye, dropping back into the shadows as she drew her blade. All around her, werewolves were shifting, Deathless were drawing golden weapons. Both Wepawet and Jordan activated a familiar metallic whirring she recognized as the cover pulling back over their missile launchers. The only person in the room not preparing to fight appeared to be the man who'd entered. She'd never seen him before, and wasn't entirely sure what to expect. Osiris, if that was who he was a handsome, dark-haired man in his late 30s. If she'd learned anything since this whole ugly werewolf mess had begun, it was, get in the first shot. Liz glided forward, shifting into wolf form on the second step. She maneuvered behind her target. The sun-steel blade slid into the small of his back, drawing a wolfish smile as it met resistance. Part of her had feared he might be an illusion. Then Osiris vanished. It wasn't a trick of the light. He didn't blur. One moment he was there, the next he was simply elsewhere. She glanced at the tip of her blade, still covered in blackish blood. "I'd wondered where my sword had gotten to," came the same cultured voice from behind her. She started to pivot, but it was far too late. A hand clamped around her sword hand like a vice, twisting until the weapon dropped from nerveless fingers. Even as it spun toward the ornate rug, the man continued his attack. He launched a quick kick that shattered her right knee. It knocked her off balance, and she tumbled to the carpet in a heap. Osiris caught the blade inches from the ground, pivoting smoothly to plant the tip against Liz's neck. She read death in those hard green eyes, and knew nothing she could do would prevent it. "Husband," Isis's voice cracked through the room like a whip. Osiris blinked once, taking a step back. Both Trevor and Blair had moved to support Liz, but each had drawn up short, stopped by that single word. Osiris dropped the sword near Liz's outstretched hand, walked calmly into the ring of pillows. He gestured with one hand, and the pale-faced thrall brought him a goblet of wine. Osiris drank deeply of it, then looked up at all of them in mock surprise. "I'm a little hurt that I wasn't invited to this meeting, Sekhmet. There was a time when you called me chieftain. Don't you think courtesy ought to have included me?" "An impostor?" the fiery-haired goddess asked, turning to Isis. Liz still wasn't sure what to call her. Trevor said Ra, Isis said Sekhmet. "No," Isis rumbled, flexing her claws as she sniffed the air with her muzzle. "It is my husband. I would recognize his scent anywhere." "Even if that were not the case, I can prove it," Osiris said, extending his free hand in Liz's direction. An odd vibration began from her sword. Then the weapon flew from the carpet like a falcon, sailing into Osiris's outstretched hand. Liz gaped in shock. "The sword recognizes its true master, Kaken. It has served that one for an age of history far beyond knowing, and the weapon's primitive intelligence is happy to rejoin its master." "I didn't realize the blade had been found," Ra said, turning to Isis with narrowed eyes. "Why am I not surprised one of your bestial get had it?" "Does it matter?" Isis shot back, turning to Osiris. "It's back with its owner now, whatever we might wish." Ra took a step closer to Isis, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Well, shoulder to waist, since Isis was much taller in wolf form. "You've always loved grandstanding, Osiris. If this is an attack, it's an ill-conceived one. What do you want?" "Want?" Osiris said, blinking once. Then he smiled. "I want the world to survive, Sekhmet. I want humanity to live beyond the next few decades. That, unfortunately, will not happen if events are allowed to unfold along their current path. Now, clearly you are surprised to see me. Just as clearly both you and Isis bear me some sort of ill will. While I am thrilled to see the two of you speaking again, I'd rather not be the subject of your collective ire. So why not enlighten me on the cause of this animosity, and we'll see if we can come to some sort of accommodation." Osiris sank into a cross-legged position, lounging against the pillow. If he was alarmed by the sheer number of weapons aimed in his direction, he certainly didn't show it. Whether that was confidence or overconfidence remained to be seen. Either way, Liz was more than a little annoyed he'd snatched her sword. She was tempted to try and take it back, but, given that he'd handled her like a puppy, that would end badly. She barely used the thing anyway, but losing it like that was still humiliating. "You play innocent, but you know quite well why Sekhmet and I have gathered here," Isis said, stalking over to Osiris. She shifted as she moved, somehow managing to look more threatening as a 5-foot woman than she did as a 9-foot werewolf. "Do not play games with us, husband. You've been charged by Hades with the use of demonic weaponry, and also with a sustained assault that has resulted in the near destruction of the Nexus. Were it not for Archlord Blair's intervention, it would have already been destroyed. So the god Hades has charged me with these crimes, and you pronounce me guilty, Osiris said, raising a dark eyebrow. Wife, you know me far better than any here, save perhaps Sekhmet. Does that sound like something I would do? If I wish to conquer, why resort to the use of demons? I prefer my progeny to have their own will, and, as you well know, I allow them to serve me or not as they choose. I have always commanded loyalty through respect, not the domination my brother preferred. Ask yourself, who is the most likely god to use such tactics? Isis snatched the goblet from Osiris's hand and dumped the contents over his head. It ruined his perfectly coiffed hair, dripping down the shoulders of his Armani suit. She leaned closer, eyes narrowing. I do not appreciate being spoken to like a child, husband. We are in dire peril, and I remain unconvinced you are not a threat. If these deeds were committed by another, if it is your treacherous snake of a brother, then speak plainly. You might be able to stand against me, or perhaps Sekhmet. You cannot stand against us both. Peace, Osiris said, raising a hand defensively. He straightened his tie, apparently seeking to regain the smug superiority he'd exhibited when he entered the tent. I'm sorry. I've gone about this badly. I like making a grand entrance, maybe a little too much. In my defense, I've been rehearsing this moment in my head for a dozen millennia. Osiris looked like a little boy who'd been caught stealing, and Liz had the sense his chagrin was genuine. Isis turned to Ra. What do you wish to do, near sister? This is your camp, after all. We have yet to reach an accord between us, Isis, Ra said, sweeping across the rug to stand next to the shorter woman. Yet whether the threat is Osiris or Set matters little. We must save the Nexus, and that means stopping whoever is in control of the First Ark. That will take both of us, perhaps all three of us. I'd even accept Sobek's aid at this point. So what do you suggest? Isis asked, glancing briefly at Osiris, then back at Ra. Liz held her breath, hoping against hope that the gods would see reason. They were a proud lot. Give me your terms. What will it take to seal an alliance? I will give you a night to think about it. In the morning, we will discuss terms, and hopefully reach some sort of an accord. Assuming we can do that, we'll decide whether or not to include your wastrel of a husband, Ra said, shooting Osiris a glance every child who'd angered their mother knew and feared. Agreed, Isis said, extending a hand. Ra took it, pulling Isis into an embrace. It went on for several seconds before the two broke apart. I will give you this pavilion for the evening. If you have need of anything, send Trevor and I will have it seen to, Ra said. She turned to Trevor. You will be my envoy this evening. Stay with your pack and see to their needs. God's willing, we'll all be allies come morning. Oh, and one more thing, Ra said, turning to Osiris. Do not think I trust you, Osiris. Do not think me weak or stupid because I allow you to remain with your wife. If you turn on me, or seek to turn her against me, then you will find me more than willing to fight such a battle. Anubis and Wepawet watch your tent this night, and we are ready for war should you wish it. I can feel your weakness, my chieftain. That and that alone is why I allow you to remain unguarded. Chapter 56. Demands. Blair waited as Ra and her companions filed from the tent. That left him, Liz, Jordan, Trevor, Isis, and the man they'd called Osiris. All eyes were on the latter two, who were eyeing each other with an unreadable jumble of emotions. Hardly surprising, given the vast gulf of time since their last meeting. You and I will speak later. Be prepared to meet at dawn. Until then, I ask that you find your own lodging, Isis said, her mouth a tight line. Osiris recoiled as if punched, and heaved a sigh before giving a quick nod. Isis reached up and squeezed his shoulder. I am pleased that you yet live, and that Hades' slander appears false. If Set still lives, you will have our aid in stopping him. He does, I assure you. Do not deliberate too long. Set has been one step ahead of me for millennia. Even now I am sure he's set a dozen plans in motion. Osiris said. Then he turned to Liz. She blinked up at him, blushing slightly. Blair bristled, and not just because Osiris was incredibly handsome. I am sorry for stealing your weapon, Kaken. You are a vassal of my wife, and I should not have assaulted you. Osiris offered the blade back to her hilt first. Blair's jaw tightened, and his hands clenched. The man was scoring points with Isis, but both she and Liz seemed to be eating it up. Liz looked at the golden blade for a long minute, then met the ancient god's eyes. Can you use it to fight Set? Without a doubt. The blade is powerful beyond measure, he said, eyeing her curiously. Then keep it, for now at least. If we survive all this, I'll want it back, she said, though there was no real heat in her words. I like her, Osiris said, giving Isis a grim smile. Then he strode from the tent, sweeping under the flap with a grace that made Blair grit his teeth. The man was the love child of James Bond and Antonio Banderas. Gather, Isis said, picking a spot near the center of the pillows. We've much to discuss. Blair settled in across from her, studying the others as they joined the circle. Jordan stood outside of it, and that felt like more than practicality. He must feel like the outsider, for a lot of reasons. Trevor settled in next to Liz, seemingly at home. Well, that whole thing was pretty damn surprising, Liz said, breaking the tense silence. How well do you trust Osiris? Not at all, Kaken, Isis said, giving a frustrated sigh. I still love him, but his motives have always been his own. That will be more true than ever, now that he has spent countless millennia living on his own. That's the real question, Blair said, straightening as everyone turned to face him. What is Osiris's goal? If he's on a level, it sounds like his brother Set is the real threat. That could even line up with what we learned from Hades. What if Hades works for Set, but was trying to turn us against Osiris? It's a perfect strategy, Trevor said, stroking his goatee absently. The last three powers we know of are the champions, Ra and her court, and Mooncorp. If Hades can get us all to fight each other, then no one is left standing to deal with Set. He just sweeps in and cleans up the mess we leave. Which we cannot allow to happen, Isis said. Blair saw something in her eyes he'd never thought to find. Terror. Not fear, which he'd seen occasionally, not even despair. Stark terror. The certain knowledge that they faced something she wasn't sure they could beat. Set is evil on a scale you cannot possibly imagine. Even as a mortal, he was cruel. As an immortal, he was infinitely worse. He has always sought to rework the world in his own image, which means transforming all living things into demons. Each would be an extension of his will. In essence, we become one entity, an extension of Set. So our course seems pretty clear then, Jordan said, finally entering the conversation. All three factions unite, and we take the fucker on. He goes down, no matter what that costs. That is precisely what we must do, Isis agreed, nodding at Jordan. Tomorrow morning we work out the particulars of this alliance. We will need to establish a true leader, and we will have to hammer out the details of a truce. Isis, Blair said, rising to his feet. He clenched both fists, forcing down a knot of anger. There's a stipulation we need to ask for. It's non-negotiable. What is it you wish? Isis asked, raising a delicate eyebrow. Steve has to face justice for his crimes. He stole memories from you, stole a key from me, and he'll work with anyone if it advances his own cause. He's dangerous, Blair said. He knew his voice was rising, almost to a shout. He didn't care.
Too many times we've let him live and he's gotten away. He's betrayed us at every turn, and he won't hesitate to do it again. If he thinks Set is the side likely to win, he'll sell us out in a heartbeat. He's got to go."
Isis was silent for a moment, head cocked as she considered. Then her gaze swept the room. "Do the rest of you agree?"
"Fuck yes, I agree,"
Jordan said, stepping onto the carpet with a massive metallic foot.
"Steve is the worst kind of douche, self-serving and conniving. We should have dealt with him back in San Francisco. Let's not make the same mistake again."
"They're right," Liz said, nodding. "I think we can convince Ra to give him to us," Trevor said. "She doesn't have any love for the guy, and she's not going to jeopardize an alliance just to keep Irakash happy. Let's ask her, but I doubt she'll refuse." "Do we have any other demands?" Liz asked, scanning the room. "I don't," Blair said. If he could finally deal with Steve, that was enough. No one spoke for several moments, until Isis rose gracefully to her feet. "Then we have a course of action. Get some rest, those of you who can. I must meditate upon all that has happened. I will return before dawn." Chapter 57. The Cave of Painted Dreams. Isis left the tent, walking through Sekhmet's camp with little attention for the myriad of deathless creations. She'd battled them all at one time or another, when her near sister's armies had invaded the lands now known as the Americas. They no longer held the same terror for her, and not just because they'd soon be allies. She could crush them all now that she once again possessed a primary access key. That was a fact Sekhmet and Osiris might both be ignorant of, one she'd have to choose carefully whether or not to reveal. She made her way up the pathway that led back into the valley of the sacred cave, the place known as Chauvet in this age. It was no longer a place of power, but the images she'd crafted in the dark there all those millennia ago still gave her comfort. She remembered learning at her grandmother's feet about the mysteries of the world and her ordination as a shaman. They'd been wrong about so much, but in their own way her people had possessed more wisdom than any civilization that had come since. They'd lived in harmony with the world, living and dying as animals did. It was only after the virus she herself had created that their species had changed, had begun dominating the environments they'd once merely lived in. Perhaps that would have happened anyway. Surely the discovery of agriculture would have happened without their influence. By the time the Egyptians and Sumerians had come to power, all memory of her people had faded. The cool wind stirred her hair as she mounted the pass, ducking under a narrow cliff as she entered the valley. The face of the land was a little different, but this place could have been the world of her childhood, if it was covered in snow. She pressed on, passing by oaks and a few pines as she climbed higher. Blair's slipsail glittered in the distance, the ship a rarity even in her time. The fact that Hades had parted with it was troubling, but she detected no trap. If it existed, it was cunningly hidden. Isis still climbed further, eventually reaching the hidden entrance to the cave. In her own time, it had been a secret entrusted only to the shamans, those wise enough to guide chieftains. All of their prayers and meditations had taken place within its narrow confines, and it had been that way as far back as man had memory. The fact that this place had survived pleased her, and she couldn't help but smile as she shimmied through the entrance into the darkness. She summoned her staff, extending her right arm as it flowed into her hand. Isis willed the barest hint of energy to the sapphire set in the thorax of the winged scarab at the staff's head. The room filled with sudden brilliance, more than she'd ever seen when she'd been first acolyte, then shaman of her tribe. The illumination showed her sights she'd never dreamed of. Thousands of tiny stalagmites dotted the ceiling and some of the walls, like tiny raindrops frozen by the breath of a god greater than she. Between them lay the magnificent cave paintings she'd known as a child. Some were drawn in black, those the work of the eldest tribes. Others were scarlet, traced using the dye from berries she herself had mixed. She smiled at one of her own works, a stallion rearing on the southern wall of the cave. She'd labored for days to create it, agonizing over every line. At the time, she'd been taught if she made the image perfect, she'd capture the spirit of the creature itself, and in so doing would convince the beast to return. Then her tribe could slay it, taking the gift of its life to sustain them through the endless winter.
Magnificent,
came a warm voice behind her. She turned to see Osiris standing in the cave mouth, his hair coated lightly with dust from squeezing through the entrance. It did nothing to diminish his attractiveness. If anything, that was increased by the light of wonder in his eyes.
I always wondered what the inside of this place was like.
It is not for your eyes, Isis said, more than a little crossly. She extinguished her staff, blinking at the sudden darkness. This is a holy place, meant for shamans. You were a chieftain, and this place is forbidden you. Sudden laughter echoed through the cave, warm and friendly.
Ah, my wife, I have missed you. You were always one for tradition, always mated so closely with nature, and with the old ways. I am chieftain no longer, as you are no longer a shaman. This is a new world, one neither of us is equipped to rule any longer.
That shocked her. Osiris had always been ambitious, had always believed in his divine right to rule. Then you intend to step aside and simply allow a new generation to rule in our stead?
Hardly, he scoffed.
A tiny ball of green energy appeared above the palm of his upraised hand. It cast hellish shadows over his features.
There are many threats the people of this world cannot face alone. They need us. But once those threats have been eliminated, then yes, I intend to step aside and allow others to rule. I'm tired, my love. I've spent countless millennia guiding the world, and it is a burden I wish to lay down.
She eyed him suspiciously. The Osiris she'd known would never abandon leadership, never give up his stewardship. That man had said the world would always need him, that he would always be there to protect it. There will ever be more threats. You know that. Each time we vanquished one, another rose. It will be much the same in this age.
You're right, he said, giving her a crooked smile she well remembered. But in time there will be new champions to face them. I've made preparations in that way, just as you have. They just need time to find their footing. But once they do, we'll be able to retire knowing the world's safety is in good hands.
Their conversation was interrupted by a scrabbling from the entrance. Osiris tossed the swirling green ball into the air and adopted a combat stance. She noticed that he'd reached for his sword, an instinctive reaction he'd likely never outgrow. "I'm not interrupting a tryst, am I?" came Sekhmet's voice, as the scarlet-haired woman ducked into view. She, too, was coated in a fine layer of dust. "I do hate it when you two gaze so lovingly into each other's eyes, though those episodes have been thankfully rare in recent millennia." Neither she nor Osiris answered. Despite the cavalier tone, the tension was palpable. This was the first time they'd been together since they'd first founded their pantheon all those millennia ago. There had been so much war and strife since then, each championing their own view of the perfect world. "So this is the vaunted cave of the shamans," Sekhmet continued, staring up at the ceiling in obvious wonder. "I always wondered what happened in this cave. I thought real magic happened here. Imagine my surprise when I finally unlocked the mysteries of shaping and realized that everything that happened here was nothing more than superstition."
"Not so,"
Osiris snapped, with more ire than Isis would have expected. He never cared much for religion. Why had Sekhmet's comment bothered him so?
"I've learned much about mankind while you and Isis slumbered, much about what makes us whole as a people. We were at our best when we were in harmony with the land, and part of that harmony came from our mythology. Myth grounds us. While what happened here may have been superstition, it was integral to our identity as a species."
"The years have not been kind, Osiris," Sekhmet said, giving him a cruel smile. You were a warrior once. It sounds like you've given that up to become a philosopher. And apparently you're still a mindless brute, Osiris said, voice heavy with wariness. In the past, I'd have let you bait me with insults, but I've seen things neither of you can really understand. Set is a grave threat, but we've even worse to deal with, assuming we can best him first. Worse? Isis asked, fearing she already knew who he meant. We've always wondered who the builders were, where they might have gone, Osiris replied, gazing at her with those serious eyes. I've found answers while you slumbered. The builders will return, and when they do, the war that follows will make our war with Set look like feast day games. Thankfully, we have years before that event occurs, which is why I suggest we deal with Set first. He turned back to Sekhmet. I just want to make sure you understand the gravity of the situation. This cannot be like our past skirmishes, where we came together just long enough to complete a task. If we do not find a way to stand united, the world is doomed. Sekhmet studied Osiris, expression unreadable. It was long moments before she spoke. Perhaps you have gained a bit of wisdom. I have many questions about the builders, but I agree that for now Set is the true threat. If we cannot overcome him, it won't much matter what happens afterwards. Then you believe me when I say I was not behind the invasion of the underworld? Osiris asked, gaze roaming between the two of them. I believe you. I can feel your weakness. You are still gathering your strength. And had you been in control of the first arc, that would not be the case, Isis said, nodding. Besides, Hades couldn't be trusted in the best of times. It makes sense that he'd gone to serve Set, though I am surprised Vulcan would agree to such a thing. I do not believe he has, Sekhmet said, pursing her lips. When I met with him, he was clearly uncomfortable, likely because of what he'd done to Wepawet. I do not think Hades has shared everything with him, and Vulcan may not even be aware of who it is he really serves. So what do we do now? Isis asked. It warmed her to be working with her tribe again, just as they had when they'd been mortal. We gather our forces and attack, Sekhmet snarled, face growing feral as her eyes flared green. Set will pay for his treachery. It isn't that simple, Osiris said, folding his arms as he watched them. Set has grown powerful beyond measure, developed abilities we cannot even comprehend. His spies are everywhere. My organization is littered with them, as are both of yours, I'm sure. If we wish to overcome him, it will take stealth and subterfuge. You have some plan, then? Isis asked. I do, Osiris said, grinning wickedly. Chapter 58. Surprise. Jordan was more than a little irritable, partially because he now understood that the armor fueled his negative emotions. It made him angry, which made him angrier. It was a vicious cycle, one he'd have given just about anything to escape. In many ways, the armor was worse than the collar had been. He was more free, physically at least, yet mentally he was trapped in a way he'd never experienced, and he hated it. Not breaking everything around him took every ounce of self-control. He watched as everyone filed into the tent. It was like a state dinner, each side bringing their respective dignitaries. Ra, Trevor, Irakesh, and Anubis took one side of the tent. Behind them stood Steve and Wepawet. The former was a servile little fuck, while Wepawet exuded thinly veiled violence. Jordan could feel the god watching him through a faceplate twin to his own. Was the wolf-headed god experiencing the same things he was? Maybe if they struck a real alliance here, the two could find a way to help each other escape their respective prisons. Isis, Liz, and Blair dominated the other side of the tent. Jordan loomed behind them, trying to make up for Ra's larger force. He wasn't sure how much success he was having, but at least their faction was more impressive than the last one. Osiris sat by himself on another side of the circle, drinking from a cup of water and looking utterly unconcerned that he was the only one without backup. "The last of us have arrived," Ra said, her melodious voice easily overpowering the wind outside. "We have come to discuss a treaty between the gods, a compact between Isis, Osiris, and myself. To this end, I'd suggest we discuss our respective terms. Assuming we can reach an accord, we will then nominate a leader for this alliance. Is this an acceptable format?" Both Isis and Osiris nodded. The whole thing felt very rote, as if the three had already discussed this at length and were now merely going through the whole thing for show. "Isis, why don't you begin by giving us your terms?" Ra asked, leaning forward and resting her chin on her hand. "Our terms are simple," Isis said. She straightened. "We are willing to work alongside you and Osiris to stop Set. We will put our forces at the disposal of the elected leader. In exchange, we ask the following. First, we will be given safe passage back to our lands once the deed is done. Second, the group will re-establish a conduit to the Nexus. Third, the Cardoon Steve will be turned over to us to face justice for his crimes." Whispering rippled through the room at last, though it was doused like a candle caught in the wind. Jordan watched Steve's reaction carefully, and he couldn't help but smile at the fear he read there. Steve had been playing a dangerous game for a long time, and seemed to realize he might finally have lost. "Osiris," Ra said, shifting to half face him, "I would hear your demands as well before terms are set with Isis." "My terms are simple," Osiris said, setting down his goblet. He gave Ra a hard look. "After Set is overthrown, I am again made Ark Lord of the First Ark. If we recover a primary access key, that key is given to me. In exchange, I offer the following. I will use the key to forge a conduit to the Nexus. I will also offer the full might of Moan Corp, and I assure you it will be needed to win this battle. When the fighting is done, I will grant all parties safe egress from the land now called England." Ra was silent for a long moment. "Very well. I have heard both of your terms. Now hear mine. Osiris will be made Ark Lord of the First Ark. This I can agree to. Yet I will not give up a primary access key if one is discovered. I know all gods will seek such a powerful tool, so I'd suggest that whoever personally vanquishes Set may claim the weapon." Now that was an interesting choice. Jordan privately agreed with it. It gave all three of them incentive to kill whoever this Set was, and it prevented whatever pointless bickering would no doubt erupt over who got the weapon. "As for your terms, Isis, I agree to them unilaterally. The Cardoon Steve will be turned over at the conclusion of our compact," Ra said, raising a hand. Wepawet seemed to know what she wanted, reaching out a metallic hand to seize Steve by the scruff of the neck. Good thing, too, as Steve had already begun to blur. Fucking coward. "In light of Osiris's request for the primary access key, I'd suggest a compromise," Isis said, rising to her feet. She extended a hand, and a moment later, gold flowed up her arm. It coalesced into the familiar staff with its scarab head. "I already possess one of the keys, and I have no need of another. In exchange for forgoing my claim to the weapon, I—" Pain racked Jordan. Fire shot through every nerve, and he began to twitch as if being electrocuted. The armor prevented him from falling, but he'd lost all muscle control. He felt woozy, and his bladder emptied of its own accord. The fire faded, but in its place left a heavy blanket smothering his entire body. He tried to shake his head, but found he couldn't move. Not so much as his jaw. What the hell was going on? A moment later, his HUD flickered to life, entering combat mode. It began cataloging people in the room. All were listed as enemies, and as he watched, each was assigned a priority. All save one. Wepawet was painted blue, the only friendly in the room. The implications chilled Jordan to the core. He strained, trying to force movement from his flaccid body. Nothing. It refused to obey him, instead moving of its own accord. He could do nothing as the missile tubes on his shoulder opened, watching in horror as Wepawet's armor mirrored the action. Isis had been wrong about the length of time it would take for the taint to seize control. There was a small click as both launchers delivered their entire payload. Chapter 59. Flight. A wall of flame ballooned outward from the exploding missiles, blowing shrapnel through anything in its way. Trevor curled his body into a ball as the blast hurled him through the scattering ash of what had been the tent. His internal organs were perforated, his spine broken. He landed in a heap, his one good eye aimed in the direction of the carnage. Jordan and Wepawet stood in the midst of the destruction, with everyone else strewn around for 100 yards, moaning, groping for missing limbs, clutching at bleeding heads. Ra stood first, with more grace than one could expect, though her body remained whole and her golden spear emerged like an extension of her arm. Her eyes smoldered, and her lips were drawn back in a snarl. Isis rose next, shifting into wolf form as she tore loose the tattered remains of her skirt. Osiris leaped to his feet immediately after, his suit nothing but a charred memory. Its absence exposed an athletic body crisscrossed with near-endless scars. Ra's golden spear twirled in her hands even as she leaped into the air above Wepawet. She thrust the weapon through the seam in his armor where the helmet met the chest plate. The sunsteel passed through the armor like it was paper, punching through the back of the throat. Even as Ra's feet touched the ground, she reversed the stroke, using her momentum to fling the heavy power armor into the air. Trevor tracked its flight, eyes widening as he spied something behind it and above it. Something massive, with scaly black wings. Trevor had long been a fan of fantasy. He'd spent countless hours devouring novels, watching movies, and playing Dungeons and Dragons. The thing in the air, the thing descending slowly in their direction, was without a doubt a dragon. Of course, the dragons he'd read about didn't have 50-caliber machine guns built into their backs. It was like a fucking T-Rex with wings. And even as he watched, awful green mist burst from its mouth. Trevor used the blur to scramble out of the way, rolling to the right as the mist sizzled a wide path where he'd been standing. The path continued toward the smoldering remains of the pavilion, where most of his companions were still reacting to the sudden betrayal of Jordan and Wepawet. Fortunately, Osiris saw the danger. He sprinted forward, his passage so swift it kicked up a wind that tore at the remains of Trevor's pants. Then he leaped, not a human jump, but something superhuman. The kick sent him into the sky like a comet, returning to the heavens, and as he rose, Osiris summoned the sword he'd taken from Liz. He spun it in a circle until it became a single blur, like a plane's propeller. He used that to deflect the steady stream of bullets belching from the gun set into the dragon's back. Then he was past the machine gun's firing arc, moving faster than it could track. The gleaming golden point of the sword was held above him, and it punched through the underside of the dragon's jaw with almost no resistance. There was an enormous crunch of bone, and the dragon's head exploded as Osiris's body impacted. Then the god turned to mist, hovering in the air as the decapitated dragon plummeted to the ground. It struck with titanic force, the box of ammunition on its lower back exploding spectacularly. The crash was loud enough to be heard over the din of explosions and painful cries arising throughout the camp. Trevor looked around him, realizing several things at once. There were 3 more dragons in the sky, and dozens of smaller bat-like creatures as well. There was also a wall of muscular demons tearing through Ra's undead. It was a perfect ambush, and it was destroying their ability to fight before they even realized they were in battle.
To me!
Ra roared, launching herself into the air. Like Osiris, she hovered above the earth, a faint green glow suffusing her skin. Her hair whipped around her like a million tiny snakes. writhing about almost with a will of their own.
"Gather to me!"
Isis didn't respond, instead seizing Jordan's armor by one wrist. She whirled around as if throwing a discus, then released Jordan. He shot through the air towards a knot of demons nearly 100 yards away. His armored form slammed into two, crushing both as he rolled into the dust. Trevor doubted Jordan was dead, but the commander didn't rise. Liz had shifted as well, and held Blair's mangled body protectively as she stood behind Isis. Blair was already beginning to heal, but it looked like he was out of the fight in the short term. Neither Irakesh nor Steve had emerged from the wreckage of the pavilion, leaving Anubis as the only other member of their party. The jackal drifted into the air, moving to join Ra. His fan axe scythed with an almost casual ease through any demons who came close. That seemed like the safest place to be. Trevor ignored the fiery pain of healing, instead willing himself to mist, drifting into the air to join them. He had no idea how they remained solid while they were hovering there, but now wasn't a great time to ask. He positioned his cloud between Anubis and Ra, drawing shadows closely about him until he was hidden. He had no illusions as to his place on this battlefield. He, Blair, and Liz were puppies compared to the gods around them. The best thing they could probably do right now was just stay out of the way.
"Sekhmet!"
Isis roared. Trevor looked down to see Isis pointing at something in the distance. He looked that way and found a pair of truly frightening gods marching in their direction. Both were clad in black armor, more what he'd expect a knight to wear than the modern stuff Jordan was using.
"It's my brother,"
Osiris called, drifting close to Ra. Isis leaped up to join them, hovering just like the others. He'd never seen a werewolf do anything like that, though it made a certain kind of sense. Jordan had used telekinesis. If Isis had the same power, maybe she was lifting herself.
"There is no way we can win against him. Not here, and not now,"
Isis said, turning her attention back to the approaching gods. Set walked calmly in their direction, drawing an enormous black sword from a scabbard over his shoulder.
"My army has already been devastated,"
Ra said, nodding in agreement.
"We have no choice but to flee, yet I cannot imagine how we'll manage that. There's no way he'll allow us to get away."
"Only one thing will keep him from pursuing mighty Ra," Anubis rumbled, drawing the attention of the other gods. Trevor wasn't sure what he meant, but the rest of them looked gravely at the jackal. "Set has ever been prideful, and long he has desired my death. If I stay, he will take time to kill me personally. That will give the rest of you time to flee."
"Doing so will weaken us,"
Ra said, shooting a concerned glance at Set's approaching form. They had only moments before his arrival.
"I am almost tempted to make a stand here."
"That would be beyond foolish," Osiris snapped, drifting closer to Ra. "We flee now. If we die here, then Set wins, and the world pays. We must find safety and gather our strength. If that means losing one of our own to do it, then we must make that sacrifice."
"Very well,"
Ra said. She stretched out a hand and squeezed Anubis' shoulder.
"Fight well, nephew. You will be remembered long after this age."
"Trevor," the jackal said, turning those ancient eyes in his direction. "I will not have time to finish my teaching. Tell Anput why I must dishonor myself so, and see that she learns the nature of my death." That surprised him. The idea that Anubis would trust him with anything seemed odd. The jackal had made it clear at every point that he detested Trevor. Yet, here he was, asking a favor that would have been better left to Ra. These people were damned strange. "I'll tell her," Trevor said, dropping the shadows. "Good luck, Anubis." Anubis nodded once, then glided to the ground. He casually dispatched a pair of tall, muscular demons, then turned to wait for Set. "Are we sure this is going to be enough for us to get away? What about Set's troops?" Trevor asked. The dragons had finished with Ra's army and were heading their way. "Do not concern yourself," Osiris said. giving him a crooked smile. "I have just the thing for the fodder." Osiris looked skyward, and Trevor followed his gaze. Something twinkled above them. Whatever it was getting larger quickly. At first, he thought it was a meteor, but then he recognized it. "Holy shit," Trevor said, looking at Osiris. "You're using the Skyhammer, aren't you?" Chapter 60. Last Stand. Anubis twirled his fan-bladed axe in lazy arcs as he waited for Set to approach. The ebony-armored figure walked slowly toward him, despite the fact that he could have blurred across the distance in the space between heartbeats. It was hardly surprising. Set loved theatrics. Dragons, Anubis thought with a chuckle. Seriously? Each took centuries to grow and consumed an enormous amount of flesh daily. They were notoriously difficult to keep, and, while they were impressive in combat, a god of any decent age could best one easily. They were hardly worth the effort, yet Set had a fondness for them. Anubis glanced up as a sudden downdraft tickled his fur. For a moment, he thought one of the dragons was attacking, but all three had passed in pursuit of Ra and her companions. The wind came from a strange, glittering object that plunged from the heavens like a star. A molten hunk of metal the size of a small mountain screamed to the earth, catching all three dragons. The first creature took the brunt of the blast and was crushed easily. The other two were caught in the wake, knocked spinning from the air like lions kicked by an elephant. Anubis laughed, a warm, hearty laugh. Little had impressed him in this new world, but it seemed these moderns had invented at least a few interesting weapons. He turned toward Set, who'd paused in his approach to study the carnage where his dragons had been. Anubis couldn't see his face, but he imagined it was locked into a rictus of rage, and that pleased him. "How many more dragons do you have, Set?" Anubis taunted, walking slowly toward the demonic god. Ra was safe now. Set and his terrible wife, Deathless, wouldn't pursue so long as Anubis lived, and by the time Set killed him, Ra would long since have fled. "Don't goad me, jackal," Set snapped, his armored visor turning to focus on Anubis. His eyes were twin pools of flat black, utterly alien. What had he done to himself? "Your death will be painful as it is, but if you push me, I will keep you alive for centuries. I will make you eat your own entrails. You will beg for death, whimpering like the cowardly animal you resemble." "We've battled before, Set. Have you forgotten? Perhaps if you removed the helmet occasionally, you could see the scar I gave you all those millennia ago," Anubis taunted, enjoying it perhaps more than he should. "Ah, I forget," Set said, barking out a sudden laugh. He reached up with both hands, removing the demonic helm and tucking it under one arm. All mirth crumbled to ash. Set had been handsome once, perhaps the most handsome of all the gods, except only Osiris. The only thing marring that had been the single scar on his right cheek, a wound Anubis had the dubious honor of having given him. The scar was gone. Everything that made Set human was gone. A bulbous head of ashen gray housed eyes of flat black, and Anubis found his death reflected there. Set smiled, a sea of shark fangs glittering as he spoke. "You've slumbered for 13 millennia, jackal. I have not. See the changes the builders have wrought. See what I have become, the power I now wield." "What are you?" Anubis took a cautious step backwards. "You ask the wrong question," Set said, stepping forward with a terrible smile. "What am I becoming? The progeny of the builders have shared much with me. I am being shaped into their image, so that I might join the builders when they return. All that I do to further the return." "As a slave?" Anubis growled, spitting in the dust at Set's feet. "Oh, no," Set corrected, taking a step closer. He waved a hand dismissively, and Nephthys retreated to a safe distance.
As an overseer, I will enslave mankind to my will. All will become demons, an extension of my mind. Those who do not will be slain. I will present a vast army to the builders upon their return, to execute their will in reshaping this world."
Prudence said Anubis should have let Set come to him, that he should have waited as long as possible to prolong the battle. Yet he could not. Everything in him cried out to end the abomination before him. He charged, executing a 100-blade attack. Countless images burst from him, each a perfect mirror, down to the fan-bladed axe. The images attacked from 100 directions. Only one was real, but to deal with that attack, the victim had to be able to pick out the real Anubis. It had been precisely this attack that had given Set the scar all those centuries ago. Set simply vanished. 100 copies of Anubis struck nothing but empty air. He took a moment to regain his balance, then began to spin. Set was behind him, and he was already attacking. His gauntleted fist punched through Anubis's chest, ripping out his heart. Anubis stumbled back, propping himself up with his axe. As a Deathless, he no longer had a heart that beat, but the blow still staggered him. He expected Set to press the attack, but instead the abomination began eating his heart. Slowly, as if relishing a great treat. Anubis roared, blurring towards Set in a fury. This time his attack was unsubtle, but as fast as he could make it. As expected, Set disappeared again. This time Anubis studied the movement. He wasn't blurring. He was in one place, then he was in another, just like a vampire. Again Anubis attacked, a powerful strike, as fast as he could make it. Again Set teleported, laughing this time. That laughter ended when Anubis drove his axe backwards, ramming the second axe head through Set's chest. Armor crunched, twisting as the sun steel found flesh. He capitalized on the attack, swinging a clawed hand at Set's still exposed face. He felt a moment's elation, but then Set's jaw distended. His mouth opened impossibly wide, and he struck like a snake, snapping his jaws around Anubis's outstretched hand. There was a moment's pain. Then Anubis fell back with a roar as he stared at the stump where his hand had been. Set gave him no quarter. Driving brutally forward, he slammed a gauntleted hand into Anubis's jaw, shattering it and knocking him backward. Set snatched Anubis's fan blade out of the air, whirling it over his own head once, then down in a low sweep. The move severed both Anubis's legs at the knees, spilling his mangled body to the dusty earth. Anubis used his one good arm to pull himself backward, but it was a feeble gesture. He was about to die, and he knew it. "Not so, Jackal," Set said, leaning close with that bizarre alien grin. By Ra, was Set in his head somehow? That was a trick for Khaduns, yet he'd clearly heard Anubis's thoughts. He displayed powers from Isis, Osiris, and Ra. What did that mean? "Oh yes, Jackal, I can hear your thoughts. But what you will find more terrifying? I can control them as well." Set plunged all 5 fingers of one hand into Anubis's chest. White fire flooded Anubis's body, and his back arched. He screamed and screamed, praying for death. Chapter 61. A Fitting Fate for Baldy. Irakesh came to with a groan, pulling himself from under a singed section of the pavilion. Everything ached, especially his head. He stared around dumbly, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Smoke rose in little plumes, a whole sea of them. Each came from a cooked corpse, a mixture of humans, Anakim, and worse things. One looked like a creature he'd heard of, but never seen. One he'd longed to test himself against. A dragon. The corpse had no head, and its sickly green blood had congealed into a great stinking pool around its body. "Hello, nephew," came a feminine voice from behind him. Irakesh froze, unable to even turn and face the voice. He recognized it from his early childhood, and it still terrified him.
Are you not happy to see me? You must face her, and quickly, my host. Convince her you are her servant, or she will burn us to ash.
Irakash turned, painting a smile on his face. Ah, Aunt Nephthys, you are looking radiant. It would seem you and Mother had a bit of a disagreement.
Not so,
Nephthys said, cocking her head to the side. She wore form-fitting black armor, a million tiny scales much like that of the dead dragon. The armor highlighted her generous curves, but one look at the inhuman face erased any beauty an observer may have found there. Ebony eyes, lacking an iris or cornea, latched onto him. Her skin was the pallid white of a new corpse, her head disproportionate to her body. Somehow the worst part was her hair, which had fallen out save for a few stringy patches of gray.
We were in perfect agreement. She ran like a frightened child, so I didn't kill her.
Ah, Irakash said, feeling queasy in a decidedly undeathless-like way.
Husband,
Nephthys called, her melodious voice at odds with that strange face. She turned to face another figure, one that would have made Irakash wet himself were he still human. Set approached, face grim. What a face it was, too. It looked almost like Ka, the servant the builders had left behind. Save where Ka appeared harmless, Set was terrifying. It meant Set was shaping his helixes to match that of the builders. Set carried a limp body in his hand, dragging it through the dirt as he approached. Irakash blinked, recognizing Steve's bloody form. Steve still breathed, but he hung there limply. Set had a hand around the back of Steve's neck, his fingers curled around the golden collar, which he was using to carry the Kadoon. "Ah, nephew," Set said, tossing Steve at Irakesh's feet. "I can see by the bracelet on your wrist that I found something that belongs to you." "Ek," Irakesh said, staring down at Steve. He could tell the Kadoon was awake, but Steve lay there as if unconscious. Irakesh envied him that. He looked back up at Set. Yes, the Kadoon belongs to me." "I see," Set said, wrapping an arm around Nephthys' waist. His voice was warm and friendly. "Tell me, nephew, would you like to continue your wretched existence?" "Of course," Irakash said, wiping soot from his forehead with the back of his hand. How was he going to get out of this situation? He looked around, but all of his allies were gone. He was well and truly on his own. "Excellent. I'm pleased to hear that," Set said, giving him a truly alarming smile. "Swear fealty to me, accept the gift of the demon, and I will elevate you to a commander within my forces. You will answer only to me and your aunt. How does that sound?" Irakesh considered his options. Set was asking him to betray his own mother. More, he was asking Irakesh to allow Set to sink his hooks in. Those hooks would begin to erode Irakesh's will, and someday would take over his mind. With each year, Irakesh's will would belong less to him and more to Set, until one day he was a mindless thrall. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Uncle," Irakesh found himself saying. The words were strange. He didn't know where they'd come from. Irakesh sank to his knees and met Set's awful gaze. "I suppose you'll have to kill me. I won't betray my mother, and I won't give up my identity to be one of your servants." Steve leaped up eagerly to his feet, dropping the pretense of being unconscious. "I will." He was bloody and battered, but his gaze was steady as he looked at Set. "Take me, my lord. I have no love for Ra, and even less for Isis. Give me power, and I'm happy to assist you in killing your enemies." "Interesting," Set said, laughing. He stalked over to Irakesh, drawing an enormous black bastard sword from the scabbard over his shoulder. He gave a quick flick, severing Irakesh's wrist. There was a moment of hot pain, but Irakesh ignored it as the hand with the bracelet clinked to the ground at Steve's feet. He said nothing as Set turned to Steve. "I accept your offer, Kadoon.
I will free you from the collar, and give you the gift of the demon."
Set gave Irakesh a truly wicked smile, one full of tiny razored teeth that made Irakesh's own look harmless.
"As for my quivering nephew here, he will be your first thrall. You may enslave him, just as he so thoughtlessly enslaved you."
Irakesh watched in horror as Steve approached. The Kadun wore a gleeful smile, staring cruelly at Irakesh as he snapped the collar around his neck. Chapter 62. Our Best Plan Sucks. Blair stared back over his shoulder, but none of the demons approached. They'd blurred several miles, finally stopping at an empty freeway.
"You were ready for this,"
Isis said, gesturing at a massive jumbo jet parked on the road. The cargo hold in the back was open, a wide ramp beckoning for them to enter. A single figure stood there, waving frantically at them to board. Blair sprinted up the ramp. He was one of the last aboard, joining the cluster of figures in the center of the little hangar. The man who'd been waiting had salt and pepper hair. He wore a deep blue Armani suit, one that matched the quality and cut of Osiris's own. Pre-dragon goop, anyway. Whoever it was had the faint green glow Blair had come to expect from the Deathless, and his familiar nod to Osiris reinforced that judgment. "Where's Commander Jordan?" the man asked, scanning their ranks as the wide ramp behind Blair began folding up into the plane.
"I'm sorry, Mark. He didn't make it,"
Osiris replied, grimly.
"He's trapped in a suit of armor derived from our X-11s.
"Trapped?" the man asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Yes, trapped, using tech stolen by Set's spies,"
Osiris explained, giving a sigh as he sat on one of the benches set into the wall of the cargo hold. Isis joined him, though Ra and Trevor remained standing. Blair looked to Liz, who seemed just as shell-shocked as he was. He moved to her, wrapping an arm around her waist. She seemed a little surprised, but gave him a tentative smile. At least there was still something good, something to hold on to amidst all the chaos.
"Okay, so they've stolen our tech. That's alarming, but I don't understand what you mean by Jordan being trapped."
The man Osiris had called Mark seemed agitated, and the flippant way he spoke to Osiris suggested he was used to being in charge.
"The armor is tainted,"
Osiris explained, accepting a silk handkerchief from Mark, which he used to clean grime and dragon ichor from his face.
"It's demonic. In essence, it makes Jordan a slave to the will of the person who created the demonic taint. In this case, that's my brother Set. Normally, that taint takes months to seep in, sometimes years. Set managed to do it in just a few days."
"So, Jordan's been compromised. Can they force him to work against us?" Mark asked, grabbing a bulkhead as the plane began to move. "I'd say so, Director," Liz said, disengaging from Blair and approaching the man. "He fired a bunch of missiles into the middle of our gathering, and might have tried to do more if Isis hadn't used him like a frisbee." "Miss Gregg," the director said, giving her a smile that revealed a pair of elongated incisors, just like the ones Osiris had. "I'm pleased to see you're still alive." "Likewise," Liz said, accepting his handshake. "Well, living-ish. It looks like you've become deathless." "Something like that," the man said. Blair finally knew who he was now. "Though I'm not a deathless as I understand it."
"No, you're not,"
Osiris interrupted. He smiled at them, face finally clean.
"Mark is a vampire, Miss Gregg. One of my progeny."
Trevor and Ra had been whispering in a far corner, but she turned to look at Osiris as he spoke. "What's the difference?" Liz asked. "Osiris couldn't stomach what we'd become," Ra said, walking a few feet toward them. The plane began to shake as the engines roared outside. They gained momentum quickly, and Blair was forced to grab the bulkhead. "He altered the virus so he could appear more human, and his children have the same lineage. They hide what they are. Deathless revel in it."
"We can argue the aesthetics of our respective bloodlines later,"
Osiris said, turning back to the director. "How did you know where we were?" "You asked me to follow Ra's progress," the director said, shrugging. "It wasn't hard to figure out this is where you'd go, so I kept an eye on things. When creatures began emerging from the Ark in England, I thought it prudent to move material here in case this was where Set planned to hit. Looks like I was right." "Your decision may have saved us all," Osiris replied, nodding in apparent thanks. "Set will be after us soon. He'll likely gloat over his victory for at least a small time, but we'll need to prepare for the next attack." "Next attack?" Blair asked, finally joining the conversation. "How will he know where we're going?" "Because he has spies everywhere," the director said, picking a piece of lint from the arm of his suit. "If he knows where Moan is headquartered in London, then that's where he'll strike." "Then why don't we just go somewhere else? Somewhere he doesn't know?" Blair asked. It seemed foolish to walk into a trap you knew about. "Because Set knows we have no choice," Isis said, heaving a great sigh. "We know his scheme now, which is nothing less than the destruction of the Nexus." Blair was silent for a long moment, considering. "So you think Set will use the first Ark to get back into the Nexus, since his previous plan to cut off its power source didn't work? I've restored a conduit to it, and for him to destroy the Nexus, he has to sever the conduit. That about right?" The plane engines screamed, then the front wheels left the runway. There was a moment of weightlessness. Then they were airborne. "Precisely," Osiris said, giving a tight nod. "Had it not been for your actions, the Nexus would already be destroyed. I don't know why its destruction is so important to Set, but the reason doesn't matter, really. The Nexus is critical to our eventual defense against the Builders. Without it, we lose the Ark network, and they'll be able to pick us off easily." "I keep hearing the Builders brought up," Liz said, folding her arms as her gaze roamed the Elder Gods. "I get that they made the Arks. I get they're a threat for some reason. How do they relate to Set, though? We have too many damned enemies, and I'm not even sure which is which anymore." "Doesn't matter," Trevor said, crossing to join Liz. Ra shot him a look as he moved, expression unreadable. Interesting. Blair wondered if there was something more going on there. "What does matter is our immediate actions. Maybe these Builders are a threat, but they're a distant one, as I understand it. The immediate problem is Set. We know what he wants. He knows what we know. It sounds like he'll bring everything he has to stop us." "That he will," Osiris said. He looked deeply troubled. "We don't have the resources to resist him either. You saw what he brought to bear back there. He'll bring a stronger force to London, one we can't stop. If he catches us, we'll be wiped out, and there will be no one left to oppose him." "So we bring the battle to him, then," Ra growled, stalking over to stand next to Trevor. That made Blair smile. "Sekhmet is right," Isis said, straightening. "We have to stop Set. We cannot run, or he wins by proxy. He destroys the Nexus unopposed." There was a long moment of silence as everyone seemed to weigh their options. "Let's blow up the first Ark," Blair found himself saying, even as the idea crystallized in his mind. Everyone eyed him in shock, so he continued. "If we assault the first Ark, Set will have no choice but to stop us. Once he's in the Ark, we find a way to overload the reactor. Someone, or several someones, keep Set busy until it goes critical. The Ark detonates, killing Set along with it." "There is a serious flaw with that plan," Isis said, eyes boring into Blair. "The Arks are linked to the Earth's magnetosphere. They use it to evenly distribute sunstorms during the height of the sun's fury. It's all that keeps the surface of our world from being burnt to a crisp. If you destroy one of the Arks, you risk destabilizing that network." "What would that mean exactly?" Blair asked. "A pole shift?" Trevor said, stroking his goatee. "That would be some nasty business. It would cause the continents to shift, meaning we'd see some of the worst earthquakes and volcanoes since the late Cambrian." "Does anyone have a better plan?" Liz broke in. She reached down and took Blair's hand, giving it a supportive squeeze. Silence until Osiris finally spoke. Blair's plan is workable. Set has to die. That much is clear. None of us have the power to kill him, and even if we did, he still has an army of demons to deal with. That army will be centered in or under the first ark. Blow up the ark, and you wipe out that army. Chapter 63. Well and truly fucked. I bet you have a really small penis, Jordan said. He kept his tone light, matter-of-fact. It had the desired effect. Set, the pompous asswipe he was standing next to, turned toward Jordan. His expression was unreadable behind the dark, demonic helm, but Jordan liked to think he'd scored a point. A choking sound came from the freakish hag standing next to Set, and her all-black eyes blinked furiously as she stared at Set. She looked as if she wanted to run. Jordan guessed Set probably had some serious spousal abuse issues to affect that kind of reaction in his wife. Irakesh and Steve cowered in the corner. Jordan, Wepawet, Set, and his haggish wife Deathless stood near the control rod of the slipsail Blair had used to escape Ra. The room was spacious, but it suddenly felt cramped. "Can you give me a single reason why I shouldn't incinerate you where you stand, whelp?" Set rumbled, taking a threatening step toward Jordan. "Because you're a megalomaniac with a serious Napoleon complex? If you kill me, you'll have to find another dog to whip, since that's the only way you can actually get hard." "He's right, Wepawet said, surprising Jordan. It was the first time the wolf-headed god had spoken since he'd donned the armor. "You do have a small penis. Osiris spoke of it often, usually with a great deal of pity." Set roared, grabbing Wepawet and slamming his armored body to the deck. He rounded on Jordan, armor clinking as he trembled visibly. "I am not so foolish as you think. Death is a release, your only escape. I will make you suffer for 1,000 lifetimes, each worse than the last. Your insolence will earn you nothing but pain. I'll make you kill your family. I'll make you—" "Blah, blah, fucking blah," Jordan interrupted, grinning. A buzzing began in the back of Jordan's mind, like 1,000 cicada on a hot summer night. The buzzing intensified, growing louder until he could hear nothing else. Every fiber in his being screamed that he should run, and his bowels emptied themselves. Jordan finally collapsed into a fetal position, drawing his armored legs against his chest as he prayed for the terror to abate. "I can make the terror permanent," Set said, eminently smug. Just like that, the fear vanished. "I can make you lust for corpses, or fill you with hatred until you beg me to kill your closest companions. Tell me, whelp, do you have any further insults you wish to offer me?" "No, sir." "Excellent. You can learn, then," Set said, leaning down next to Jordan. "See that you remember your place. If you speak again for any reason, I will offer you a kind of torment far worse than anything you can possibly imagine. Do you understand?" Jordan almost said yes, but he realized the trap that had just been laid. He nodded, rising slowly to his feet. "What of you, Wepawet? Any further insults you wish to offer?" Set asked, shifting his attention to the wolf-headed god. Wepawet rose slowly to his feet, shaking his head. "Wonderful! Ready yourselves for battle. In the morning we invade the sanctum of your vaunted Osiris. Together we will kill him, his wife, and that awful bitch Ra." Chapter 64. The Builders. Set waved a hand, erecting a shadow sanctuary around himself and the control obelisk. Neither light nor sound could penetrate it from without, though he could still see the rest of the ship. It afforded him the privacy he needed for the task he was about to undertake. It was unpleasant at the best of times, but circumstances would make it far worse than usual. He took a deep breath. He was wrestling with an unfamiliar emotion, one he was far more used to causing than experiencing: fear. In his hundreds of centuries, he'd almost never run across a being that could give him pause, especially the last 100. With Osiris withering outside the arks, and the rest of Set's contemporaries asleep, he had little to fear. He'd subjugated the underworld, killed any god who resisted, and pressed the remainder into service. He had spies and vassals all over the world. His demonic taint spread far and wide. He'd touched dozens of powerful beings, and each now bore a shard of his existence, in much the same way he still bore a shard of Ka's. Yet all his power, all his control, had left him ill-equipped to deal with the progeny of the Builders. In them, he glimpsed the Builders themselves. Their power was vast and incomprehensible. It had created the arks, shaped entire species, and ultimately carried them from this world to one somewhere at the fringes of space. All the vast power they discovered in the first ark was merely the leavings of the Builders. Who knew what abilities they discovered in the millions of years since they departed? Their progeny were terrifyingly advanced, which was why Set was experiencing such a base emotion. He withdrew a small golden triangle as thick as a finger. It had 7 gems arranged across the surface, and as he concentrated, they began to glow. A moment later, a tiny translucent figure appeared. It looked much like Ka, its head too large and eyes too black. Yet where Ka's skin was green, this being had a pallid gray. He still found it alien, despite having adopted the same disturbing visage himself. "Greetings, exalted one," he said, bowing his head. The need to do so galled him, yet there was little choice in it. If he served the Builders, there was a place for him. If he did not, then he'd be annihilated alongside all other sentient life. The creature's mouth didn't move, yet it emitted an odd chittering. Set hadn't been able to learn their language, but images appeared in his mind. They showed the Nexus, crushed by the ocean. They showed vast numbers of humans morphing into gray men through the use of the chrysalis their progeny had provided. Set glanced at the corner of the slipsail where the device sat, a coffin-shaped block of stone just larger than a man. The idea that it could change a being into a gray man was in itself terrifying. It was by experimenting with it, and with the heart of the first ark, that he'd effected such changes on himself. "Soon, Master," Set said, bowing his head again. "The Nexus is being supported by a single ark. Tomorrow I will kill its lord, and kill all the elder gods who oppose us. Once they are dead, I can remove the conduit, and the Nexus will collapse." More chittering, more images, mostly emotion, or what passed for it in the mind of the gray men. They were deeply dispassionate, yet they could feel anger, as this one did now. "Colonization can begin soon," Set said, aware that he was almost pleading. It wasn't dignified, but it was smart. "Once the Nexus is destroyed, I will begin linking the vessels Vulcan has created to the first ark. My slaves will convert night and day. Then we can begin conquering other arks to speed the process." The chittering sounded almost mollified. Then the image broke into fragments and disappeared. Set shuddered. He'd met the gray men in person only once, but that had been enough to cow him. Their ships were incredible, smaller versions of the great arks, smaller versions that could fly through the vast emptiness of space. Their power was considerable. Yet that wasn't truly what terrified him. It was the knowledge that the few hundred gray men were merely forerunners. Countless others would come, and when they arrived, the war would begin in earnest. Chapter 65. Holding Action. Trevor shifted his weight from foot to foot. The anticipation was killing him. They'd arrived in London 2 hours ago, and had hastily erected defenses throughout the facility. Trevor, Liz, and Blair had been assigned to guard something called Object 3, a teleporter from the brief explanation the director had provided. Their instructions were simple. Keep the enemy away until everyone could fall back, then use the teleporter to invade the first ark. Only, Trevor doubted it would be simple. Heavy footfalls sounded in the distance. far too heavy to be human, and the stampede was growing closer. "Incoming!" Trevor roared, sprinting down the tunnel back into the narrow hallway. He dove behind a stack of crates, rolling to his feet next to the machine gun emplacement. The woman manning the weapon wasn't anyone he knew, which might be just as well. It was unlikely she'd survive the next few hours.
"How many?"
Blair asked, crouched in werewolf form across the hall, behind another stack of crates. There was no sign of Liz, but Trevor knew she was there somewhere, in the shadows. "At least a dozen, the big bruiser types," Trevor answered, slipping into the shadows himself. "You want to fall back to Object 3?
"Not yet,"
Blair said, shaking his furry head.
"We need to make this believable, or they'll know something is up. That means making them pay for every inch they take."
The first lumbering figure emerged from the room beyond, pausing to bellow a challenge as it entered the narrow hallway. It was a little over 8 feet tall, and had to stoop to enter. Both broad horns carved furrows in the ceiling, dusting its shoulders with white plaster. The woman next to Trevor opened up with the machine gun, ringing Trevor's ears like gongs. The vibration shook the floor as a sea of spent cartridges clattered to the ground around them. The stream of rounds punched into the demon's chest and face, driving it backward. Most of the rounds ricocheted off, which showed just how tough these things were. A few punched through, sending out gouts of black blood. The demon answered with an angry roar, and tried to force its way up the corridor. The machine gun kept firing until the creature finally collapsed in a pool of its own black blood. There was a moment of blessed silence, then a second demon tried to crawl past the body of the first. The machine gun howled death again, and Trevor covered his ears. The floor was thick with spent shell casings now, and the room reeked of gunpowder. The second demon stopped moving. A third tried crawling its way past, but was having a hard time managing the bodies of its companions. Then the demon disappeared back the way it had come. Trevor waited for long moments, praying for the ringing in his ears to fade. Nothing. No further attempts by the demons to gain the corridor.
"Where do you think they went?"
Liz called from behind him, her deep voice confirming that she was in wolf form, despite the fact that Trevor couldn't see her.
"Regrouping, maybe?"
Blair asked, peering over the crates on the other side of the hall. "I doubt it," Trevor said. "We only killed 2 of them, and they have a whole hell of a lot more fodder."
"Then why did they—"
Blair began, but a wall of flame and shrapnel erupted up the hallway. Trevor blurred, ducking behind the machine gun emplacement. The soldier wasn't quite fast enough to get her head down, and took a face full of flame and pain. The rapid staccato of automatic weapons fire came from the far end of the corridor, and the crates that had survived the missile blast crumbled under a withering hail of high-caliber bullets. Blair crouched across from Trevor, his fur singed, but seemingly unharmed otherwise. "Fall back!" Trevor roared, unsure if anyone could hear him beneath the deafening weight of the gunfire. Either Blair heard him, or he had the same idea. He blurred up the corridor, disappearing into the room beyond. Trevor did the same, rolling through the doorway and scrambling to one side of it. A moment later, Liz emerged from the shadows. She swung the heavy iron door shut, dropping the kind of crossbar he'd expect in a medieval dungeon.
"That's not going to hold them for long,"
she roared, spinning to face Trevor.
"Did you get a look at whatever was firing?"
"No," Trevor said, shaking his head. The muffled roar of bullets finally ceased, but they still had to shout to be heard over the ringing in their ears.
"I did,"
Blair's voice echoed in Trevor's head.
"Or I felt the person anyway. It was Jordan. He wasn't alone either. Steve is out there too."
"That will mean Irakesh, maybe Webawet too," Trevor yelled back. "All working for Set, you think?"
"Definitely. It doesn't surprise me about Steve or Irakesh, and we already knew Jordan was compromised."
Blair's voice rang through Trevor's mind again.
"That means we're outnumbered and likely outgunned. That might change the plan."
Trevor looked at the platform dominating the room. Object 3, Osiris had called it. A triangle of black stone sloped up to a golden disk about 6 feet across. "Should we use that thing, then?"
"We can't,"
Liz called back, shaking her auburn-furred head.
"Not yet, anyway. We have to wait for Isis. There's no point in going to the Ark without her, Osiris, and Ra.
How long will it take you to warm that thing up, Blair?
I don't know,
Blair said, turning to face Object 3.
Osiris says it works just like a light bridge, but it feels a little different.
He said this thing was built by the progeny of the builders, right? Trevor said, eyeing the thing uneasily.
Yeah, that explains the difference. It's a more modern version of the light bridges. Let's just hope it works like we expect,
Blair said, trotting toward the disc at the top.
I'll see if I can get a feel for how it works. Just keep them from getting through that doorway.
Will do, Trevor said. He put his back to the wall on one side of the door, while Liz did the same on the other. They had to hold, whatever it took. Chapter 66. Distraction. Isis seized one of the bulkier demon shock troops by its leg, then blurred as she swung it toward a neighbor. Bodies crunched together, slamming into a pile of large wooden crates in an explosion of wood. She flinched as she was drenched with black ichor. Something flashed by on her right, and she rolled into the shadows before realizing it was Sekhmet. The fiery-haired goddess bounced between a half-dozen more brutes, her golden spear piercing an eye on each target. She vaulted off the last one, hooking a leg on the metal shelving that held an array of smaller crates. Sekhmet flipped up toward the warehouse's high ceiling. Then she too disappeared into the shadows, each of her victims collapsing bonelessly to the ground.
Show off!
Osiris yelled, striding through the warehouse with his blade held casually in one hand. The ancient sun steel contrasted with the thoroughly modern high-tech communications device he wore hooked over one ear.
You could have left one for me.
It's not my fault you're slow, Sekhmet shot back, stepping from the shadows to join Osiris. She wore a familiar smile, one that warmed Isis. It was almost like a journey back in time, back when they'd been a real tribe, a family that fought together no matter what.
I'm just saving myself for the real fight,
Osiris said, clapping her on the shoulder. He turned to the shadows.
Isis?
I'm here, she said, stepping into the light. She shifted back to human form as she did so, wiping the ichor from her face. Those things stink abominably.
Just another way for Set to make himself feel superior,
Osiris said, rolling his eyes. He turned to the far side of the warehouse. The wall had several demon-sized holes in it, and most of the dirty windows had been shattered during the assault.
They'll come again soon, I'm sure. Set is nothing if not cautious. He'll probe our defenses at every point, then mass and hit us where he thinks we're weakest.
Not here, certainly. He must sense us, Sekhmet said, frowning.
Likely,
Osiris replied. He tapped the mouthpiece he wore, whispering into it.
Mark, give us a status update.
He was silent for several moments, listening. Then Osiris turned to them.
Set's forces have hit us from below, as we expected.
How do the whelps fare? Isis asked, concern bubbling up. She hadn't liked the plan. Leaving Trevor, Liz, and Blair on their own was dangerous.
They're fine, for now,
Osiris said. Roars sounded in the distance. Then perhaps 24 demons rushed through the hole in the warehouse wall.
More fodder. Husband your strength. This is Set's attempt to bleed us, so we're weaker when he faces us himself.
Chapter 67. Sacrifice. Mark wished for the millionth time that he was back in Syracuse. The London Ops Center was cramped, understaffed, and undergeared. Not the best place to orchestrate a battle, particularly one as violent as that about to take place.
Sir, Falcon 1 and 3 are down,
one of the techs called. Mark watched the readout impassively, hands clapped behind his back.
We've lost Warehouse 6, sir. They've breached the perimeter on level 2.
Another tech called. Mark didn't answer this one either. This was expected. Most of it had been his plan, in fact. They didn't know that, of course. Didn't know he'd agreed to sacrifice them all.
Benson,
he barked, glancing in her direction. She looked up, brushing her dark bangs from her face. What's the situation on level 4? They've breached the loading dock, Benson said, showing uncharacteristic concern. Your, team has fallen back to Object 3. If they breach the door, we lose the object. Noted, Mark said, fishing his smartphone out of his pocket. He tapped the button on the top of his earpiece, speaking in a low voice. The situation has changed, sir. Object 3 is in trouble. If you don't get down there in the next 2 minutes, we've lost. Understood, Osiris shot back. The words were clipped, as if he were distracted. In the background came the sounds of combat. Demons were dying noisily. Mark turned back to the monitor. A large group of demons had entered the facility, directly above this room. That, too, had been expected. All command signals were being broadcast from this room, and Mark had theorized that Set would have a way to listen to them. The infernal god would have no choice but to crush Ops. It was too tempting a target. Doing so would cost Set time. Time the other gods would use to reach Object 3. Then they'd spring the trap Mark had left. The reason they'd lured Set here. Sir, Benson called, clearly alarmed. They've breached the elevator shaft. They're on their way here. We should get out now. Take the techs and go, Mark said, gesturing toward a metal cabinet that had been pulled away from the wall. Behind that cabinet lay a tunnel Moncorp had dug for just such an occasion. He didn't bother telling her there was no escape, that she couldn't hope to outrun death. Benson didn't wait for further instructions. She didn't even try to convince him to go with her. Professional to the very end. Move, people! In the tunnel! Now! Then she leaped through. The others followed her. Mark was left alone in the room. He pushed the cabinet back in front of the hole, then sat in his chair. He propped his feet up on the desk, interlocking his fingers behind his head as he waited. A few moments later, the heavy metal door exploded into the room, crashing into the wall with a deafening clatter. A figure in midnight armor strode through, 6 feet tall with a horned helm. His black eyes scanned the room, narrowing as they landed on Mark. "Where is he?" Set snarled. Mark didn't answer as several demons ducked into the room. There was no sign of Deathless. Unfortunate, but also expected. It was unlikely Set would have left the Ark entirely undefended. Who? Mark asked, giving Set an innocent smile. He knew it would show off his fangs, reminding Set that Mark was a child of Osiris. "My brother," Set spat, taking a threatening step toward the desk. "He's too proud to give command to another. So where is he?" "See for yourself," Mark said, nodding at the monitor. It flickered to life, showing a dim view of Warehouse 5. Osiris stepped into the light, smiling broadly at the camera. "Hello, brother," Osiris said, grinning wickedly. "As stupid as always, I see. Rushing forward without any understanding of the cliff before you, just like the mammoths we used to kill. I will tear your heart out, brother. I will turn your life to ashes. I will—" Set roared. By that time, Mark had gotten his hand into his pocket and wrapped it around the detonator. Chapter 68. Cutting It Close. Blair closed his eyes, feeling the platform beneath him. Object 3 was unlike anything he'd ever encountered, more advanced than even the Nexus had been. Unlike the light bridge in the Ark, this thing seemed to possess its own primitive intelligence. It enjoyed being used, and it was happiest when it served the needs of others. That manifested in sending them wherever they wanted to go. Doing so drew partially on the strength of whatever power source Object 3 was connected to, and partially on the person powering it. "Better make this fast, Blair," Liz roared, an edge of panic to her tone. Blair opened his eyes. Deep booms sounded as demons pounded on the thick steel door. Dent after dent appeared, and the frame anchoring it to the concrete was beginning to give. Liz had her back to the door in an attempt to reinforce it, but wasn't having much luck. Trevor struggled to assist her, looking comically small next to a 9-foot werewolf. "I can make it work," Blair finally called, certain he could do so even as he said the words.
I think things are going to go south pretty damn quickly if we do this without Isis, though. Your survival depends on your escape, Khadun. The mother will have to fend for herself.
Blair refused to heed the beast, even if it was right. They had to give Isis as long as possible to reach them, right down to the very last second. The door exploded inward, fragments of metal bouncing from the walls. Liz rolled out of the way, vanishing into the shadows. Trevor took a large section of the door to the face. It knocked him to the concrete, and he was still struggling to rise when enemies began pouring through. The first was a brute, larger than the others they'd seen. It paused next to Trevor, driving a massive, meaty fist into the small of his back. Bone cracked, and Trevor gave an agonized cry. Then Liz was there, snapping and biting. She savaged the demon's throat, rolling back into the shadows as the corpse tumbled to the ground. Trevor exploded into green mist, which flowed into the shadows and was gone. Blair felt a moment of elation as Trevor had escaped, but then realized he was the only visible target in the room.
The staff, Khadun! Use the primary access key!
Blair had completely forgotten about the staff Isis had entrusted to him. He extended his right hand, willing the weapon to manifest. The sapphire in the thorax of the scarab throbbed with power. Several more demons flooded the room, and Blair aimed the staff in their direction.
Kill them?
He said, willing the staff to incinerate his enemies. He knew shaping was all about visualization, so even though he didn't know precisely how the staff worked, he was hoping it would manifest some wonderful ass-saving ability. A wave of blue light flowed from the gem, a wide beam that swept the room. It washed over the mass of demons, and Blair understood on some deeper level exactly what it was doing. It was breaking the molecular bonds holding each creature together. Effectively, a ray of disintegration. All 8 demons collapsed, and within moments were nothing more than a pool of black sludge.
Jesus,
Liz rumbled, appearing next to him.
That thing is crazy.
Let's hope it can keep doing that, Trevor's disembodied voice said. More demons rushed the room, but this time they weren't alone. 2 sets of familiar black power armor followed, spraying the room with bullets as they entered. Jordan and Wepwawet. Behind them, just past the doorway, Blair could sense Steve lurking. That probably meant Irakesh as well.
I'll take the armor on the right,
Liz growled, disappearing into the shadows. I've got the left, Trevor replied. That left Blair as the target. Rounds tore through his legs, severing right below the knee. More rounds punched through his back and shoulder, and he spilled to the surface of the platform with a cry of agony. Then Liz appeared, grabbing one of the suits by the right arm and slamming it into the wall. It started to rise, but she stomped on the helmet, knocking it back to the concrete. Trevor appeared behind the second suit of armor. He seized the arm holding the gigantic rifle and twisted it to fire at the mass of demons rushing Blair. The weapon cut them down with ruthless efficiency until the suit was able to stop firing. By that time, only 1 demon remained, and Blair downed it with a quick blast from the staff. He struggled into a sitting position, gritting his teeth in pain as his knee began to heal. Then a wave of familiar green energy burst from his right, washing over him like acid. He collapsed, dropping the staff. He had enough time to register Irakesh's bald black head and a mouthful of razored teeth before the Deathless snatched up the staff. Curiously, Irakesh's face was a mask of grim determination. There was no gloating, no twisted smile, none of the behavior Blair had seen when Irakesh had fought back in Panama, or later in San Francisco. Then Blair saw the golden collar around Irakesh's neck, and suddenly he understood. "Give it to me," came a familiar, cultured voice. Steve appeared next to Irakesh, blurring next to him from across the room. He extended his right hand, which bore a golden bracelet to match the collar. Irakesh passed the staff over to Steve, though the gesture was reluctant. Steve smiled, then looked down at Blair. "Beaten by your own pride once again. You should have fled when you had the chance, but once again you've made the wrong decision. Once again you—" Blair blurred. launching 3 separate attacks. First, he buried the claws of his right hand into Steve's groin. That made Steve reach down to defend himself, which exposed his throat. So Blair tore it out with his fangs. Lastly, he seized the staff with his left hand, then planted his newly regrown leg against Steve's gut. He kicked out as hard as he could, hurling Steve from the platform.
"I can't believe I caught you monologuing. Didn't you see The Incredibles?"
Blair asked, aiming the staff at Steve's broken body. He fired a wave of blue energy, but Steve blurred away, and the energy washed harmlessly over the wall. Irakesh started to laugh. "I owe you a boon for that, Khadun. It's a pity that—" His words were choked off as he went pale. Blair turned to see Ra approaching the platform at a fast walk. She casually eviscerated a demon with her spear, then backhanded Irakesh so hard his jaw shattered. He was launched from the platform, landing in a heap on the far side of the room. Blair glanced back to see Osiris and Isis each battling one of the suits of armor. It was like watching cats play with mice. He actually felt bad for Jordan and Wepawet.
"Enough!"
Ra called, her voice ringing through the din.
"We must be away! Leave them!"
Trevor limped onto the platform, and Ra moved to assist him. Liz appeared a moment later, her fur slick with black blood. Isis approached next, dropping a mangled suit of black armor and leaping onto the platform. She glanced down at Irakesh, then back at Ra.
"You're not going to bring him?"
"No," she said, shaking her head.
"He's made his choices, and now he has to deal with the consequences. I cannot know if Set has tainted him, and we dare not risk it."
"Just as well," Osiris said, finally stepping up on the platform. He paused as his jacket began to chime, then withdrew a smartphone. He set the phone to video, smiling at the screen.
"Hello, brother. As stupid as always, I see. Rushing forward without any understanding of the cliff before you, just like the mammoths we used to kill."
He paused for a moment, as if listening. When he spoke again, Osiris wore a huge predatory grin.
"Enjoy the explosion, brother. As you survey the shattered wreckage of your army, know that I've outwitted you once again. The first arc is mine."
Then Osiris hung up, turning to Blair.
"Let's get out of here." "Is there any chance he'll die in the blast?"
Blair asked, though he was fairly certain he knew the answer.
"None,"
Ra said, shaking her head, "though the blast will destroy his troops. That's some benefit at least. If we wish to kill him, your plan is the only way." Blair nodded, then focused on the platform. He willed Object 3 to teleport them, and they disappeared in a veil of brilliant white light. Chapter 69. Boom. Jordan was not having the best of days. A thick crack ran down the center of his HUD, and the left ankle of the suit screeched as servos groaned. Nor were those the only problems. The little paper doll-style status icon in the bottom left of his vision showed a half-dozen blinking lights, each indicating a problem of one kind or another. That was to be expected, of course. It wasn't every day a werewolf goddess slammed you repeatedly into the concrete, and all things considered, he'd made out far better than the last time he'd gotten on her bad side. At least she hadn't torn his arms off. "Status report," Steve said, sweeping back into the room with far more dignity than he should have been able to muster, after having fled out of it just moments before. Jordan ignored him. So did Wepawet, who was just climbing to his feet. Steve turned in a slow circle, his eyes narrowing. "I said, status report." Neither of them answered. Steve's response was to aim the wrist with the golden bracelet at Irakesh. He adopted a look of concentration, and a moment later, Irakesh shrieked. Then he came to his feet, eyes narrowing hatefully on Steve. Jordan decided right then that he actually liked Irakesh more than he liked Steve. That was saying a lot, because Irakesh was very near the top of his shit list. "What happened, slave?" Steve barked, stalking closer to the still groggy Deathless.
"I don't know, master,"
Irakesh hissed, infusing the last word with a healthy dose of scorn. That made Jordan smile beneath his mask. Metallic footsteps rang on stone from the hallway outside. Someone was approaching, and it wasn't hard to figure out who it might be. Jordan was momentarily grateful he wasn't in command. Hopefully, if Set blamed someone, it would be Steve. He'd love to see Captain Douchey taken down a peg.
"You allowed them to escape?"
Set roared as he stalked into the room, his flat black gaze fixed on Steve.
"Yes, master,"
Steve groveled, falling to his knees. Jordan expected Irakesh to do the same, and was genuinely shocked when Irakesh chose to remain standing. "I do not know where they have gone, but they used that object to light-walk away."
"No matter,"
Set said, gesturing behind him. A pair of brutes entered, carrying a familiar figure between them. Jordan blinked in shock, realizing he was looking at the director. Or a version of him, anyway. He was no longer human, as evidenced by the glowing green eyes and elongated canines.
Where did they go?"
"Oh, I'd be happy to sell out my companions," the director said, sarcasm thick. "Let's see, where did they go? I'm pretty sure they went to the land of go fuck yourself."
"Release him,"
Set ordered the demonic guards. They dropped Mark, who landed in a heap. His suit was shredded, and several bones were still broken. The fact that he hadn't yet healed was telling. He was close to the brink of collapse. Set stalked over to him.
"I will give you one more chance. Tell me where they've gone, and I will grant you a swift death. Defy me, and I will turn you into a tool of destruction, one I will use to hunt your own companions to extinction."
Let me think, Mark said, seeming to genuinely consider the offer. "That doesn't sound like a pretty good deal. I have a counteroffer, though. How about I blow the fuck out of you?" Mark withdrew a hand from his pocket, and Jordan realized Mark held a tiny black cylinder with a single red button on the top. Even as Jordan recognized the detonator, Mark pressed the button. There was a series of distant clicks that grew closer. They were coming from the walls. Then everything went white as the walls around them exploded. Chapter 70. Prep. Liz Wolfe stumbled on the uneven ground, catching herself against a giant standing stone. A moment ago, she'd been standing atop Object 3. The strange teleporter Moan had apparently liberated from the progeny of the Builders. Looking around, she realized she'd arrived at Stonehenge. It wasn't unexpected, but it still caught her off guard. She'd traveled a lot of the world, but the sight of Stonehenge in the moonlight was unlike anything she'd ever witnessed. Of course, it would have been more impressive if not dwarfed by the massive black ark just a few hundred yards away.
"To me,"
Ra called, her voice heavy with long accustomed authority. Liz did as asked, moving to stand next to Blair. He looked up at her with a toothy smile, his silver fur catching the moonlight. She smiled back, resting a hand on his shoulder. Trevor emerged from the shadows next to them, a bit creepy with those hellish eyes and razored teeth, but there was still something of him in the boyish smile, especially in his tone. "Get a room, you two."
"If we survive this, we will,"
Liz said, shooting Blair a wink.
"Silence,"
Ra hissed. Liz turned to face her, resisting the urge to stick out her tongue. She knew Trevor liked the woman, but Liz was too loyal to Isis to feel the same. Ra moved to join them, beckoning at Osiris and Isis to do the same. The latter pair were off by themselves, sharing what looked like to be a quiet moment between lovers.
"Good. We're all here. Osiris, are your forces ready?"
"They are," he nodded, looking up guiltily from Isis. "I've held back over 60% of Moan's local forces, including our heavy armor and air units. We've also got the Skyhammers standing by. We're a little light on the ground, though."
"Leave that to me,"
Ra said, folding her arms and leaning her back against one of the standing stones. "I've called every nascent Deathless within 5 miles, and they're shambling their way here now.
Too late, I think,
Isis said. She'd gone back to human form, but still leaped nimbly to the top of one of the stones. There, demons are approaching. I can see Nephthys at their head. She's moving to engage us. Let's not keep her waiting, Osiris said, grinning. I'll order an initial artillery strike, then we can rush them. Sekhmet, your forces can pin them down after the initial attack. Ra looked less than pleased that Osiris had assumed command, but she merely nodded.
What do you want us to do?
Liz asked, shivering even with her thick fur. She wished she'd brought a werewolf-sized jacket. It was funny the things your mind dwelled on right before you did something insane. Your task is clear, Isis said, leaping from her perch to land before Liz. You must safeguard Blair to the heart of the Ark. We will keep Nephthys busy and deal with Set when he arrives.
All right,
Liz said. She had a feeling it wasn't going to be nearly as easy as Isis made it sound. I'll watch your backs, Trevor said, though his gaze went to Ra. Something passed between them, and Liz found herself softening a bit toward the harsh goddess. Ra wasn't kind, but she clearly cared for Trevor, and that scored her some points. Then the scarlet-haired goddess pressed her hand to Trevor's forehead. She adopted a look of concentration, face tightening as her entire body began to shake. There was a flash of silver, then a series of sparks as something passed from her into Trevor.
What the hell was that?
Trevor said, blinking. He staggered, but Ra caught him. A burden I must pass to you, Trevor Gregg, Ra said, in a tone more tender than Liz had ever heard her use. If I survive, you can return it. If not, then I can think of no one else I'd ask to sit my throne. Use the power well, should it come to that. I'm not really sure what to say, Trevor said, pulling Ra a little closer. He gave a start, backing a step away when he realized what he'd done. Would that we had more time, Ra said, smiling at him. You'd have made a worthy consort, I think. Incoming! Osiris said, leaping to the top of one of the stones. His golden sword appeared in his hand, and Liz felt a stab of jealousy. Liz, Blair said, affecting a strange parody of a narrator. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. He offered her the Nakopesh he'd taken from Irakesh, and she accepted the curved blade. She got the feeling she was missing some sort of inside joke from the way Trevor giggled at the comment. She gave the weapon a few experimental swings. It was different than the heavier broadsword, but she thought she could make use of it. It looked like she was about to find out. Chapter 71. Bait. Isis watched the approaching mass of demons warily. She counted at least 200, and that didn't include the winged ones circling above. It wasn't anywhere near the size of the force that had devastated Sekhmet's army back in the land now called France, but it was a substantial number. Still, Isis trusted Osiris. The thought of him drew her eye to where he stood, a little ways off from the stone monuments comprising the place these moderns called Stonehenge. He looked resplendent in his dark blue suit, tie fluttering in the wind. She didn't know when he'd found the time to change into a new one, but it didn't surprise her. Osiris raised his golden blade skyward, then brought it down in a chopping motion. Chaos erupted. Several trails of fire streaked into the demons' ranks, exploding as they impacted. Then something glittered above, falling like a comet. It landed in the central mass of demons, hurling black bodies into the night, each one melting like wax. The surviving demons scattered. Not that she could blame them. Grouping together was an invitation to fiery death, and they knew it. The sudden chaos infusing their ranks seemed to enrage Nephthys, who was leading from the rear. Isis could hear her shrill voice barking commands, which it seemed the demons were ignoring. Then a wave of corpses emerged from the tree line, shambling their way toward the demons. They weren't strong, and by themselves no single corpse was a threat. Yet they seemed endless, and at the very least the demons had to deal with them. That distraction was exactly what she'd been waiting for. "Are you ready?" she asked, knowing Sekhmet lurked in the patch of darkness at the foot of the stone pillar she stood next to.
"I am. Let us end this,"
Sekhmet said. Isis melted into the shadows, blurring across the field toward Nephthys. She couldn't see Sekhmet, but knew her oldest friend was right beside her. Isis shifted as the gap between herself and Nephthys lessened. She almost tried to summon her staff before realizing she'd given it to Blair. Her claws would have to do. Isis whipped past a few confused demons, then leaped into the air. She came down on Nephthys with the avenging fury of all the poor souls the woman had corrupted. Her claws bit deep, but Nephtys's black armor was strong. Isis knocked the smaller woman on her back, but wasn't able to deliver any serious blows. Nephthys planted a booted foot in Isis's midsection and kicked with all her strength. Isis flew backwards, crushing a hapless demon with the impact. Several dull-eyed Deathless stood around her, but wandered off to find easier prey.
"It's not like you to be so brave, Isis,"
Nephthys said, flipping to her feet. She drew a long, thin blade, forged from the same black metal as her armor.
"You were always the weakest of us, until you adopted that furry form. Even now you're but a shadow of the true warriors."
"It's a good thing she brought one, then," Sekhmet taunted, her golden spear emerging from Nephtys's throat, silencing the woman. "You talk too much, Nephthys. You always did." Then Sekhmet spun back into the shadows. Isis gave a wolfish smile and did the same.
"You're outnumbered, and your husband isn't here to protect you."
That last was designed to do more than anger her. She wanted Nephthys to panic. Her husband would feel that, and it would bring Set running.
"You think I need his protection?"
Nephthys rasped, her ruined throat already healing. The armor had begun to repair itself as well. That could be a problem.
"Come and find out."
Nephthys spun in a slow arc, shifting on the balls of her feet. It was a warrior's stance, and it drove home how right the woman was. She'd always been a better warrior than Isis, though Sekhmet was Nephtys's equal, or had been anyway. Who knew how strong Nephthys had become during the time the other gods had slept? A wave of green energy shot from the darkness, competing with the explosions from the artillery falling around them. Nephthys sagged to her knees, but immediately began struggling to her feet. Sekhmet didn't give her any quarter, gliding forward and ramming her spear through the knee joint on Nephtys's right leg. Isis bounded forward and seized the injured leg. She pulled with all her might and gave a wicked grin when Sekhmet seized Nephthys and began pulling the opposite direction. The leg tore free with a pop and a spray of gore, drawing a shriek of pain from the black goddess.
"You'll pay for—"
she began, but another form emerged from the darkness. Osiris rammed his sword through her breastplate. The weapon pierced the armor with a sickening crunch. Before Nephthys could react, pulses of sickly black light began flowing out of her corrupt heart and up the weapon.
"A bit anticlimactic, I know,"
Osiris said, gripping his teeth as the flow of pulses came more quickly.
"But we're pressed for time. Just die, so we can do the same to your husband."
Chapter 72. On Four Legs. Blair ran fast and low through the mist-coated grass. He moved with a light blur, but was careful not to expend too much energy. He savored the thin trickle of moonlight, though it wouldn't provide much power before he reached the Ark. There was no sign of either Trevor or Liz, but he was confident they were lurking in the darkness near him. He wondered for the millionth time why Isis hadn't given males the ability to use that power, as it left them at a great disadvantage compared to the other supernatural predators he'd battled.
"We have other advantages, Khadun. If you wish more stealth, trust in me, and I will guide you."
He trusted the beast in the same way he trusted his arms or legs. It was part of him, and he ceded control willingly. There was a rush of heat through his entire body, then something like the change from human to werewolf. This change was different, though. Instead of growing larger, he grew smaller. Within a few steps, He found that he had 4 legs. Instead of hands, he had paws. His fur was thicker, his muzzle longer. He'd become a wolf, the same he'd seen Ahiga do all those months ago back on the beach in Peru. Despite the dire circumstances and impending battle, Blair felt better than he had in months. There was something harmonious about the wolf. It bonded him to the land, and he longed to surround himself with his pack. He loped through the darkness, bounding over a grassy knoll. It carried him to the base of the ark, near the far corner, away from the fighting. Explosions and gunfire split the night, broken by cries from the dead or dying. He ran low and fast next to the ark, and not a single demon turned in his direction. They were too busy getting shelled by Moan's artillery, or crushed under the orbital bombardment from the Skyhammer. Blair finally reached the mouth of the tunnel at the wall's center. He slowed as he approached, carefully peering around the corner. Nothing. At first he thought it was curious the place was undefended, but it quickly occurred to him why Set hadn't bothered leaving more of an internal defense. He was the lord of this ark, and even another ark lord couldn't do much to harm the place, unless they had a primary access key. As he understood it, only 2 existed, and Osiris had theorized that Set possessed one. That meant Set only had to fear the remaining key. And what were the odds of a small pack sneaking into the ark with it? Pretty damn high, as it turned out. Blair gave a wolfish grin, trotting up the corridor into the darkness. His enhanced vision allowed him to see, especially with the soft glow from the diamonds set into the wall. He wasn't sure he wanted to, though. This place had a stench to it, layered decay that made him want to vomit. Refuse, and worse, had been smeared on the walls. It was as if this ark had been inhabited by squatters for a very long time. His lupine senses allowed him to detect every nuance of the stench, and he found himself sneezing repeatedly. It was terrible. Blair tried not to notice the smell as he made his way deeper into the ark. He was so focused on his progress that he leaped into the air with a yelp when Liz appeared beside him. "Sorry," she whispered. She'd returned to human form and was peering around at the walls. What the hell happened to this place? Blair shifted back to human form, sighing in relief as his sense of smell returned to normal. Now he just wanted to gag, instead of vomit. I don't know. Guess Set isn't much for housekeeping. Maybe his demons haven't been housebroken. Whatever the reason, this place makes me long for a shower, Trevor said, shimmering into existence next to Liz. Let's do what we came to do, and get the hell out of here. Chapter 73. Set arrives. Jordan smiled grimly inside his armor as he stood at rigid attention behind Set. His armor was damaged in so many places now that the entire paper doll in his HUD was lit with red. He was still a prisoner, but if the armor were destroyed, he'd be free. All he had to do was watch for an opportunity, and he could probably hasten that destruction. "Stop your groveling and gather to me," Set growled at Steve, stepping atop the smoking remains of Object 3. "I will show you the kind of power the other gods only dream of." The rest of them moved to the platform, though Steve was the first to reach it. Typical. To Jordan's immense surprise, a faint white light came from the platform. Apparently, it was at least partially functional. The light flared and washed over the 5 of them. There was something like a clap of thunder. Then he was elsewhere, his ears ringing, and his head felt like he'd spent the last 6 hours drinking lots of Jaeger, or something even fouler. Irakesh and Steve looked just as bad, maybe worse. It was hard to tell with Wepawet, as he was enshrouded in armor just like Jordan. Only Set seemed unaffected, his lip curled up in a snarl as he stared at the battle unfolding before them. They'd arrived at Stonehenge, near the center of the giant stones. In the distance lay a sea of black, twisted bodies. Jordan guessed they were probably the remains of the defense force Set had no doubt left to prevent his enemies from gaining entrance to the Ark. In the distance, 4 figures battled. Jordan recognized Isis, who towered over a figure in ebony armor. "Steve, take this motley lot to the central chamber. Ensure that no one reaches the heart of this Ark.
Do this, and I will reward you greatly. Fail, and I will give you to my wife as a plaything."
Set growled, not even turning to see if his order was heard. Set began to grow, gaining in height as he knocked stones out of his path that had stood for millennia. His footsteps thundered on the turf as he began a loping run towards Isis, Osiris, and Ra, who were ganging up on Nephthys. It looked like she was getting the worst of it, too. Good on them. "You heard him," Steve snapped. He waved toward the ark. "Move, if you wish to live." Jordan's armor started forward of its own accord. He considered resisting it, but this wasn't the place to make a stand. That should happen when and where he could make a difference. Chapter 74. Intercepted. Isis's wolfish ear twitched, angling toward a new sound, a savage yell of unparalleled ferocity. She half turned to face the sound, careful not to release her hold on Nephthys. The goddess wasn't thrashing much now, but Isis wasn't taking any chances. She'd hold her until Osiris finished siphoning her essence. A figure was sprinting toward them with impossible speed, the type of blur that could only be sustained by the eldest of gods. It would make it here before Osiris could finish his work, and she could see enough of the figure to realize the ebony armor belonged to Set. Their distraction back in London hadn't bought them nearly as much time as they'd hoped.
"Sekhmet!"
Isis growled, meeting her friend's gaze.
"Hold Nephthys. I will deal with Set until she is no more."
Sekhmet nodded, and Isis released the black goddess. She slipped into the shadows, interposing herself between Set and Osiris. She began her blur, considering as she did so. Was Set using illusion? He could be approaching from an entirely different direction. She studied the grass in his wake, noting both mist and dew evaporated in his passing. It was possible that was illusion. Set possessed enough strength to create one of that size and detail, certainly. Yet she didn't think so. Set had been a cautious god in his youth, but age had fueled his overconfidence. He was all too willing to engage his foes if he thought he had the advantage, which he very likely had here. Then there was the very real concern for his wife. Set was an evil, tainted bastard, yet his affection for Nephthys had always been consistent. If he had anything approaching a weakness, that was it. Isis balanced herself, praying she was right. She blurred as fast as she ever had, pouncing upon Set as he passed her. She wrapped a thick arm around his neck, using her momentum to arrest his. Then she flung him hard to the muddy earth, creating a deep crater with him at the bottom. She stilled her elation at having been right. It was Set, and not an illusion. But now she had to deal with him. Alone, at least until her allies finished Nephthys. Set wouldn't respond to taunts or threats, not while he was concerned with his wife. The only way to stop him was overwhelming force. Isis leaped into the crater, seizing Set's arm and attempting to rip it from its socket. Set merely tensed, and she couldn't move that arm even an inch, no matter how hard she strained. Set's black eyes glared at her from beneath his twisted helm, and he struck back in a fury. His fist punched through her gut, exploding her innards and spine into the grass behind her. His other hand seized her neck, dragging her face close to his.
"It ends tonight, Isis. There is no escape this time, no bringing Osiris back from the dead. I will kill you all and consume your memories. Before you die, know this, little sister. If you'd not meddled, not created the virus, we'd all of us be dead. This world would be free. Because of your actions, I exist, and every crime I perpetuate can be laid at your feet."
Isis knew despair then, because Set was right. Had she left well enough alone, had she never entered the Valley of Forgotten Voices, they'd have died as humans. That moment of weakness had created a chain of events that led here, and she had only herself to blame. Yet she wasn't dead yet.
"So overconfident,"
Isis choked out. She blurred, willing her body to shift as she did so. Faster than thought, she became a tiny fox, dropping from Set's grip and rolling back into the shadows. A heartbeat later, she'd gone back to wolf form, bounding out of the crater. A third shift brought her back to werewolf form, even as she spun to face Set. The black god had leaped to his feet, spinning in place as he sought some sign of her. He gave a roar, raising both arms to the sky. A pulse of black and green energy rolled out from him, a mixture she'd never seen before. It burst in all directions, and she was caught in the blast. The energy was pure pain, but that she could deal with. What filled her with terror was the energy's residual aura. It clung to her like paint, exposing her in a way no ability ever had. Set had found a way to reveal her in the shadows, a way even more potent than that Blair had discovered. Set leaped from the pit, stalking in her direction. Isis turned and ran for the Ark, knowing she'd never reach it. Chapter 75. The Repository. Blair took his first step into the repository. Words were insufficient to describe what he was witnessing. The majesty and complexity exhibited by the builders, this stadium-sized room was the pinnacle of an entire civilization, the outgrowth of, he presumed, millions of years of technological advancement. Wow, look at the size of the crystal in the center, Trevor said, walking past Blair to lean on a railing that lined a walkway, ringing the entire chamber. What do you think it's made out of? It's too light to be a sapphire. Liz walked past Blair as well, stopping at the railing next to Trevor. I'd guess it's a diamond from the clarity, but I don't really know a lot about gemstones. Blair finally moved to join them, still struggling to find words. The smooth walls below the railing sloped down to a platform holding the single largest gemstone Blair had ever seen. It had to be at least 100 feet tall, and could have been 2 or 3 times that, depending on how large the room really was. It was difficult to say without anything to give it perspective. It's an aquamarine, Blair said, absently. The walls leading to the stone were bare, but those leading to the ceiling were covered in gemstones that matched the one below. Hey, Blair, I'm guessing that thing is important, Trevor said, drawing Blair's attention. He was pointing at a spot along the wall a couple 100 yards away. The railing was broken by a wide platform, with a roughly person-sized blue aquamarine in the center. That's the control locus Isis told me about, Blair said, trotting along the railing. He needed to focus. This place was amazing, but he didn't have time to study it. That killed him, as he knew he was witnessing the very thing he'd sought his entire life. He'd always wanted to know the origins of mankind, and many of those answers lay in this room. Yet if he were successful in the next few minutes, he'd be blowing it up, denying the world of all the precious secrets it contained. Better speed this up, Liz called, darting a nervous glance back the way they'd come. Her wolfish ears twitched. I hear something behind us. I'm guessing whatever it isn't friendly. Blair blurred down the walkway, crossing the gap to the control locus in a couple seconds. He skidded to a halt next to the platform, stepping onto it as he examined the crystal. There was a sort of socket at the base, one that looked about the right size and shape for the base of the primary access key.
Behold, Kadun, this is the very place where the Mother brought our species into being, the place where she first crafted the virus that gave birth to the Deathless. It is here that she became more than a simple woman, adopting the first Ka to become the first Ka-Ken.
Blair extended his hand, summoning the key. He reverently placed the base in the socket with a satisfying click. There was a thrum of energy in the staff, which flowed down into the man-sized aquamarine. The gem began to pulse with light, and the giant counterpart in the center pulsed in time. He sensed a vast array of data, some of it incomprehensible, but much of it readily identifiable. In that instant, Blair understood why this place was called an Ark, and why this room was called the repository. It was a genetic repository, and he was seeing every species this place had ever catalogued. Their DNA was stored here, to be drawn upon by a shaper like him. He could create entirely new life forms, or return ones that had been long extinct to the world. Yet that was only the surface of what this room could be used for. It tapped into every system in the Ark, and the enormous power reservoir driving the place lay directly under the giant aquamarine.
Blair!
He heard Liz's frantic voice as if across a vast gulf.
We've got company. Whatever you're going to do, you need to do it now.
Blair looked up from the staff, glancing at the entrance of the room. Several figures had burst in and were charging along the railing in their direction. Several familiar figures. Jordan and Wepawet were in the lead, then Irakesh, with Steve predictably bringing up the rear.
There's no way I can finish before they get here,
Blair said, shifting as he spoke.
We're going to have to deal with them first. Then I can set this place to self-destruct.
Guess it's a fight then, Trevor said, slipping into the shadows. I'll deal with Irakesh. Liz, see if you can keep the armor out of the fight while Blair deals with Steve. Blair gave a grim smile, removing the key and aiming it at the walkway. He summoned the same energy he used back on Object 3, firing a trio of blue pulses at the lead armored figure. As expected, the armor dodged out of the way, but also as expected, that left an opening for Liz. A 9-foot auburn werewolf burst from the shadows, seizing the first suit of ebony armor by one leg and flinging it over the side into the valley below. The second set drew a bead on her, but by the time a pair of missiles corkscrewed from the shoulder launcher, she'd already disappeared. They detonated harmlessly against the wall, cracking several of the aquamarines and extinguishing their light. Blair blurred, sprinting along the narrow railing as he glided toward their enemies. Irakesh vanished into the shadows, but Trevor would deal with him. That left a clear path to Steve. Blair saw red. Chapter 76. Free. Jordan tumbled off the railing, falling for what seemed like forever before crashing to the hard ground below. The blow caused warning klaxons inside the armor as still more red appeared on the paper doll. Several systems were now listed as non-functional, and many, many more were listed as critical. Above, he could see the two sides squaring off against each other. Blair, Liz, and Trevor, engaging Wepawet, Irakesh, and Steve. If this had been a movie, the armor would have forced him to fight his friends, but he'd somehow escaped at the last minute. The good guys would win, and the critics would lambaste the movie as being predictable, particularly because Trevor had done the same thing back in San Francisco. Fortunately, Jordan had been planning for this for some time. The armor made him a prisoner. It could exert control over his nervous system, and would resist any attempt to remove or damage it. Even with all the punishment it had endured, he still couldn't override that basic control. So he did something the designers had probably never expected. Jordan concentrated, forming a skin-tight bubble of telekinetic energy around himself. It was a smaller, more tightly controlled version of the bubble he'd used to save everyone from the nuclear blast back in San Francisco. Once Jordan had created the bubble, he began expanding it outward with all the strength he could muster. He gritted his teeth, pushing harder and harder. At first, the armor refused to give. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, and he could feel the vein in his temple throbbing. He pushed harder, harder still. There was a groan as a seam popped, then another. The groan became a shriek as multiple seams began to give. Metallic fragments sprayed out in all directions, littering the ground for dozens of yards. Jordan grinned like a fool, giving a whoop of joy.
Well done, Khadun. You have freed us from the armor's demonic taint. You are a true warrior, worthy of your bloodline.
You know what? I actually missed having a psychotic beast in my head. Jordan said, laughing out loud and giving another whoop. He reached up to feel the golden collar along his neck, probing with his fingers until he found the catch. The collar came loose, and it dropped to the ground triumphantly. He was fucking free, and it was time to dish out some goddamned payback. Chapter 77. Turning the Tide. Trevor crouched in the shadows, waiting. He knew how this would go, because he could see the bracelet on Steve's wrist. Steve was about to be attacked by Blair. He'd force Irakesh to intervene, and the second that happened, Trevor would attack Irakesh. Irakesh had to know that too, and the real question was how would the Deathless react? He was older and stronger than anyone else here, save Wepawet. Trevor had no idea how old the wolf-headed god was, but that wasn't his problem. Hopefully Liz could hold him until they could help her. Blair blurred past Trevor, kicking up a wind as he moved along the railing. He'd already reached Steve when a familiar green glow came from a spot behind Blair. Trevor blurred as well, launching himself at Irakash. He caught his former master around the midsection, and they went down in a tangle of limbs. Irakash gave off a pulse of green light, one Trevor had seen him use before. Trevor faded to mist, allowing the light to pass harmlessly over him. He phased back to solid form, swiping at Irakesh's face with his claws, and his hand passed harmlessly through the illusory version of his former master. Trevor wasn't surprised when Irakesh's fist emerged from his chest, or when a booted foot kicked him to the smooth metal walkway. He was surprised when no follow-up attack came. "Get up," Irakesh snarled. Trevor heard the rasp of a sword leaving its sheath. "You're wearing a blade. If I'm going to kill you, I'll do it with steel. Come, learn what a true master can do." Trevor rolled to his feet, drawing his own sword. The long, slender blade felt at home in his hand more than a gun ever had. "No blurring, no illusions. You know I can best you in both those arenas anyway. I have every advantage. Die like a true Deathless, Trevor," Irakesh said, gliding forward on the balls of his feet. Trevor moved to meet him, blocking Irakesh's probing strike. He parried a second and third strike as well, each coming more quickly than the last. "You don't have to do this," Trevor said, attempting a low slash at Irakesh's knee. The Deathless batted it casually aside. "I know you hate Steve. Serving your mother is one thing, but Set? Join us, Irakesh. We should be fighting on the same side." For just a moment, Irakesh faltered. Trevor saw doubt in that putrid gaze. He backed up a step, weapon at the ready. But then Irakesh flowed forward, striking like a viper. He rained blow after blow at Trevor, and it was everything Trevor could do to parry. Everyone was more wild than the last, and finally Irakesh batted the sword from Trevor's hand. Irakesh followed up immediately, burying his weapon in Trevor's chest. Trevor felt a moment of terror, but then remembered the sword wasn't sun steel. Irakesh couldn't drain his life. Trevor planted both legs in his former master's midsection, launching the Deathless into the wall as the sword pulled loose with a popping sound. "Die! Just die, you worm!" Irakesh screeched, launching another attack. As Irakesh rushed toward him, Trevor saw something blonde flash in the corner of his vision. A male werewolf landed on the railing. Jordan raised a hand, palm facing Irakesh. A wave of invisible force blasted Irakesh into the wall with a sickening crunch. Irakesh was pinned, the force remaining as Jordan hopped down and walked over to Trevor. "Get up, you lazy fuck. We have work to do." The commander offered Trevor a hand. Trevor took it, allowing Jordan to help him to his feet. "Took you long enough," Trevor said, smiling in spite of himself. Chapter 78. Desperate Gamble. Whip-a-Wet was both stronger and faster than Liz. His armor made him damn hard to hurt, and her only advantage seemed to be that the armor was hideously damaged. If it had been anywhere near full strength, she'd have already been dead. A metallic fist crumpled the railing next to her, and she rolled away from the follow-up blow as another fist smashed a dent into the walkway where she'd been standing. "If you wish to win, then you must use the blade, Kaken. Your only prayer is draining his life essence." "And how the hell am I supposed to do that?" Liz growled, flipping into the air over Whip-a-Wet. She gathered the shadows around her, bounding off the wall to change the angle of her flight. Good thing, too. A trio of wickedly sharp claws erupted from an armored fist, smashing several crystals in the wall where she'd have been if she hadn't altered course. They flickered and died, creating more of the shadows that were her only advantage. Liz responded by summoning the curved blade Blair had given her, landing in a crouch as the weapon coalesced in her right hand. It was smaller than her previous sword, but, because it weighed less, it was also faster. She lunged forward, ramming the weapon between the plates around Whip-a-Wet's elbow. He roared in pain, blurring. She never even saw the backhand that smashed her away from her quarry. Her jawbone shattered, and her head rang from the blow. Liz shook her head to clear it, willing her face to mend, and fighting desperately to retain her grip on her weapon.
"Through the heart, Kaken. It is the only way."
Through the heart. How the hell was she going to land a blow like that? Doing so would open her up to a vicious counterattack, and once those armored hands wrapped around her, she knew she'd never escape. But maybe she didn't have to. Liz gave a tight smile, launching a frontal assault. She batted one arm out of the way, then buried her sword right through the armored chest. Wepawet might have been able to stop the blow, but as she'd expected, he was more focused on catching her. Impossibly strong arms wrapped around her chest, crushing the air from her lungs as he drew her up against his metallic body. Black spots danced across Liz's vision. Chapter 79. Final Deception. Isis fled, but she could feel Set gaining ground on her. Every step he took thundered in her ears, and no matter how quickly she blurred, he was still narrowing the gap. It seemed he'd abandoned his quest to save his wife, and was now focused to the exclusion of all else on killing Isis. She leaped over a small knoll, barreling toward the entrance of the Ark. If she was going to die, she had to do it as close to the Ark as possible. God's willing, she could lure Set inside.
"Isis!"
Set roared, so close he could feel his hot breath.
"I will eat your heart. I will make Osiris watch as I visit the same fate upon you that he visited upon Nephthys."
It occurred to her that Set must be linked to his wife. Perhaps that was the reason he still gave chase. He already knew Nephthys was dead, so there was no point in going after Osiris.
"Will you now?"
Came Osiris's strong voice. He appeared ahead of her. Her husband swept forward in a combat stance, golden blade held high. Isis ducked under it, skidding to a halt behind him. She scanned the shadows, but no sign of Sekhmet yet.
"At last!"
Set roared, extending his left hand. A massive ebony claymore flowed into his hand, painful to look upon. It behaved like sun steel, but was corrupted somehow, just like the armor.
"It's time to die, brother. But before I kill you, I will make good on my threat. I will force you to watch me consume Isis's essence. I will do the same with—"
"Sekhmet?" came a feminine voice from behind Set. A golden spear erupted from his chest. "What was it you were going to say, Set? This isn't the first time my spear has found your flesh, but I promise it will be the last. Your wife is dead. You will not survive the day." The words were brave, but Isis knew the truth. Set was beyond any of them, and there was no way they could overcome the titanic strength he displayed. Still, Sekhmet's words had the desired effect. Set roared in rage. He brought his sword down in a one-handed sweep. His blade sheared through Sekhmet's sun-steel spear, lopping the end off. The gold fell to the ground, melting into a shapeless mass. Set was already moving, spinning faster than thought to ram his weapon through Sekhmet's face. She gave a choked cry, dropping the remains of her weapon and tumbling back in a spray of blood. Set pressed the attack, and Isis knew Sekhmet was doomed if she didn't do something. So she charged, barreling into Set from behind. The blow knocked him to the dirt, and she continued forward, scooping Sekhmet up in both arms. She gathered the shadows close about them both, cradling her friend's limp body.
"It will be okay, Sekhmet. Rest. Heal,"
she whispered, terrified at the hideous blow Set had inflicted.
"Take the staff to the Ark, Isis."
Osiris roared, striding forward to meet Set.
"I will deal with my brother. Take control of the Ark and lock him out, just as he did to me all those centuries ago."
She could have kissed him. Set roared in rage, clearly buying into the deception. Chapter 80. The Fate of Captain Douchy. Blair leaped from the railing, time slowing to a crawl as he gained altitude. Steve was blurring as well, tracking Blair's movements with those heavy brown eyes. They shifted at precisely the same instant, Steve into a midnight furred werewolf, and Blair into silver. Steve no doubt expected Blair to grapple, to claw and snap and rend like the beasts they resembled. But while they might possess a beast, a second consciousness, they were men. Blair decided to fight like one, smart and lethal. He came down with a leg extended, kicking Steve in the chest. The blow caught Steve off guard, flinging him back into the glittering wall. It didn't do any real damage, and from the comically confused expression on Steve's face, he thought it made absolutely no sense. All the better. The move put distance between Blair and Steve, just enough that Steve couldn't close the gap. Blair raised the access key and leveled it at Steve like a rifle. He willed it to fire, and a trio of azure pulses lanced into Steve's furry face. Steve collapsed into a heap, screeching through his hands as he raised them to cover the terrible wound. Blair fired again, but apparently Steve was less injured than he pretended. He leaped straight up, narrowly dodging the pulses fired by the staff. Steve landed on the railing, glaring at Blair through that ruined face.
"Are you a fucking coward, Blair?"
Steve growled, baring his fangs.
"Too weak to face me in combat? I watched Bridget die, and I laughed. I robbed Isis of her memories while she slept, and betrayed her to Ra. Now I've given everything to Set. Doesn't that infuriate you?"
Blair smiled. A younger version of himself would have fallen for Steve's very transparent ploy. Hell, even an older version of him had made mistakes, had trusted Steve and gone running back to Bridget within days of being separated from Liz. He'd made mistake after mistake in combat, all because he was fighting with his heart and not his head.
"Yeah, it kind of pisses me off,"
he replied, keeping the staff leveled on Steve's chest. He was ready, hovering at the edge of a blur.
"Then put the staff down and let's end this,"
Steve said, a light of triumph entering his gaze.
"Or I could gun you down with this handy builder weapon,"
Blair said, blurring as fast as he could. Time slowed, but Steve matched his movements perfectly. As expected, Steve leaped from the railing, aiming straight for Blair. Blair fired 2 blasts, each with a very specific target. The first was aimed at the clawed hand coming for his face, not because he feared the blow, but because of the golden bracelet wrapped around the wrist. The blast incinerated bone and flesh, melting everything between his elbow and hand. The hand spun away in slow motion, no longer blurring. The second blast caught Steve in the crotch, incinerating everything that made him a man. Childish, maybe, but the fucker deserved it. Steve crashed to the walkway, dropping his blur. He stared up in pain and horror, mouth already opening to form some sort of plea. Blair didn't give him that chance. He rammed the scarab end of the staff into Steve's neck, choking off whatever the bastard had been about to say.
"Are you going to kill me?"
Steve asked, the thought echoing hatefully in Blair's mind.
"Nah,"
Blair said, grinning wickedly.
"I've never been very good at cruelty, and I want your death to be as painful as possible."
Steve looked confused, which only made Blair smile wider.
"Hey, Irakesh, guess what? You're free."
Steve suddenly understood. He struggled into a sitting position and stared in horror. Blair turned to face Irakesh, who was pinned against a wall. Jordan turned, sized up the situation, and gave a wolfish grin. He released Irakesh, nodding in Steve's direction. Irakesh's face twisted in fury, and he blurred to Steve. Irakesh flew into a flurry of blows, punching, kicking, and clawing as Steve desperately sought to ward off the blows. Then Irakesh finally picked Steve up, drawing his face close. "You are an honorless cur, a stain upon both your kind and mine. I have long considered Isis and her bestial Get enemies, but the Khadun Blair has my respect. He is a worthy foe. You are nothing. Contemplate that as you die." Irakesh tossed Steve high into the air, the arc carrying him over the railing. Before he could plummet to his death, Irakesh fired a thick pulse of green energy, melting Steve's legs. Blair added a trio of blasts from the staff, unraveling Steve's torso. Just like that, Steve dissolved, his scream abruptly cut off. Blair began to laugh.
"Man, I hated that fucker,"
Jordan said, glancing over the railing as all that remained of Steve splattered to the ground below. Blair felt something stir there, a familiar energy that resonated with the key within his chest. A streak of silver shot from Steve's remains, crashing into Jordan's chest. Every last strand of blonde fur stood on end for a few moments, leaving Jordan looking like he'd just been through the dryer. Then the commander heaved a deep sigh, blinking in wonder. Blair knew what he was experiencing, a sudden link to an arc. Blair turned to Irakesh.
"You have a choice now. Help us end this. End Set. Or meet your own end here. You know you can't take us all. Jordan, Trevor, and I are all Ark Lords. Choose, and choose quickly."
"So be it," Irakesh snarled. "There is peace between us, until Set is dealt with." Chapter 81. Broken. "You can set me down," Sekhmet said, though her gaze was a little unfocused. Isis did as Sekhmet asked, placing her friend next to the central obelisk. It was the first time Isis had returned to the First Ark in over 20 millennia, and she couldn't help but shudder as she saw what had been done to the place. Set's demons had defaced the walls, destroying both the glyphs she and Osiris had carved, as well as those left by the much older builders. The place reeked of feces and worse things, a foul miasma that seemed strongest in the central chamber. That, more than anything else, showed her they made the right decision. Sacrificing everything to stop Set was the only possible course. "Listen," Sekhmet said, nodding at the doorway. Heavy booted steps approached. Isis expected the battle between Set and Osiris to last longer. It seemed they'd underestimated their foe. Just how powerful had Set grown? Would even an explosion such as the First Ark might make be enough to kill him?
"Isis,"
Set taunted. A moment later, his armored form strode imperiously down the ramp into the central chamber. All damage to his armor had been healed, and the black metal looked as if it had been forged that morning.
"Ah, there you are. I brought you a gift."
Set reached back into the shadows, dragging forth a limp body. He tossed Osiris on the ramp ahead of him, grinning maniacally as her husband rolled to a stop near the base of the ramp. Set tossed something golden and metallic. It flashed through the air, landing next to Osiris. Osiris's mighty blade had been shattered. The piece Set discarded was nothing more than the hilt and the first foot of the blade. The rest was gone, cut off cleanly just as Sekhmet's spear had been.
"Oh, don't worry, little sister,"
Set said, all mock sympathy.
"I haven't killed him. Not like last time. There's no need for you to craft a virus to bring him back. I want him alive, just as I want you alive. Your torment will last millennia. I will make you kill everyone and everything you have ever loved. You will not only watch this world burn, you will participate. And when at last nothing of our species remains, I will sacrifice you to our new masters."
Isis licked her chops, rising to her feet. She was a terrifying beast, yet it was she who quailed. She glanced at Sekhmet, who'd risen as well. Sekhmet looked exhausted, but she drew a small golden dagger from her belt. Isis gave her a quick nod, and the two turned to face Set.
"Is that your plan?"
Set asked, clearly amused.
"Make me kill you? It won't work. I'll thrash you as I have your husband, but you won't die. Not yet. Come, let us dance one last time."
Isis winked at Sekhmet, and her sister shot her a quick smile. They were all about to die. Chapter 82. Detonation. Blair looked up from Steve's remains on the valley floor with a grim smile of satisfaction. In so many ways, killing Steve represented atonement for Blair's monumental fuck-ups in Panama and San Francisco. The job wasn't done yet, though. He took a moment to survey the rest of the combat. The last active fight was between Liz and Wepawet. Blair's hackles rose and he began sprinting along the railing when he saw Wepawet crush Liz to his chest. He blurred, crossing the space between them in a couple heartbeats. Blair was fully prepared to tear Wepawet's armored form apart, but slowed to a halt when he got close enough to see what had happened. Liz had been crushed to the black armored chest, and it looked like several ribs and both her arms were broken in the process. However, she'd rammed the sword Blair had given her through Wepawet's heart. As he watched, bright pulses of sickly green energy flowed up the blade, just the way they'd done when Liz had mercifully ended Cynthia back in San Francisco. Wepawet twitched weakly, then lay still. Liz pushed his body off her, the armor tumbling to the walkway with a clatter as she rose to her feet. Blood matted her auburn fur, but her bones were already popping back into place. If anything, she looked stronger than she had at the start of the fight, strengthened by consuming the essence of an elder god.
"Ow,"
she said, rolling her shoulder as she popped it back into place. She turned to look back up the walkway.
"So we won?" "Looks that way,"
Blair said, shifting back to human form. Liz did the same, her black t-shirt and camo pants replacing thick auburn fur. Jordan shoved Irakesh up the walkway toward Blair. Irakesh looked like he might say something, but apparently seeing both Jordan and Trevor ready for a fight gave him pause. His shoulders slumped, and he marched up the walkway until he stood just a few feet away. "Thank you," he muttered sullenly. Blair assumed the words were meant for him, though Irakesh didn't meet his gaze. "You freed me from that pompous fool. More than that, you allowed me to exact revenge on the treacherous Khadun. You could have claimed that vengeance yourself, but you gave me a chance to redeem my honor. I owe you a debt for that." "Good," Blair said, giving Irakesh a grin. "Don't think I'll forget it."
"So, what's the plan?"
Jordan boomed. He shifted back to human form. "I'm guessing you guys have a way of dealing with Set." "We're going to blow up the first arc," Trevor said, leaning on the rail next to Liz. "Come again?" Jordan asked, blinking.
"Are you mad?"
Irakesh asked, jaw falling open. He looked comical, despite the razored teeth and glowing green eyes. "You guys explain it to them. I have work to do." Blair turned back to the stone platform, inserting the primary access key into its slot once more. He closed his eyes, thinking to the beast. "Any advice?"
"What you seek to do is beyond me, Khadun. Beyond even the Mother, I think. You must draw upon your own knowledge of this age, of technology. Perhaps there you will find an answer."
"Thanks," Blair muttered, trying not to be too sarcastic. He wasn't much for technology. Sure, he could use a computer, but his geek foo was weak. He focused on the system itself, a vast array of mental options, sort of like a folder full of computer programs. After a little bit of study, he thought he understood how the system worked, more or less. A conduit extended deep into the earth, like some sort of power line piping energy into the Ark's enormous battery. It didn't look like it would be possible to overload the battery, because it seemed to have a nearly infinite capacity. So how could he blow this place up? Why couldn't there be some button labeled self-destruct? Another glance at the system revealed something interesting. The massive aquamarine in the valley below was designed to create life. It channeled huge amounts of energy to do so. It could make everything from a dinosaur to a 12-legged dragon. But the gem had limits. There were safeguards put in place so a shaper couldn't channel too much energy. What if he removed the safeguards? Blair focused on the primary access key, willing those safeguards to lower. They obligingly disappeared. Blair smiled. Then he focused on pouring all the energy from the conduit into the crystal. The flow was immense, a torrent of power that rivaled the nuclear detonation back in San Francisco. Only this flow was continuous, not the quick burst he'd seen there. Once the flow to the gem was stable, He disengaged from it. "What did you do?" Liz asked. Blair wasn't sure what she meant until he felt something begin to vibrate behind him. He turned to see the enormous gem in the center of the valley begin to glow. It gave off a vibrant blue light, emitting a high-pitched whine. Blair said, turning to face the others. "I have a feeling we're not going to want to be here when that thing blows." "I still cannot believe it. You're detonating the Ark," Irakesh said, grabbing the rail with both clawed hands. "This place is priceless, and you are destroying it." "Yeah," Trevor shot back, already starting up the walkway back to the passage that led out of the room. "Better we blow this place up and kill Set along with it, than leave it here for him to use to enslave the world." Irakesh still looked pissed, but he gave a nod and started after Trevor. Jordan came next, with Liz and Blair bringing up the rear. They ran for all they were worth, sprinting up the walkway. "Where to now?" Trevor asked, once they'd all reached the hallway. "The light bridge," Blair said, taking the lead and darting up the corridor. "It's not far from here. We can use it to get back to the Nexus before this place blows." The high-pitched whine had grown louder, which was all the motivation Blair needed. He turned to Liz. "Ride my shadow. The rest of you get ready to blur. I'm guessing we've got under 30 seconds to get the hell out of here." Liz flowed into his shadow, and Blair didn't wait for the rest to respond. He blurred, zooming through corridor after corridor until he emerged into the chamber with the light bridge. It looked like a low-tech version of Object 3, just like the one back in his own Ark. Blair waited on the light bridge as the others appeared one by one. Trevor arrived last, and the instant he appeared, Blair triggered the light bridge. Brilliant white light flared around them, but something was different. Blair could feel the power surging through the Ark, overloading every system at once, including the light bridge. He struggled to control it, praying he could somehow master the flow. If he couldn't, they were doomed. Chapter 83. Gloating. Isis shifted back to human form, praying it would somehow lessen the pain. She was only half conscious as Set hoisted her body into the air. He stared at her with those flat, black eyes, no trace of compassion or humanity lurking in their depths. "I've waited a long time for this, Isis," Set purred, reaching up with his free hand to remove his helm. She flinched as he exposed his horrible face. The too large head was like an evil, pasty version of Ka. It, more than anything else, showed that his humanity had been sacrificed on the altar of power. "You know, I've never really forgiven you for choosing Osiris. I wonder how things would have been different if you'd chosen me. Perhaps you'd never have gone to the Valley of Hidden Voices. Perhaps we'd never have discovered this place." A high-pitched whine began in the distance, and Set cocked his enormous head. He seemed curious, but not alarmed. "It seems your companions are up to some mischief. Perhaps the Khadun I recruited is less competent than I hoped. I may have to deal with this myself." "I'd never have chosen you," Isis said, drawing his gaze back to her. She had to stall, for just a few more seconds. If they succeeded in detonating the Ark, the center of the blast would be here, in the central chamber. It would flow up the obelisks around her, obliterating them all. "Even if I'd never met Osiris, he wasn't just the better man. He was the only choice. You were weak even then. Flawed. That hasn't changed." Isis spit in his face, smiling at the sudden rage. It didn't matter what he did to her, not after what he'd already done to Osiris and Sekhmet. The pair lay a few paces away, neither moving. Both were still alive, though Isis knew if it were in their power, they'd choose death over what Set had planned for them. Set hurled her into the central obelisk with bone-crunching force. Isis mercifully blacked out for a moment, but came to with his face mere inches from hers. He wore a too-wide smile with a million tiny teeth, ready to rend her psyche as well as her flesh. "That is unwise, Isis. You will have centuries to consider the wisdom of provoking me, I assure you." "I doubt that," Isis forced a smile. Every part of her hurt, but that didn't matter. You're a fool, Set. Easily deceived. Now it is you who will pay. Set looked confused. The high-pitched whining was much louder now, and confusion became concern. Something rumbled beneath the ark. Then the loudest sound she'd ever heard split the air, split her eardrums. The entire room vibrated until she was engulfed in painful white light. Her last thought was of Yukon. Chapter 84. TSDS. Blair stumbled from the light bridge, catching the wall as he sought to right his center of balance. He was dizzy, though not sure why. That hadn't happened during previous light walks. What happened? Liz asked, blinking as she lurched from the platform. Blair caught her, helping her into a sitting position. A moment later, she emptied the contents of her stomach all over the floor next to the platform. The others were in the same state. Even Irikesh tripped, sprawling to the ground between Jordan and Trevor. I don't know, Blair said, licking his lips. He felt more than a little queasy himself. I can explain, came a hollow, disembodied voice. Blair glanced toward the door to the chamber and found a holographic projection of Ka hovering there. What you are experiencing is a type of distortion that was once theorized by scholars among the builders. They call it temporal spatial displacement sickness, or TSDS. What's the cause? Trevor asked. Blair wasn't surprised. Trevor would always be a scientist first, even if he did look like some crazy redneck vampire. Theoretically, TSDS would be caused by the destruction of an anchoring arc during transit, Ka said, cocking its strangely oblong head to the side. The eyes were more than a little terrifying, especially after having seen Set. The fact that you survived it all is a testament to the redundancies of the system. Wait a minute, Blair said, weaving drunkenly across the chamber to stand before the hologram. You said temporal. I get the spatial displacement. That makes sense. Temporal displacement is time. When are we? Ka cocked its head the other direction, eyes flickering as if calculating. It has been 4 years and 11 months since you last passed through the Nexus. Blair sank to his knees. He felt Liz wrap him in a hug, but he was too numb to respond. 5 years just gone. What happened in that time? What happened to the first arc? Jordan asked, seemingly unfazed by the sudden news. Was Set killed? Unknown, Ka said, giving something like a shrug. Observe. A second hologram appeared, this one showing a view of Earth from orbit, centered over the British Isles. A moment later, something red and white bloomed in the south of England, working its way outward. It covered much of the island, and it wasn't a stretch to imagine what it was. My God, Trevor whispered. Look at the size of that explosion. There's no way Set could have survived that. Most of England didn't survive that. It might have taken Wales and northern France with it, too. Blair rose to his feet, forcing himself to concentrate on the present. He couldn't change what had happened, only move forward. Has there been any sign of Set, Isis, Osiris, or Ra since the explosion? Negative, Ka said, voice far too cheery. Who controls the Ark of the Cradle? Irikesh asked, pulling himself to his feet. Unknown, Ka said, turning to Irikesh. If a new Ark Lord has arisen, they have not established a conduit to the Nexus. Ra could still be alive, Blair said, cautiously turning to face Trevor. He knew Trevor had been close to her before the end. It's possible, Trevor said, shrugging. His face shifted into a scowl. There's only one way to know, though. I need to go to the cradle and speak with Ann Put. If anyone knows, she will. Besides, I have the key. I guess that gives me a responsibility. I'll go with you, Irikesh said, giving a magnanimous smile. Like hell you will, Trevor shot back. You'd backstab me at the first opportunity, and we both know it. I'm wondering why you're even still alive now that I think about it. That's a great question, Jordan said, taking a threatening step toward Irikesh. Why is he walking around free? Hell, why is he even still breathing? Or not breathing, I guess. It's so nice to see you two getting along, Liz said, beaming a smile their way. Maybe you can bond by ending this pathetic twerp's life. Wait, Irakesh said, raising a hand to forestall them. He reached into a satchel hanging from his belt and removed 2 golden items, the collar and the bracelet. He offered the bracelet to Trevor. If you need assurance that I won't betray you, then use the collar to control me. It's preferable to death, and my situation is still better than it was under Steve. You'll treat me better than he did, and someday I'll earn your trust. Blair was taken aback. You'd go into slavery? Willingly? Of course, Irakesh said, snapping the collar around his own neck. Isn't it preferable to the alternative? Death is very final. With life, who knows what will happen? Trevor stared hard at the bracelet, then looked up. Jordan, you wore one of these things. What do you think we should do? Jordan looked surprised, then gave a shrug. He won't be able to escape. God knows I tried. It's still possible for him to cause mischief, but if you keep an eye on him, you're probably safe. He might even be an asset, since you don't know what you'd be walking into. If nothing else, he proved he had more honor than Steve. He refused to serve Set, even though it cost him his freedom. Liz? Blair? Trevor asked, turning to them. I say let him live, Liz said. She turned to Blair as well. I'd agree, Blair finally said. If it were Steve, I'd say kill the fucker right here and now. Irakesh is different. He's evil, but at least he has some honor. All right, then, Trevor said, snapping the bracelet around his wrist. Looks like I'll be heading to the cradle. What about the rest of you? I need to find out where we stand with Moan, Jordan said, folding his heavily muscled arms over an even more heavily muscled chest. The director probably died in the explosion back in London. With him and Osiris out of the picture, that means the person most likely to be running the show is the old man himself. I need to find out if that's the case, and what Moan's operational directive is now. Can I hop a ride with you two to San Francisco? What about the key to the Ark in Peru? Liz asked, rising shakily to her feet. She took a big step back from the mess she'd made. Blair did the same. Good point, Jordan said, heaving a sigh. I guess I have a responsibility, too. The thing is, we don't know what's gone down while we were away. At the very least, it makes sense that we stick together, in the short term anyway. I'll head to San Francisco with you guys. Blair gave Jordan a nod, then turned to Liz. Of course. Liz, I assume that's where you want to go? Yeah. We need to see what happened with Angel Island. Plus, you have an arc to run. If possible, we need to rebuild there. They need leadership, and we can provide that. Not to mention Jessica is still asleep. We have to decide what to do about her, Liz said, eyes taking on that determined cast. When we get there, do you want to grab dinner? Blair knew it wasn't the right time, but was it ever? Are you finally asking me on a date? Liz brushed her hair from her face, looking away for a moment. Was she blushing? Hell yes, I am, Blair said. He wrapped an arm around her waist. Yeah, I'll have dinner with you. Just take me somewhere nice. Liz leaned into Blair. It felt good. Damn good. Khadoon, if I may interrupt, Ka said, a hint of impatience leaking into its tone. Blair turned toward the hologram, giving it a nod. It bobbed its head once, then continued. The signal broadcast from the arcs just prior to our first encounter has had time to arrive at its intended destination. The builders are now aware of the state of affairs on this planet. They will be coming. Dead silence fell as everyone took that in. Trevor took a step closer to Liz and Blair, Jordan joining them a moment later. Even Irakesh looked frightened. In addition, this planet's magnetosphere has been unstable since the first arc's detonation, Ka continued, frown deepening. I believe you will find much has changed in your absence. Epilogue. Mark came awake by degrees. He felt different, though it was difficult to say how precisely. It was dark and moist wherever he was. He reached out, fingers probing some sort of membrane. It gave a little at his touch, but refused to tear. A shiver of anger lanced through him, and claws burst from his fingertips. They were long and dark, much longer than they'd been when he transformed into a vampire. How was that possible? He used the claws to shred the membrane, gasping at the cool air that rushed into the strange cocoon. He tried to lean forward, but something on his back prevented the movement. He felt an odd tingling back there, and realized he could feel something he shouldn't have been able to. An extra pair of limbs. He flexed them experimentally. Were those wings? Mark scrambled from the chrysalis, clawing desperately at the membrane until he tumbled free. A slick substance coated him and made it difficult to grab onto anything. Mark fell heavily to a stone floor, dimly aware of a reddish glow in the distance. Where was he? Panic and revulsion warred within him as he struggled to understand. "Ah, you're awake," came a gravelly voice. He squinted up at the speaker, an elderly man with a thick beard and long white hair. Who are you?" Mark rasped. His throat felt strangely unsuited for speech. "I am called Hades," the old man explained, kneeling next to Mark. "Do you know who you are, or where you are?" "I'm Mark Phillips," he said, the full name coming to him from the dim recesses of his mind. "I don't know where I am, or what's been done to me. What the hell was that thing?" "Ah, the chrysalis. Set sent you here to be reborn, one of his final acts. The chrysalis has changed you, made you far stronger than you were," Hades explained with the tone of a concerned grandfather. "It has also gifted you with me, Set Dune." A deep-set voice thrummed through his mind. The voice was familiar, yet different. It didn't sound like the Risen he'd been given when Osiris transformed him. This, whatever it was, felt darker. "You have been elevated. You are the first to survive the transformation, the herald of our return." Mark didn't respond to the voice, but he knew for damn sure he didn't like it. He focused on the old man instead. What happened to Set? "I was hoping you could tell me," Hades said, resting a hand on Mark's goo-covered shoulder. He looked at that shoulder, eyes widening as he took in the smooth black skin. It had the tough, marbled texture of a lizard's hide. Mark shuddered, appalled by what he'd become. "I'm not sure." Mark's thoughts were racing. Where was he? What had happened? "What of Isis and Ra? Osiris?" Hades asked, betraying a bit of concern. His grip tightened on Mark's shoulder. "I don't know," Mark replied. If the plan had worked, then England was nothing more than a crater, and they were all dead. "No matter," Hades said, releasing Mark. He rose to his feet. "Come, you have much work to be about. Our enemies are many." Mark took his first awkward steps with his horrifically deformed body. They emerged into a wide tunnel that passed between pools of lava. Mark found himself enjoying the unbearable heat. "Our enemies?" "Yes," Hades said, turning to meet his gaze. "All sentient life on this planet. It must be eradicated." This has been Vampires Don't Sparkle, Deathless Book 3. Written by Chris Fox. Narrated by Ryan Kennard Burke. Copyright 2015 by Christopher T. Fox. Production copyright 2015 by Christopher T. Fox.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.